Hey everybody, it's Gary Vaynerchuk, Chairman of VaynerX. Just wanted to say thank you and welcome to Web3 Demo Day. I think a lot about karma is practical. Doing the right thing is always the right thing. And this would be an incredibly obvious meta version of that, meaning we really just wanted to bring the brightest and most advanced partners in the ecosystem to educate, share a case study, just get the juices going. We are so aware at the macro that Web3 is well on its way to becoming an incredibly important technology infrastructure for all of your businesses. But we're also aware, much like what I lived through in the mid-90s, that the internet was complicated in 1995 and the blockchain, the consumer blockchain, is complicated in 2022. And so we take education extremely serious here, and we wanted to bring as much value as we could, and we think this format is one of those ways. So sit back, enjoy. Please don't be scared to ask questions in the chat or follow up emails. You know, we're still in 101 land as a society when it comes to the consumer blockchain. And so no question is silly or dumb. 98% of the people here are still learning the basics. And that's the exact way it should be when the innovation is that extreme and moving that fast. And hence the energy that we wanted to provide here, which is give you more advancements, move you down the field to help you understand, hear one thing that makes it click. And so I hope you enjoy. Thank you for joining us, and hope everybody has a great summer.
So much, Gary, for kicking it off, and thank you all so much for being here with us today for VaynerX, VaynerNFT's first ever Web3 Demo Day. I'm Avery Akkineni, coming at you live from VaynerX headquarters in Hudson Yards in Manhattan, and we are super excited to welcome so many of our incredible brand partners, incredible Vayner community, and 40 plus builders and pioneers in the space across AR, across creative, across NFT marketplaces, across cryptocurrency, and so many more facets of this multidimensional Web3 universe. We're going to hear from 40 of these partners, sort of broken into a couple of different segments. The genesis for Web3 Demo Day was actually that we wanted to bring together some of the best and brightest for our partners, our client partners, all in one setting. We originally were planning to do this in a conference room in our offices, and there was so much demand from our partners. They wanted to bring in more folks. They wanted to include others from their organization who are curious and learning about Web3. And we thought that what better way to do this than a live stream where we can actually share these learnings more broadly and have this in posterity. So thank you to all of our client partners for making the time to join. Thank you to Vayner partners and friends and folks in our network for making time out of your busy schedule to learn. And thank you to our partners for joining us at this fun forum and summit. Your hosts today are going to be two people who are very, very special to me and to the Vayner organization. We have Katrina Gamueda-Smith, who is the Chief of Staff at VaynerNFT, and Hena, who is the Director of Web3 Operations. Both of these legends are super experienced in this space and have been critical to our growth and development as VaynerNFT over the past year or so. So I couldn't think of better hosts to bring you all through this day. Please feel free to share this live stream link out to any folks who might be interested. The more the merrier. We want this to be an open dialogue and discussion. Keep the comment chat going with questions, comments, and thoughts. And I'll hand it over to Katrina and Alan to introduce themselves.
Amazing. Thank you so much, Avery, for that wonderful introduction. I could not be more excited to be one of the hosts co-hosting with Hena today for Vayner's first Web3 Demo Day. We have an incredible lineup, as Avery mentioned, just some of the most inspiring leaders that I've really seen in the Web3 space to date. And so I couldn't be more excited to kick this off today. Like Avery said, I am Chief of Staff over here at VaynerNFT. It's been an incredible opportunity to work with an incredible team of people. Everyone over at VaynerNFT is doing everything they can to ensure that the Web3 space is here for a long time, and that everyone who enters and operates in the Web3 space is doing it in an authentic and genuine way. So Alan, would love to hear from you, and then we'll get started.
Awesome. Thanks, Katrina. Yeah, so I'm super excited about having all these different partners here. If you look at what's happened in the last, I say, 2-3 years, we've had NFTs really run up. We've had a lot of different, marketplaces spin up. If you look at like OpenSea and its growth, but now we're sort of spreading out and we're looking at what else can we do, not just with NFTs, but with crypto. How do we get physical? How do we sort of change the experience? And that's what we're doing with VaynerNFT. We are basically trying to orchestrate and like match our clients with different partners who are innovating and pushing this space forward. That's how we're going to get the mass adoption. So I'm really looking forward to seeing all the different capabilities and features and marketplaces that we're going to see. And I think the first one that we're going to hop into is with Round 21. Katrina, did you want to speak to that before we bring them on?
Just incredibly excited to have Jasmine and Maietta from Round 21 here with us today to kick off the day. I think it's a wonderful way for us to get started. Let's go ahead and bring up Jasmine. Jasmine, I'm not getting your audio.
Awesome. Thank you so much for having me. Appreciate that so much.
Of course, yes. All right, let's get your screen up here, Jasmine.
Sounds good. Let me know when you see it.
Incredible. All right, Jasmine, take it away.
Awesome. Well, I couldn't be more humbled and privileged to kick off this amazing demo day. My name is Jasmine Maietta. I'm the founder of Round 21, and let's get into it. So who are we? Well, first, we operate with a simple truth that we live a sports lifestyle. Everybody at Round 21 does. And as sports fans who spend a lot of time after the buzzer ends living a sports lifestyle, we think that the stuff available for fans today is quite tired and boring. And so that insight has led us to think about how we can operate at the intersection of this incredible transformation and metamorphosis of culture and tech, reimagining and reinventing how sports fans and people who live a sports lifestyle and athletes reflect who they are through their game. So we are a platform for the next generation of sports lifestyle merch and collectibles. And we do this unapologetically at the intersection and across both the digital and physical world. So to build, a sense of who we are, we curate and we collaborate with the best talent and the best projects who are in the position to be a long-term sustainable player within the ecosystem of digital and physical experiences and products. And our product formula and how we express the sports fandom that today is at this intersection of culture and tech is our earned secret. We as a business are operating across the digital and physical landscape where expression comes standard. People talk about expression through the lens of art. We think expression is art, creativity, a sense of who you are, and we bridge that identity across the digital and physical landscape. So here's how we work. And again, the key ingredient is curated collaborations, which hopefully, you'll see come through. The first example is a case study with the Bored Ape Yacht Club. So almost exactly a year ago, we saw the Bored Ape, fandom starting to tip, and people were changing their profile pics on Twitter to apes, but they were talking about the NBA Finals, NBA Top Shot, and we partnered with Yuga to create an NFT that gave every owner the ability to access buying the physical twin. That NFT as access was something that we felt would be a natural way for Bored Ape owners to reflect who they are in a physical world and in a physical collectible. Round 21 led the concept through execution, the NFT creative, the token gated product drop on our Shopify, all of the launch photography, and the global product fulfillment. And as many of the Bored Ape owners know, we had promised 2 drops, so we're in the process of building what that next one will be. Another example is in partnership with the biggest names in the NFL. So in partnership with the NFL Players Association, We created a physical collectible, the artifact of the game, the signature product of football, the actual thing you play with, and we reimagined that as a canvas for art in partnership with Dwight White, an artist who has this incredible illustrative style. We then sold the physical that came with an augmented reality experience. This was a social amplifier for the new owners, and it also came with a claimable NFT. So in this case study, we started with the physical. It came with social amplifiers through augmented reality, which gave people a sense of self-expression, and it came with a claimable NFT. We similarly led concept through execution, just trying to understand how to bridge the idea of physical and digital. The NFLPA was very supportive of us using marketing triggers to give a deeper story to the consumer, but also we, through the claimable NFT, were able to continue that narrative and ecosystem with our NFT collectors now. That's going to be important to next season's kickoff. The WNBA Players Association is also a partner of ours. This case study does not have any token or NFT. It simply is a reflection of how the W is now transforming not just the game for generations to come, but is also using sport as a platform for social justice. We're also building incredible repeatability here as we went from concept to execution into the launch this August, but also have plans to drive the W and new and important women's initiatives for 2023 and beyond. The next case study is with the RumbleKong League. And I know these are like all over the place, but it's meant to illustrate how tokens and physicals can actually operate in a variety of ways. And so in this case, this hasn't actually dropped yet. This is pre-market. We know that people who own the RumbleKong have a point of view about owning their Kong, and that means something to them. So we're building a digital twin that's going to be able to provide access to the physical as well. And so this is providing a full ecosystem for RumbleKong owners in a way that's never been done before. That concept to execution, again, like I said, is pre-market, but we're owning from concept through fulfillment so that our partners can continue to do what they do well, which is really drive the token strategy. And then a few more to illustrate. We have the number 5 NFL draft pick, Kayvon Thibodeau, going into training camp next week. And round 21 brought him together with legendary artist Charlie Palmer. Charlie Palmer is a 2-time Time magazine cover artist. He's also the last NBA 2K cover artist. We're reimagining Kayvon's story pre, during, and his post-playing career on an artifact of the game, a physical collectible that's going to come with Charlie's art as an NFT. We're leading that in partnership with the athlete and the artist, and we're really excited about this dropping next week during the ESPYs Awards. And then the W, from a basketball perspective, is only one of the major influences in women's sports. The other is the U.S. women's soccer team. We're in a World Cup year this year with the men's game, but we're already getting ready for the World Cup next year for the women's game. We partnered with the U.S. women's soccer team to bring to life a physical sports collectible that has an augmented reality experience, giving you a sense of closeness with the players, Megan Rapinoe, Alex Morgan, Crystal Dunn, Kelly O'Hara. We complemented this with apparel because we know that people want to wear their pride. They want to wear who they root for 24/7, 365. So we led concept through execution, and you're seeing a consistent here where we are bringing the biggest names in sport, teams, leagues, and NFTs to market. The last case study is a bit of a departure from physical and digital goods. In partnership with Coinbase, Round 21 shared a value of wanting to bring the community together around art and sport. This case study illustrates Round 21's ability to bring an in real life event to life in a way that is aligned to a cultural moment. And so we also were lucky and proud to bring Budweiser into this event last year at Art Basel as well. And from concept through execution, we brought this experience to life at LeBron's Sneaker Joint in Miami, in Wynwood. and we felt the energy of the NFT community who loves sports come together in a supremely recreational, cool environment. And that now is a property that we are bringing to life over time. Sport Basel is a property that we're bringing to life over time with partners aligned to cultural moments in sports. We also have the ability to integrate into existing events. You know, VaynerNFT and Gary brought their friends together for a money can't buy 5-on-5 pickup game at Madison Square Garden. And we were really proud and humbled to bring the Fit and the Rock. We did both the jerseys and the physical basketballs, but we didn't stop there. We wanted everyone who came to this event to get a feeling that they, you know, were being commemorated in a way that would live virtually as well. And so we brought an augmented reality experience to the jersey that verified that this was Diamond Hand Hoops with Gary V and Vayner and Coinbase. And that concept to execution, again, wasn't a part of the leadership of the experience overall, but we integrated in a really relevant and very modern way. And so for round 21, we have this incredible traction of working with the best in the world repeatably. Our product reviews are very strong, and we operate at this very unique intersection of physical and digital, which we know has high appeal and is really Web3 native and integrated from the get, which keeps us operating at the bleeding edge of culture, even as that culture is transforming before our eyes. We have a team of over 40 years experience in sports, sporting goods, tech, and culture. And we partner with brands who operate in cultural signal categories. The fashion, food, bev, crypto, entertainment, and luxury categories, not to mention opportunities where sports and social impact overlap and sports and music overlap. So the final takeaway, the sum up slide, is we create products and experiences where sports and culture meet across our digital and physical world. And if you want to continue the conversation, here's how to reach me. And we also have a little stealth website called discord.xyz, which is a place we simply keep a cultural pulse of everything that we're doing, which operate as case study summaries as we build partnerships in the future. So thank you for that. And if there are any questions, let me know.
Thank you so much, Jasmine. That pickup game was amazing. We should definitely do something like that again. But thank you so much for presenting today. It was incredible to have you. We had a lot of positive feedback in the comments. And so looking forward to the future.
Sounds great. Thanks for the opportunity and have a great rest of this incredible demo day.
Thanks, Jasmine.
Thanks, Jasmine.
All right, let's welcome to the stage Chris and Ryan from IYK. Hello, team.
Hello.
Welcome. Why don't you go ahead and tell us about your product?
Awesome. So are you guys sharing the slides, it looks like?
I think they are.
Okay, cool.
Let's just kick it off.
Awesome. So good morning, everyone. I'm Chris, co-founder of IYK. And I'm excited to be here to talk to you about how IYK is bridging the digital and physical worlds by tokenizing physical items directly. So if we could go to the next slide. At IYK, we want to help brands and artists use NFTs to create new consumer experiences that were previously impossible. Last year, we saw the rise of NFT communities, and they pioneered new ways of rewarding and engaging with token owners through things like snapshots, raffles, airdrops, etc. But when we think about the physical world, it's not so simple to know who the current owner of an item is. If we go to the next slide. And so what if you could know and engage with the current owner of your products, just like the NFT communities can? If we go to the next slide. And that means, do you actually know who bought your product? And furthermore, if we go to the next slide, sorry. And furthermore, it's not so simple in the real world, because what if they purchased that item through a third-party channel? Or they could have received the item as a gift from a friend. And so by permanently linking an NFT to a physical item, we're able to turn that linked NFT into a proxy for physical possession. You can now know who the current owner of a physical item is, just like the NFT communities. This chip that we embed becomes an entirely new mechanism to reward and engage owners. And it's also an entirely new channel to distribute content directly to the sleeve of an owner. And in the base case, it's a better system of authenticity. It gives you future option value to enable any concept that resonates with you at a later time. And I'm just gonna do a quick demo. This is one of our IYK t-shirts that we had made. And you can see that in the label, we've embedded an NFC chip. And so by simply waking my phone and hovering over the chip, you'll see there's where clicking in allows me to pull up the linked token. In this case, you can see that it's t-shirt number 28 and that it's currently straight from the factory because it's never been worn before and it's owned by IYK.ETH. I can actually claim the linked token by going through this flow. And if I have a mobile wallet, I can connect via MetaMask or Rainbow. It's just taking a second to load to actually claim the token. It's important to note that in this case, that if I give the shirt away, the next owner can actually tap the chip to pull the same NFT out of my wallet and into theirs. And this design is intended so that the NFT always resembles whoever is possessing the item in real life. And now I'm going to hand it over to Ryan, who's going to tell you how we're using this technology to create an entirely new experience for music fans.
Cool. So we've been piloting the IYK platform with all kinds of brands and creators for the past few months. And even still, the idea space just doesn't stop growing. So let's just walk through how musicians are using this to drive value from their content and increase fan engagement. So next slide. So let's start with the insight that we all know to be true of artist merch. It's a core fan experience. The fans that put in the effort to show up to shows, buy merch, and represent the artist in real life, that's a self-selecting group of their most loyal supporters that value every bit of content and access to their favorite artist. So what gets unlocked when an artist starts tagging their merch with IYK? Next slide, please. So from a fan perspective, I don't just get a t-shirt anymore. I get a key to the artist's world. Directly through a tap, I can receive exclusive content like casual messages, demo tapes, handwritten lyric sheets, all stuff that I, as a super fan, value so much. And all of this is possible using the secure, non-shareable link that Chris showed. Furthermore, the IYK chip and linked NFT is a way for me to prove my fandom elsewhere. All of the amazing NFT tooling created in the last year, like Collab.land, works instantly with IYK products. And it carries on to other applications like concert tickets. I shouldn't have to fight against bots for access to tickets. If I have the NFT representing that I own merch and have supported this artist over the years, they can give me early access and make me feel valued. And the same goes for exclusive live Q&A sessions, concert replays, special badges on the online fan community. Having that linked NFT allows you to play with any digital tool that you want. Next slide, please. So all this time, the artist and their team have access to never before seen data, a collection of their top fans. And for the first time, they have the freedom to engineer a perfect fan ecosystem. Imagine having a special 2022 colorway available for 2021 collection holders. Or if owning the hat plus hoodie plus sweatpants combo got you a temporary sneak peek to the next record. And none of those are possible today because artists simply don't know who owns those things. Having a direct line of communication with your biggest fans also enables you to drive value from the content that never really had a place to live before. Because your biggest fans assign the highest value to your demo tapes, behind the scenes footage, and more. And now there's finally a way to leverage that content to incentivize merch purchases and increase pricing power. Distributing content straight to a sleeve is unlocking a whole world of new touch points as well. Where if your favorite band says, hey, 1 in every 1,000 shirts from the last tour just got airdropped a meet and greet. So now all the fans are running to grab their shirts, scanning and checking if they won. And the same thing happens for any kind of intimate ephemeral content. You give the ability for fans to relive the magical unboxing experience over and over and over again. Next slide. So hopefully, we've shown you how bringing the power of verified ownership to the real world creates a foundation for new forms of customer engagement. And for us, bringing Web3 to the masses means meeting people where they already are and enhancing those core experiences, like owning artist merch, while supercharging the power of brands along the way. Thanks so much. It's awesome to be here. And if anything you've heard today has piqued your interest, we'd love to talk. If you could send us an email at contact@iok.app, we would love to figure out what an activation looks like to get the biggest value for your brand. Thanks so much.
Thank you so much. That was amazing. We got so many good comments in the chat. I'm curious, Ryan and Chris, which brands would you be most interested in working with?
Oh boy. Yeah. Chris, you want to take that one?
Yeah, I think it's hard to say on the spot like that because we're also trying to pioneer more organic forms of engagement. And so while this chip represents a new channel for content, we also want to make sure that it still feels true to that core fan experience. So in our minds, it's less of a new ad channel, but more a way for the artist to represent and present products that maybe they find interesting to their fan base, but in a more intimate manner. And so really, this is just the beginning. And I feel like we'll be piloting a number of different concepts and just testing to see what works.
Thanks for sharing that. I really like the fact that this feels, people talk about the metaverse. This to me is part of the metaverse, right? That IRL sort of merging with the Web3 technology. So thanks for showing.
Yeah, actually, one thing that I forgot to show in the demo was that all of these pages that are emitted from the chip are one-time use only. So if I were to refresh the page, the scan actually expired. So what this represents is that if I can't share this link with a friend, you have pretty good assurance that whoever's on this page is actually next to whatever that item is. And so that's just an interesting primitive that we're actually excited to hear what other people's ideas are on how you can utilize that information.
Thanks for sharing.
Yeah, thank you so much, Chris and Ryan. We've got a lot of interesting comments. People really want you to do a VFriends collab. So I guess we'll just keep that in mind. But thank you so much for being here today. Great presentation.
Awesome. Thanks so much.
Up next, we have DressX. Let's welcome them to the stream. Hello, Julien and Natalia. How are you doing?
Hi.
Hello, hi everybody. Nice to meet you.
Go ahead and take it away.
Great. Great to meet everyone. And here we are. My name is Natalia, and I'm one of the founders of DressX, and Julien is our head of growth. And we are here to present to you DressX, which is your meta closet. And what it means is that we all now live our digital lives And in our digital lives, we need our digital representation in terms of our identity. And of course, fashion is the big part of our life in physical. And of course, in digital, it's going to play even a bigger role because our communication online happens not in so many dimensions and in physicals. That's why fashion takes it over so much. And a little bit of facts about DressX on the next slide, that since the foundation in August of 2020, in the middle of pandemic actually, DressX became a world leader in digital fashion, and we created the library of over 2,500 digital looks, and we collaborate with over 250 of top 3D designers. And our first use case was all in social media, the place which can be called a proto metaverse. And we are now expanding into the gaming world and blockchain-based metaverses, and we are going to launch a product for the video calls later this year. And a little bit of facts about the metaverse and the industries, that of course it's going to be a big market. So I will not stop too much, but I'll ask Julien to show you the next slide, where there is a numbers of like 50 billion of luxury goods will be distributed in metaverse by 2030, and it's by Morgan Stanley. And there is a lot of more of other exciting facts. I think compared to the time when we started DressX, there's no more need to prove that it's going to be a big market, as there are already data on it already. And let's go to the next slide and show how our meta closet opens up through the NFTs and how it is supported in blockchain technology. So right now we have the market and the distribution of digital fashion opened on-chain and off-chain. So there are several distribution points. And our vision of the meta closet, we can show it on the next slide, that in the middle there is always a user. And from the user, we have their always personal and always individual collection of the items that they are wearing. I think we should jump to the next slide. And it's kind of a historical slide because we always had this vision in the head from the very beginning. And then after the user and the layer of fashion and of the personal collection that they have, users can show up in different digital spaces. We can call them metaverses, we can call them like game environments, we can call them social media. It's basically everywhere where we communicate with each other online. And let's get into the details of what it exactly can be. So it can be augmented reality. This is a use case that we introduced in the last year. And it's a real-time dressing in digital fashion. And actually here we have a collection that we did with American Eagle and with Vayner. So it was a great project. Another use case for social media is the real-time and looks like real photographs that you can wear, because augmented reality gives you an opportunity to create videos, which is super engaging and fun. And on the next slide, we have a bunch of examples of the photo looks, so-called, that looks just like real. And that's another kind of layer that provides a utility for digital fashion. And on the next slide, we will show you how the interface of NFT Marketplace by DressX works, because we believe that Meta Closet goes with you whenever you show up online. So we have a mobile app interface, it's a web interface, and an NFT interface. And what's important to remember that every NFT by DressX is a wearable. So it always has a utility, and there are several utilities. You can wear it on the photos, create videos in augmented reality, and of course, because it's an NFT, it provides an opportunity of a secondary market. And that's exactly how we can also distinguish on-chain and off-chain distribution. Something that happens on-chain is the luxury of digital fashion, like in real life. It has a secondary market, and mass market doesn't really have, but it's also way more accessible and inclusive, let's put it this way. And speaking of the collector's journey, let's show it and show the connection between your profile and your account on nft.dressx.com, where you connect with your crypto wallet, mostly used by MetaMask, and also you connect your email, and then this is your unique profile and unique kind of representation, and that's how we recognize that you are the owner of the certain NFT, and you can exclusively start wearing it in the app, or you can upload your photo and get dressed just like real on the editorial quality image. And of course, speaking of the metaverse, we cannot forget about virtual worlds. And in addition to the photo looks and AR, we can show how the same items work in other worlds, like in Roblox, for example, or in Decentraland. So interoperability is an important part, and we are solving this issue as well. Let's get to the next slide and show a little bit of the examples. And maybe, Julien, I hand it over to you at this point.
Thanks, Nat. So yes, interoperability is a very important use case of digital fashion and for the community in general right now. Everybody wants to be able to wear their virtual outfits everywhere they go in virtual. And we managed to deliver that on a couple use cases. So on the left here, you see an avatar dressed up by DressX NFT collection. And this avatar has access to actually 2,000 plus virtual worlds, both Web2 virtual gaming platform and Web3 decentralized metaverses, with only one avatar. And on the right side, you can see an example with Decentraland, which is a use case we delivered a few months ago, where by purchasing and collecting an NFT on DressX Marketplace, not only you can wear it as an AR lens and create, your own augmented reality content for social media, for example, and identify your own self with your wearable NFT, but you can also redeem that same NFT as an avatar skin or wearable inside Decentraland metaverse, because they're both using MetaMask Wallet Connect, and your wallet becomes your suitcase or your ID in the virtual world that enables you to wear your wearable everywhere. And same here in Roblox. I mean, Roblox is a Web2 platform, so it's not connected to your wallet or to an NFT. But we do also have this interoperability additional use case by delivering the asset in this centralized virtual game platform, where actually the first collection was super successful. I think we sold over 40,000 items during the first week of that launch, and we did 2 more collections with Roblox since then. It's a different audience. It's really a great way to touch and engage a very young audience with fashion for both brands and digital creators, and again to just enable people to be creative, unique, and identify themselves inside the metaverse. And here you can see a couple of brands we work with. So we're not only working with brands, like we work with tech companies like Google, YouTube. We work with gaming platforms like Roblox, metaverses like Decentraland and The Sandbox, but we also work a lot with fashion brands, fashion houses like a Dolce & Gabbana or a Fendi, but also like mass retailers like an H&M or an American Eagle. And we have a lot of experience now with fashion and wearables in general. It could be like from sneakers to head accessories to body outfits. And then we created the first like mixed reality digital fashion experience at Printemps Haussmann Paris, which is the best luxury fashion mall in Paris. And this was an installation in the middle of the luxury woman retail section, where people had the chance to be able to walk in and face DressX screen and DressX technology to wear live digital outfits on themselves, and with a swipe with the finger on that screen, to be able to like just switch outfit on the go and try different accessories and outfits within the store. Yeah, and here's an example actually. Thanks.
Wow.
Thank you so much.
Yeah, thank you, Natalia and Julien, for sharing everything about DressX. I learned a lot. I didn't realize that. I like that you're focusing both on Web3 and some of the other like more traditional virtual spaces. So thanks for sharing everything with us.
That was
Thank you.
amazing. Thank you, Natalia and Julien. All right. I believe up next we have Collab.land. Let's bring him to the stage. Hello, team.
Hello.
Welcome.
Hi. Good morning, GM.
GM. All
GM.
right. Let's have y'all take it away. I'm excited to hear from you.
All right. Yeah, thank you so much for having us. We are going more conversation style. Hopefully that works for your viewers. Hello, everyone. Thank you so much for joining us and watching and participating today on this fun event with new crypto projects that are coming out. We are Collab.land. Actually, we're abridged. James and I are partners of 27 years in love and life, and this is our project, Collab.land.
We have a third co-founder, Raymond Fang, as well. But you want to do an intro?
Sure. So I'm Anjali Young. I am the Chief Community Officer for Collab.land. Mostly my relationships are with communities, with admins, with members, with different projects that want to use Collab.land. I run the support channels. I run all the communication channels, the Twitter, that's me. I've been in this online community space since I was a teenager. I was, that's right. I used to dial up to message boards when I was in high school, just trying to meet people in this like new world that was completely foreign to me, but outside of where I lived and outside of my neighborhood, which I thought was so boring. I was so eager to build these relationships through wires somewhere or no wires somewhere. And James is my co-founder and husband and love.
Yeah. I'm CEO of Abridged. As Anjali was saying, we make Collab.land. We have a third co-founder, Raymond Fang. My background is in video streaming and social games. Had a couple of exits in streaming, video streaming, and when I was at Zynga, I launched a game. This is over a decade ago called Farmville. Now been in crypto full-time since 2016. Our co-founder, Raymond Fang, who could not make it this morning, has been an open source advocate. He developed, co-created API server framework called Loopback, and he's been working on that for over 10 years, and that's the core technology that we use at Collab.land.
That's right. It's the foundation of everything we build technologically. Okay, so really quickly, we only have our 10 minutes, and trust me when I tell you that is just a teeny tiny appetizer of when we get started. But what is Collab.land? So first, I think you would ask, what is Collab.land? What the heck is Collab.land? Collab.land is a community tool that admins and project owners can use to make sure that the people that are in their community are token holders. So if you have a project, a tokenized project, whether you have an NFT project or if you have a social token project, if you want to make sure everybody in that community is a holder of that tool, you would use Collab.land. First, to verify when they enter the group. And also the second part of our business is that we run background checks. And so if you ever sell or transfer that token, then you either lose your access or lose access either to a role, for example, on Discord, or lose access to the channel altogether if you are on Telegram. And right now, Collab.land is on Telegram and on Discord. So that's what we are, what we do.
And we service different aspects of the ecosystem. So I would broadly paint the crypto ecosystem into three main categories: DeFi, DAOs, and NFTs. I think NFTs is what people mainly know crypto as, and this is how I think we're mainstreaming people into crypto. Just some stats, we have over 40,000 tokenized communities that we service, predominantly on Discord. We have over 4 million registered wallets that belong to these communities. We're on 15 different blockchains, and we service if integrated into over 20 different wallets. And Anjali, you want to talk about
So Collab.land initially started off in spring of 2020 as a DAO tool. That's what it was. We had a DAO. We needed people of the DAO to be able to speak together on a chat platform. That's where we decided to choose Telegram. And so we had everyone that was in our DAO in the chat room together. And what happened then is different types of tokenized projects started using us. So it went to like investment groups started using us, and then social tokens started using us, and then NFTs started using us. And that's when I got really excited, because I'm like, wait a second, here we're seeing this convergence of art and culture and crypto, and I was just here for it. And so that was kind of our first challenge of what to do next. Do we keep going up the DAO stack tooling? James is one of the creators of Moloch DAO, and he's super DAO nerd and like loves DAO, sleeps DAO, waking DAO. And so he's like, do we go up the DAO stack to just service DAOs, or do we grow wider? And I had to convince him at that point, like, let's grow wider. Let's try to support this growing movement of NFTs, more chains, more wallets. I think this is going to be something. So let's go for it.
Yeah. And, we're here now. And what we've realized is that we're this connective tissue between Web 2 and Web 3. And just from prior experience, when it comes to having worked at companies like Zynga and seeing how Facebook was a platform, what we imagine Collab.land moving forward is a distribution platform for Web 3 projects to help get distribution to those that are either crypto native or crypto curious. And so we're working really hard to open up our platform. And luckily, our co-founder, Raymond Fang, who was a co-creator of this API framework, and we have a great foundation to do that. So we're opening up our platform, allowing other builders to build on top. And we're figuring out how do we kind of do things different in Web3, where the participants and the builders could have the upside in the platform.
That's right. A lot of this, even DAOs, crypto itself, is coming out of a financial crisis. The reason is the systems that have been built so far are not serving us. And so what do we want to do differently? What do we want to create now to have a future that we want to see? We think a lot about how wages haven't increased in 30 years and how DAOs are a reaction to that. And so what we're trying to do is build a system where builders can build with us, projects can build with us, and take back that value. You own an asset, you work in that group, you meet the other people, you amplify the message, you share it, marketing, art, then maybe you'll be able to also gain from the value that is increased in the community. So now that idea between employee, owner, community, audience, all is blending into one. And we're just really excited to be here to see it.
Yeah, follow us as we go on this journey to decentralize the platform. And thanks for your time.
Yeah, thank you so much. Like I said, this is just a teeny tiny taste. Follow us on socials, and check. James and I speak every once in a while, so come check us out.
Thank you so much, Collab.land team. And I remember I met you all at NFT NYC. I love your energy, and I love everything that you guys are doing in this space. Thank you.
Thank you so much for having us. I really appreciate it.
Thanks, y'all.
Okay. Bye.
All right. Let's bring up the team from Atomic Form.
Awesome.
Hey, how's it going?
Hi, Isabelle. How's it going?
Doing well. Thanks for having me on.
Of course. Thank you so much. Do we have Rick joining us today as well?
It's just me.
Okay, perfect. Well, go ahead and take it away.
Great. Let me throw my slides up here.
No problem.
Let's see.
We got a comment already. It says, let's go Atomic Form.
Yeah. I'm having a hard time putting up the slide deck.
No problem. Go ahead, and We can see if we can troubleshoot on our end as well. We've got Namel Huck saying atomic form for the win.
There we go. Great.
Oh, this beautiful slide. All right, go ahead, Isabelle. We'd love to hear from you.
Yeah, absolutely. Okay. Hi, I'm Isabelle Kitze. I'm the co-founder of Atomic Form, and I'm going to be speaking to you today about how we're simplifying and elevating the way that people display and search and discover and utilize their NFTs. So Atomic Form is an NFT infrastructure company that runs a full stack product suite for indexing, search, and exhibition. Essentially, we make hardware and software for NFTs and Web3 content. And we've been extremely lucky to work with some of the leading artists and auction houses in the space to make NFT products that really improve the Web3 experience. Right now, what you can do with NFTs and Web3 content is quite limited, and we're still very much in the early stages. So we're creating products that really level up the industry as a whole. So we began Atomic Form as a hardware company, and we just really wanted our friends in the NFT space and digital art space to be able to display their work. And there was immediate interest from the community, and we got to work. The only thing was that we ran into some issues, including organizing content, search across marketplaces and chains, multiple wallet integrations, indexing, sales data, metadata standardization. It was really overwhelming, and we realized that the industry was extremely fragmented. So we had to find a way to bring it all together if consumers wanted to explore the vast world of NFTs. And so that's how we decided to fix it ourselves. Let's really start where it all began, which is our hardware. And Wave is our 27-inch digital display that shows your verified NFTs. It was an honoree this year at CES for augmented and virtual reality, which was really cool. And it was featured at an event at Art Basel in partnership with Christie's. Interestingly enough, our sleeper hit ended up being the Photon, which is a Roku-like device and has all of the same software as the Wave, but it can be plugged into any display with an HDMI port. So it could be your home TV, it could be Times Square, anything. And it's been used at shows at Art Basel, Phillips, Christie's. It's currently at Christie's in New York, and many, many more shows in the past year or so. It provides a ton of flexibility, and it's extremely easy to use. And both of these hardware products connect to the Atomic Form Hub, which allows you to manage your hardware via a web browser. And I think it's important to know that to contextualize and commodify digital objects, native hardware is necessary. And it has really become a recognized market since we began our journey over a year ago. And we now see it as an endpoint in the Atomic Form user experience. So the Atomic Form Hub makes it easier for people to search, discover, and organize NFTs. It's our software component. And the AF Hub makes it easier for people to really access all of this content at one place and recombine a fragmented market, whether that's art, memorabilia, video games items, anything that's on chain essentially. And you can really generate sales, conversion data, and a lot more information about what's going on behind the actual asset. Atomic Form Hub is really the consumer-facing software product, and it's non-custodial. So that means all we do is that we confirm that you own the NFT, pull in the corresponding information from the blockchain. We don't hold your asset on our platform. So when looking at the NFT industry, we really saw three key challenges. So the first was organizing, discovering, and access Web3 content is a mess. The second is that NFT diversification and creation continues to be more complicated over time, and this is just going to continue to happen. This includes tags, metadata, licensing, kind of in the same way that we saw with Creative Commons in the past. And the last issue is really federating, indexing, and distributing content. So Roku solved the streaming wars by creating a hardware software solution to bring all channels into one dashboard. And Atomic Form aims to really be that for Web3. We've created frameworks to really vertically integrate blockchain data, APIs, and consumer experience to really address this market head on. So the first use case for our software is provenance, which is very important, obviously. It's knowing information about these NFTs, and that's helpful to collectors, artists, marketplaces, galleries, auction houses, whomever. And currently, to find information about a sale, whether it's a specific artist, lot, or piece, it becomes a bit of an impossible scavenger hunt, especially if you're not comfortable either going through marketplaces, especially if the asset is moved to different marketplaces or taken on custody. And especially if you're not comfortable reading pages of blockchain transaction data, that's really tough. So we've built software to allow people to see who's purchased a piece, for how much, how long did they own it for. And this is something that a lot of people have actually requested that we built, because if information is powerful, this tool is extremely powerful, and it adds more like background information about what you're actually investing in or what you want to just display. Even with traditional art, this is important information to actually know. So presently, if you'd like to find an artist in the work, let's say it's Rio, which is on the screenshot here, you have to search each marketplace individually or Google it, which if you've ever done it, you know it's not really an easy, good or accurate solution. And by pulling blockchain data from all of these marketplaces, of which there are over like 200 and growing, there's over a dozen blockchains, you know, by pulling all this data, you can really create a cohesive and more accurate search, discovery, and recommendation system, which is where it gets really interesting as well. So our lending feature actually came from the recent collaboration that we did with Maps and Christie's. We did the exhibition portion of the sale, which was really cool, and it was an amazing experience. But there were about 30 NFTs, and none of the owners wanted to send all their valuable assets to a single wallet for someone to be managing it, which I understand. That's kind of scary. So we decided to spin up a lending system in which you give the lendee permission to actually display the file that the NFT represents, right? So as most of you may know, non-fungible tokens just point to a database that holds the file. The file is not the NFT, like the JPEG isn't the NFT, it's the token. So in the future, potentially for a smaller fee, people can actually lend works out to their friends. And this could be consumer to consumer. It can be with galleries, museums, auction houses. And this provides an exhibition solution that allows them to display whatever they want as long as they have permission of the lender. So most of these software products that I've previously mentioned are really wrapped up in our API and our solution, which can allow entities to access information about their NFT holders. So if you're a large company that's looking to gather information about their token holders, like let's say they use a proof of attendance token that says, oh, they saw a movie 10 times, or that the average wallet holder spends like X amount of money, we have tools to be able to show that. And we can also create a hub for token holders to keep their company XYZ assets in one place. Like, let's say you own a lot of intellectual property. There's multiple movie, what is it called? Just like the Marvel Cinematic Universe or Minions or something like that. You know, with the gamification of ticketing and attendance and ownership engagement, it's really important to have a place for consumers to be able to keep everything in one place. And we see this as a huge potential use case for companies that have a lot of this diverse intellectual property. We've worked really hard to provide best-in-class service to some of the biggest names in art and tech, including Christie's, and we provided hardware and software solutions for the map shows I previously mentioned. And if I do say so myself, it was widely considered to set a new standard for exhibitions. So we've had a really amazing experience working with some of these larger entities and auction houses. So finally, our early market presence really allowed us to experiment and grow with the industry and rapidly become the artist and gallery's choice for NFT display software and management. And we're extremely excited to develop products that are needed by developers and enterprises and artists in the future. So that's it. Thank you.
Amazing. Thank you so much, Isabelle. That was an incredible presentation. We got a lot of incredible kudos and comments in the comment section. So appreciate your presentation and look forward to the future.
Yeah, absolutely. You can also find us at on Twitter at atomicform.com. Or at Atomic Form, sorry, at Atomic Form on Twitter.
All right.
Amazing. Thank you so much, Isabelle.
Okay.
Thank you.
All right, and up next we have Richard from Manifold. Welcome, Richard.
Good to be here.
Yeah, why don't you take it away?
Sure. Let's see, how do I share my screen here?
So there should be a screen sharing tool at the bottom. It might be hard to see because it's in 3D.
Yeah. Sure, I think I got it. So I'll give myself a quick introduction first. So I'm one of the co-founders of Manifold. And what Manifold does is that we create tools for creators to enable their creative sovereignty in Web3. And so what that means is, we have tools to deploy smart contracts, to mint NFTs on those contracts. We also have different tools that allow them to sell independently on their own websites, and also like really create really unique experiences for the NFTs, such as taking NFTs, converting them to actual physical goods, and even redeeming NFTs for like tickets for live events. So what I'm going to go through here today in our demo is a quick rundown of Manifold Studio. And so I'll share my screen. And so this is one of our flagship products that a lot of artists and creators use to mint NFTs. And we're just going to go through an actual live deployment of deploying a contract and minting an NFT on that contract itself. So if you want to, do you guys see my screen?
I cannot see your screen, Richard.
It says I don't have permissions on this app to do so. Give me 1 second. Fix this.
No problem. No problem. Excited to have you here, Richard. Ellen, we've got a lot of comments in the chat about looking like a CryptoPunk. I think Ellen.
I love when we got punks who like stick to their, to the look, like their like we got Cryptonova and we got Richard here.
I will be right back. It says I got to reopen my Chrome browser.
Hey, no problem. Yeah. So while we're waiting for Richard, I can definitely speak to sort of what Manifold has really done for the entire like Web3 NFT space. They give away a lot of different capabilities and tools for people to use, and they've done a lot of educating in this space. So, if you look at, for instance, as we've had a lot of NFT artists come into the space and they want to figure out how to mint their first NFT, they've done it to standard. And I think that's some of what we're going to see with Richard, is that they are basically going to give people the tools necessary to build these NFTs that are to standard for the industry and give the right necessary provenance and things like that. Are you good to go, Richard?
Yep. Do you see my screen?
Awesome. Yep.
Yeah.
All right.
All
cool.
right. Thanks, Richard.
All right. So this is one of the tools that we created. It's called Manifold Studio. And if you go to studio.manifold.xyz, it'll be presented with the landing page. And as you can see here, a lot of like very iconic NFTs have been minted through Manifold Studio, including Beeple's Human One Piece that's sold at Christie's. So yeah, there's a lot of features that are part of Manifold Studio, but we're just gonna go through the most basic minting flow of deploying a smart contract and then minting an NFT on that contract. So let's get into it. So what I'm gonna do is I'm gonna connect my wallet here. Take my MetaMask. Where that? There we go. I'm going to sign a transaction to sign in. And here we are. So here's a bunch of other contracts I deployed in the past. But what I'm going to do is I'm going to start a new contract here. And this whole process takes, you can go from nothing to minting an NFT in less than about 5 minutes, which we're going to try to accomplish here. So what I'm going to do here is I'm going to name the contract. Let's call it Cute Cats. And then let's see, put a symbol here. We'll call it cute. We need some ASCII art here. So ASCII art is some text-based art that kind of that goes into the contract, that kind of is your word mark that appears on the contract when people go to view it. So that looks good to me. And so what I'm going to do now is I'm going to deploy this on Rinkeby. So Rinkeby is a test network. It's going to ask me to switch my network. And we do this because, in all of the contracts you deploy, there's always some issue that pops up. So it's always good to test your work before you actually go live on mainnet, because as they say, the blockchain is forever. So what's happening right now is it's taking the parameters that we provided for the contract, submitting it to our server to create the bytecode for the contract that you will submit on to the blockchain itself. So one of the big things about Manifold contracts is that they are completely self-sovereign. And what that means is that the owner or the person deploying this contract has 100% ownership of the contract itself. And so not anyone can take that away from you. All right, so the contract has been compiled. And so now it's asking me to submit the transaction now on MetaMask. So I'm going to click, move that down here. So I'm going to click confirm. And our contract is now deploying. So this should take another minute or two to confirm on the blockchain. So we can actually go see the transaction here. Yep, so it's been submitted. And then once the contract has been verified, what happens is, or once the contract has been deployed, what happens is the source code is verified in Etherscan so that other people who view the contract can verify that the contract is secure, is safe, and everything that they expect. So this is part of the process that the community expects, just to make sure that things are trustworthy. So part of the reason why you want to deploy your own smart contract and have that ownership and sovereignty over it is, once you have your own contract, you have complete control over the creativity and kind of different mechanics that you can evolve around that contract. Compared to deploying something on a shared contract, such as the OpenSea contract, at the end of the day, the provenance always links back to the platform, which in that case would be OpenSea. And so, if you ever wanted to do something off a platform, such as maintaining royalties or remixing your tokens or doing something more innovative with tokens, you're not able to do that because you actually don't have control of the contract itself. Another kind of interesting feature of Manifold contracts is that we have this concept of extensions. And what extensions do is that they allow you to supercharge your contract and create very innovative and unique NFT experiences, which, such as examples of that are things like creating fully on-chain art. You can do batch minting for saving gas fees with NFTs. We have this idea of claim pages, which allows collectors to receive free NFTs from you based on if you've collected their past NFTs and so forth. All right, so it's verifying the contract right now. So this should just take another second or two. And actually, if you go on to Rinkeby, and you can see that this transaction has completed, you can go into it. And then we can actually see here is the contract itself. And another thing too, Manifold, is that all the tools that we create are free for creators too. This should take another second. It usually doesn't take this long, but let's see. As well, this is going. I guess I can show one of our tools that we use that we're pretty proud of. So this is called the Manifold Merch Bridge, and what it does, it allows you to create Shopify gated, NFT gated storefronts in Shopify, so that you can take your NFT and redeem merch based on if you hold a token, and you can actually do it based on if you hold like a certain trade of a token too. So for example, here. In one campaign we were able to we sold white cool cat hats to only cool cats that had that specific attribute for their trade. This product has been used by, different collections such as Doodles and Adam Bomb Squad. And so what it really does, it really allows you to create these like really engaging NFT experiences where you can link real world merch to your NFTs. Oh, there you go. All right, so our contract has been deployed. So we can actually go back to the contract itself. And then the next step is to mint a token on this contract. So what we'll do is we'll click mint token. Click that there. I have a cool picture of a cute cat here. We can put it in here. There we go. That's really cute cat. Okay. And we'll add a property here, called text, cuteness. Very cute. Okay. And then we're going to mint this to Rinkeby, and we're going to drink it to myself. And then there we go. And so once this is done, that will complete the full kind of cycle of deploying a contract and minting the NFT on that contract. And then when you want to, when you want to mint it on mainnet, you would just click on go to dashboard and do the whole process again on mainnet. So there you go. The NFT has minted. You can go look at it on OpenSea. All right, so it just might take a second for OpenSea to pick this up. Let's try it on looks rare. No, not yet. So refresh this.
Yeah.
Sure. Well, come on.
So now you're basically showing the NFT showing up on all the other sort of major NFT marketplaces, and Rareable looks rare, obviously OpenSea. So that was really amazing. Thanks, Richard, for showing us that. Like I was saying earlier, I really appreciate everything that Manifold has done in the space to bring people into the space and make it easier for them to do things. And obviously, from a services perspective, where NFTs are going are far more impressive and probably more complex and more innovative. So I definitely think Manifold's going to be leading that charge in a lot of ways. So thank you again, Richard, for showing us everything about what Manifold is doing.
Yeah.
Thanks, Richard, for that really cute cat.
Yeah.
Look at it live on Rareable. It's so cute. We love the cats. Thank you so much, Richard.
Thanks for having me.
All right, let's bring up Federico from NFT Studios. Hello, Federico.
Hello. Can you hear me?
Yes, we can.
How you doing?
Good. Go ahead and take it away, Federico.
Okay, let me know if you can see my screen. Can you?
Not yet. Now we can. Go ahead, Federico.
Perfect. Thank you for having me. My name is Federico, and I'm co-founder and COO of NFT Studios. Basically, in NFT Studios, what we do is we are a group of companies. We have our own portfolio of NFT products, and we provide technology solutions for brands, artists, and communities. Basically, we develop Web3 tools, applications, products, and experiences for a wide range of clients. So we have a team of more than 80 people, 11 countries, multinational team, and more than 50 years of combined experience in the blockchain industry from the founding team. But if I have to summarize what we do, basically it's we push the boundaries of Web3 technology. We build the metaverse, and we call it one block at a time. That's our slogan. So we do this not only by building our own products, by also empowering creators, brands, communities to join the ecosystem. And we've been here since the beginning, 2018. And on all this time, we were building groundbreaking projects on the NFT space. And not only with our own projects or collaborations with brands, we always build for the long term. We believe that the future is decentralized, and we are here to build it. So what we do exactly in our services, mainly we help companies bridge the gap between Web 2 and Web 3 by developing innovative Web 3 technology solutions and adapt to their specific needs and goals. But technology doesn't do the trick by itself. We also help them create value for the clients and their audiences. And to achieve that, we help them define an NFT strategy and an effective roadmap to meet those goals. Apart from that, we also help the brands to have a digital presence in the space by developing full experiences across multiple metaverses. And for some of our clients, we also create custom decentralized apps to allow them to engage with their audiences in a more seamless way. Here are some of our clients, partners, collaborators that we build all along this time. And I bring some cases, success cases that you may know about. The first one, it's Tom Sachs Rocket Factory. Legendary American contemporary artist, Tom Sachs. And we helped him and his team to create a project that it was not only a collection of NFT artwork, but a whole interactive journey for his community. The idea was to create a collection of 3,000 NFT rocket components with unique design and varieties on rarity levels. And by combining those rocket parts, collector could assemble up to 1,000 custom rockets with branded components. So the challenge here was that for this rocket creation required a kind of a new technology that was never seen before in the space, that we name it composable NFTs. That technology allows users to combine different NFTs to create a new one. And basically this takes the process of creation to a whole new level. And the idea is that these allow brands to create value through the tokenization in new ways to adapt better to their needs for the audiences. And as you know, the Tom Sachs project was a huge success, and we keep building the next steps, so stay tuned, more news soon. Apart from that, our other success case was Hack the Royals. We partnered with the digital artist Hackatao and Sotheby's to create a unique avatar project called Queens and Kings. And the goal here was to include the community in the process of creation, right? This was a new take on the PFP genre, where we allow users to create their own custom avatars with a gamification aspect. We gave users a level of customization and flexibility that was never seen before in the space. And we gave the community full control in the creation of their NFT avatars. So literally the idea was that they can become the artists themselves. In this case, again, community loved it, and the project keeps growing every day. So there's also new launches coming up. And the third case that I want to bring today is the time pieces. We partnered with Time Magazine to create the launch of their first NFT drop called Timepieces, and the collection featured around 4,600 NFT artworks made by 40 artists all around the world. And this project is an example of how we help huge corporations to enter the Web3 space. It was a full custom situation, strategy, everything, and we built this from ground up. Smart contracts, website development, marketplace integration, you name it. Was a huge, long experience, beautiful, and it was a huge success for Time, and it was also very well received on the Web3 community. So here, the fourth case, it's Voxel Architects, which is one of our own brands. This one is in our portfolio of own companies inside NFT Studios. And Voxel Architects takes charge of creating metaverse native experiences for different clients. That includes 3D building in full detail and amazing architectural structure inside these digital works, custom gamification experiences, and integration of many Web 2 and Web 3 services in the metaverse, like, for example, payment system, live streaming, chat platforms. So, for example, in one case, this allows us to create a shop where people can actually buy not only the physical pieces, but also the wearables directly from the metaverse inside the digital world. And here are some cases just to bring out an idea of how the spectrum of Voxel Architect, what can do. We build more than 100 buildings in different digital worlds in all this time. And through this, we help brands interact with their audiences in more engaging ways. And yeah, basically NFT Studios has a clear goal of continue supporting companies and communities and creators to join the Web3 space and help them build the metaverse.
Amazing. Thank you so much, Federico. That was a great presentation. A lot of fans of the Tom Sachs Rocket Factory. So eager to hear what you have coming up there, but really appreciate your time today and look forward to what you're building next.
Thank you so much. Thank you for having me.
Thank you. All right. Up next, we have the team from Women in Weapons. All right. Welcome, Jake and Sara. How are you doing today?
Wonderful.
So good. How are you?
I'm doing so great. Let's have y'all take it away.
Sure. So hello and good morning, everybody. My name is Sara Baumann. I am the artist, creator, and co-founder of Women in Weapons. This is Jake. He's our brilliant co-founder who runs operations and strategy behind Women in Weapons.
Thank you all so much. We're extremely grateful to be here. Today, we're going to be talking about our business, where we came from, where we are, and where we're headed.
And next slide, please. So our mission at Women in Weapons is to highlight the intrinsic power in women, build the most significant global and diverse community in Web3. And the most exciting aspect of this is that we are well on our way to accomplishing this mission. Next slide. So Women in Weapons is a jarring and memorable name. We are different. So our Women in Weapons collection utilizes symbols of our ideas, creativity, intelligence, bravery. These are our weapons that we as women carry into our everyday lives. Women in Weapons was inspired by two things. One, mid-century advertising where women were often viewed as less powerful. I chose to flip that script and portray these women as powerful. Two, the powerful imagery of Rosie the Riveter. I wanted to create something where every woman, through generative art, could have their own individual Rosie the Riveter that they could see themselves in and feel empowered by. Next slide, please. So one really exciting thing, I want to share with you guys the power of NFTs. My entire life, all I've ever dreamt of was being a women weapons holder, was being a full-time artist. I instead got my master's degree in occupational therapy and worked in the hospital for 5 years. During that time, I was always working on and selling my artwork on the side. However, by leveraging the power of NFTs in a new global marketplace, in a matter of months, I was able to transition from being a full-time occupational therapist in the hospital to being a full-time artist, pursuing my dream and building a multi-million-dollar brand and business. Next slide, please. And though we may be a young business, we are building fast with impact. So in August of 2021, I painted my 10-piece squash painted collection, which was minted on the blockchain as I was learning about the NFT space. Shortly thereafter, Gary Vaynerchuk actually became my very first NFT collector, collecting 3 of those art pieces and showing them to the world, which allowed the rest of them to sell out in 45 seconds. Following that, myself and Jake had the opportunity to assemble an absolutely magnificent team of individuals who helped us create and mint our 10,000 piece collection that many of you are familiar with now. This sold out in 4 hours, generating $2 million in a single day. Since that time, we've had an incredible opportunity to work with several amazing brands such as Tinder, being a partner with Coinbase, attending and speaking at VCon, creating the custom artwork for Consensus by CoinDesk, being able to speak at Brilliant Minds Conference alongside Gary Vaynerchuk. And one of the most exciting things was our Season 2 collection, which launched last month. And we're going to touch on that one a little bit more coming up here soon. Next slide, please.
So our community and prominent supporters. In less than a year, we've built an amazing community with dedicated fans, and I'm seeing a ton of them in the comments now, that continues to grow rapidly. We now have 12,710 individual holders of Women in Weapons NFTs across all of our collections. We've been blessed to have the support of prominent individuals who align with our brand and ethos. One awesome example is Lisa Bilyeu, pictured here, who is the embodiment of a Women in Weapons. And she has organically amplified our message to her hundreds of thousands of like-minded followers and had Sara on her Women of Impact show to spread our message and help bring more women into what we believe is one of the biggest opportunities in decades. Next slide, please. So Women in Weapons collections thus far. We have Sara's hand-painted one-of-one Genesis collection, which has got a little bit out of the price point for most people. So we came out with our Season 1 collection that changed our lives, sold out in 4 hours, and launched our brand in a way that we couldn't have imagined. It will also continue to have the lion's share of perks as we move forward. And finally, our most recent edition, Season 2, which we are extremely excited about. As we said earlier, we want to build the most significant, global, and diverse community in Web3. Season 2 helped us accomplish that by bringing in more than our 100,000 plus fans and followers across social platforms and turning them into active participants and owners of our brand at an inclusive price point. What gets us fired up about Season 2 is that with it, we've begun to build a narrative and world for our NFTs so that they can become more than just tokens on a blockchain. Next slide, please.
All right, you guys. So we may have been born on the blockchain, but we are going far beyond NFTs. We're working on building out our meaningful IP and epic storytelling, partnerships, women in weapons provisions, and women in weapons gaming. So we have a lot of really interesting things that we're working on, but two of the things that I am most excited about is bringing my characters to life. So avenues that we're intending to take are comic books, animations, TV series, and more. We are already exploring these avenues. Number two is going to be partnerships, partnering with incredible brands, both large and small, to be able to bring collectibles, products, and amazing experiences to our dedicated fans, many of which you're seeing in the comments right now, which, by the way, you guys are absolutely giving me life, sending you so much love. Next slide, please.
So speaking of partnering with incredible brands, here are some of the phenomenal partners that we've been blessed to work with in our short time. From artwork, partner collections, products, to experiences, we've accomplished a lot. One of our favorite partnerships thus far has been our partnership with VCon. We got to have Sara speak on a stage to an enormous audience and be one of only 8 NFT collections that were invited to participate in NFT Land activation, where we showcased our mid-century badass aesthetic and had a living room blast from the past that saw lines wrapped around the corner every single day that we were there. It was truly special to be a part of. Next slide, please. So this slide is really exciting because we made the decision to give away the underlying IP of the art of our NFTs to our community so that they could become owners and amplifying the Women in Weapons brand and creating their own. Look at the amazing real life products that our talented community members were able to create. What is fascinating is the ability to collaborate on a deeper level with individuals and brands alike to bring to life meaningful products and help each other achieve our goals where everybody wins. For example, on the right, you see Shuriken Power by BPI Sports. We absolutely love them. And we're working to help on expanding their line of powerful women-focused supplements that just don't really exist. And they have been a walking brand ambassador to their 500,000+ followers. Next slide, please.
So this is one that I'm not going to touch on too in depth, but I do want to share with you guys some of the areas that you can check out to learn a little bit more about us, like my interview with Isabelle, our International Women's Day video, and my DNA interview with Gary Vaynerchuk. Some of these materials will be provided to you following this presentation, and this will allow you to get to know us on a little bit deeper level. Next slide, please. So finally, wrapping up, we just want to tell you all thank you so much for taking the time to listen. Thank you for all the wonderful comments. I hope you guys know that this is just like filling our hearts so much. We also want you all to know that our doors are always open to you, and we are always happy to get the opportunity to speak with you all. So please utilize our handles and our emails down below.
Thanks so much, everybody. Super grateful to be here, and we really love you all. Thanks so much for giving us the time.
That was amazing. Obviously, the community loves you, just like nonstop the entire session. One question I saw come in, and I don't know if you can give away the alpha, but somebody asked, how many seasons will there be?
Oh, geez. That is an excellent collection. I will tell you this much. We view ourselves much like Disney or Marvel, and we have Sparky Studios, which is the umbrella company to Women in Weapons. And while there may not be additional Women in Weapons seasons that come from Sara, we may have some umbrella products and really awesome IP that comes out from us. So that will play a hand in.
But that's a good question. Way to keep us on our toes, you guys.
Great question.
I love it. All right. Well, thank you so much, Jake and Sara. That was incredible. Great to hear from you. Like the crowd said, great energy today. And we look forward to what's next.
Thanks you guys so much. Thank you for the opportunity.
Have a wonderful day, guys.
See you next time. All right. And let's bring up Preston Wu from Tafi. Hi, Preston. How's it going?
Hi, Katrina. I'm doing great. How about yourself?
Very good. Very good. Let's have you take it away.
Sure. So a little bit about myself. I'm Preston. I'm the Chief Strategy Officer and Chief Financial Officer for a company called Tafi, or DAZ 3D. We have a couple different brands. First, before I get started, just want to say super excited to be here. We're huge fans of all things Vayner. We love partners. We love collaborations. So just wanted to say we're all about advancing the ecosystem and advancing the space. So super excited to be here. A little bit about our company. We're known as DAZ and Tafi. We have a couple different brands. We've actually been around for about 20 years. So we consider ourselves OGs in the 3D and art and content space. We have about 100+ employees. We're headquartered in Salt Lake City. We have offices in Vancouver, Seattle, a couple of different areas as well. And so We've been part of the community from our perspective from Web 1.0, Web 2.0, and now Web 3.0. So we're super excited to bring our partners, our brand partners, our tech partners along with us, and to make new friends in this space as well. Yeah, so as Joel just mentioned, I'm wearing, we partner with everyone from existing avatar collections like the Artifact Clone X Snapchat filter I'm wearing right now. This is my reptile. But this actually would be a good opportunity. We have a quick video just to highlight some of our key brand partners, if you don't mind sharing that. Great, thank you so much. And I'll just I have a presentation, but happy just to talk through a few other things in the next few minutes. So that was just an example of some of the partners from everywhere from CPG to apparel to entertainment brands. We showcased our partnership with Coca-Cola. We did a loot box last year that at the time was the #1 selling NFT on OpenSea for a 1-of-1. We did a partnership with Champion, so you saw some of that Champion apparel. We do things with Champion, everything from things in the metaverse, from Decentraland to Samsung Galaxy wearables to NFTs. And you saw a little bit about our work with Batman. So we partnered with both DC Comics and Palm NFT Studio to bring that NFT activation to life. We're known really for three things as a kind of an OG creative studio. We're known for our tech. And so we have a lot of very strong tech in terms of everything from software. We build in our system. And once we build in our system, we make it interoperable into all the different major 3D file formats. So if you think about everything from Max, Maya, Blender, Cinema 4D, all the major 3D file formats, it also works in Unreal and Unity. And so you'll see our content in everything from Roblox to all the Samsung Galaxy devices to Unity games and Unreal games and just all sorts of activity there. So that's one of the things we're well known for is our strong interoperable tech. The other thing I would say we're known for is our vibrant creator community. And this is one of our superpowers in my mind, is that we have creators in-house. So we have artists, 3D artists, we have devs, but we also have the power of our community. And so we have thousands of creators that we can draw from. So for example, when one of our brand partners a little while ago came to us, Estee Lauder, and they said, hey, we want some really cool, really great digital makeup to put on some NFT avatars. We called upon some of the creators in the space, and so we know from our community that weren't employees of ours, but we have access to them given who we are and what we do. And the third thing I would say is that we are trusted hands. So we've been around for a while. We've been around for 20 years, and we're going to be around for the next 200 years, in my opinion. So we really care about our reputation. We really care about quality. We really want to make sure that people and companies that we partner with feel that they got a good experience with us, and we will go above and beyond to make that happen. And so someone just commented that I did remove my face filter. This is one of the applications when we talk about interoperable tech. We build in our system and we can export it to all the major 3D file formats, including snap filters. So I showcased, here's one of my Artifact Clone X. They were a partner of ours. Here's another one, and I can go on and on about that. This was like one of the top face filters on Snapchat for several weeks when we did the Batman Cowl collection. So if that's interesting to people, we can do that in all different ways as well. If we have by presentation, we can pull it up, or I can share it too. I can screen share it as well.
Yeah, why don't you go ahead and share it, Preston?
Perfect. I'll do that right now.
People are really excited to see how easily you can switch between those filters. It's pretty incredible.
So yeah, no, we can do that with all sorts of different applications. And Unreal, that one's a Snapchat filter. You know, if you're a VTuber, we can do it all sorts of different ways. So I'm just sharing my screen now. Let's see, full screen mode.
Somebody said, can't wait to be my mutant in the metaverse. Somebody else said, I love AR filters, AR/filters. Love the Clone X, very cool. We got some fire emojis, some clap hands.
Awesome. Yeah, and so I'll be brief. So I'm sharing my screen now. I don't know if it's actually coming up.
I don't have your screen, Preston.
Oh,
there we go. Amazing. Go ahead.
Yeah, so, and I'll be brief on this. So we have partners with everyone from apparel to CPG to the different marketplaces. We do everything, and here's just a couple of slides on us. We have avatars across the different metaverses. We have content, and I think I mentioned it in Roblox, in VR chat, in Decentraland, in Zepeto, just like all sorts of different places, and all the Samsung Galaxy phones. So if you think of your Memoji on the Apple phone, all the Galaxy, that's over 1 billion Samsung devices, we provide the avatars and avatar content for that, including the branded content. So you can put on a Batman outfit or a champion hoodie with your avatar in the Samsung, if you have a Samsung device. We also have avatar SDKs. And what that means is if you are looking for an avatar or character creator and you want to swap out different skins and content and weapons and things like that, you can integrate our avatar engine in your game, in your app, as a white label solution. We do it a few different ways, but that seems to be the most powerful and the most interesting way for different metaverses to leverage, you know, rather than create their own avatar creator and bring in and create a bunch of different content for it. We can use our off-the-shelf solution, or we can customize it for you too as well. And so we have our DAZ community. This is our DAZ software. Once you build in our software in 3D, it takes minutes to make some beautiful characters and content and settings, as opposed to taking maybe hours, weeks, months in different solutions. And what our claim to fame is, we make it interoperable. So you build it in our system, you can export it to Unreal Game Engine, Unity Game Engine, Maximize Blender, all the different 3D file formats, which we haven't seen before, and we think is a pretty powerful functionality. The last thing I will just mention, while I have just one more minute, is we are very active in the NFT and Web3 space. And if you want to partner with us, either from a total white glove bespoke end-to-end, we can help with tactics, strategy. We write our own smart contracts. We can do the marketing. We can do the different mint mechanics. We're on almost every marketplace. So I think even this past couple of weeks, we launched on a couple different marketplaces, including GameStop, actually, which they had a beta this week. But so we're kind of partners with all the different marketplaces. We help with the art creation. We help with the generative tech. We created over 200,000. We rendered over 200,000 cowls for DC Comics for the Batman collection. And we also did that in under 6 weeks from end to end as well, from the art creation to the generative tech, things like that with Palm NFT Studio and DC Comics. So we're super excited to be in the space. We love everyone in it. We love to partner. And we're available anytime to chat. So that's kind of it. And we love all things Vayner too. So really appreciate the opportunity to be here today.
Thank you so much, Preston. And what's the best way for folks to get in touch with you?
Any type of social media, like my email, my LinkedIn, my Twitter, anything like that, or just Preston at maketafi.com as well, my email as well. So really, really excited for this and can't wait to see how the space evolves in the next couple of years as well.
Thank you so much, Preston. We got a comment. You are bringing the heat. Great work today. So happy to have you and look forward to what's next.
Great. Thank you so much.
Thank you. All right. Up next, we have our team from 1:37 p.m. Key. Let's bring on Ryan. Hi, Ryan.
Hey, how are you doing, Katrina?
Good. How are you? Great to have you.
Thank you so much for having me today.
Of course. All right, Ryan, go ahead and take it away.
Awesome. Hey guys, my name is Ryan Harwood. I'm the CEO of Gallery Media Group. We're part of the VaynerX family. We're the publishing and influencer arm. One of our media publications, 1:37 p.m., is embarking on an exciting, ambitious NFT project in the Web3 space that is going to allow brands to have a seamless way to dip their toe in the water in the Web3 NFT space through a publishing platform. So I'm really excited to share this for the next 10 minutes. I am going to share my screen here. Okay. Ooh, it is making me, I have to give it permission. Give me 1 second.
No problem. We got a lot of fans in the audience. Lots of people giving 1:37 p.m. a shout out, giving Harwood a shout out. Hey, Ryan. We got some fire emojis. 1:37 p.m. Yes. Vayner fam. Really excited. Oh, somebody said,
Hey,
uh-oh.
Katrina, it's making me restart, so I'll be right back.
No problem.
Just Chrome, not the whole computer, so I'll be right back.
Okay, perfect. No problem. Really excited to hear from Ryan and what the team is building. I think it's been an incredible day of folks coming in. So many inspiring presentations. Excited to see what we have coming up next. Alan, how have you been enjoying the day? Alan, I think we got you on mute.
Sorry about that. Put myself on
No
mute.
problem.
Yeah, I really like what we've been seeing. I like that, we saw earlier from Round 21 and IYK about some of the physical NFT related stuff. So looking forward to seeing more of that. Great. We got Ryan back. I'll let you take it over.
Told you it'd be fast. Let me
Nice work. All
now.
right. Is it letting you share screen?
Will you tell me, are you able to see that now?
We got it. Let's go.
Okay, fantastic. Katrina, could you see this now that I'm sharing in slideshow format?
I can see it.
Okay, perfect. So the project we're launching is called the 1:37 p.m. Key. And this is just a placeholder on the art because we have a wildly successful 3D artist working on the art as we speak. This project is launching in September of 2022. And for those of you that are not as familiar with 1:37 p.m., it is our culture media publication. Primary audience is males 18 to 49 years old. And it is a passionate and curious community of creators, gamers, entrepreneurs, disruptors. We're very well known for our consumer NFT content that we publish on the daily, sports cards, streetwear, emerging hip hop artists, esports and gaming. So that is the type of publication that 1:37 p.m. is. And we feel we're very well positioned to be the thoughtful first mover in Web3 publishing. We've sat in the epicenter of a lot of projects in the VaynerX world for the last 2 years, functioning as the marketing and promotional arm, in certain instances helping with the tech as well. So whether it's on the VaynerNFT side, whether it's with Gary and V Friends or Flyfish Club, we've been next to all of these projects for the last 2 years, and we've been writing about all these projects for the last year and a half. So we're very, very excited that we've been thoughtful in how we want to enter the space and do it in a way that actually ties to the publishing platform and not just another NFT project. And the way we really, our POV on the space is having NFTs for your business will be like having a website in 2005 or having social media accounts in 2015. At the end of the day, it's just digital infrastructure. It allows you to get closer to the consumer and remove friction from the process. And when we think about Web 2, the social media platforms, they monetize the audience's time and attention. Whereas when we think about Web 3 publishing, we're looking to reward audiences for their time and fandom. So there's a subtle difference there, which this is when we introduce the 1:37 p.m. Key, again, launching in September. And there's going to be 3 core pieces of utility and access associated with our user base owning the key. One of them is unlocking access to NFT collaborations between the best brands in the world and our favorite artists. That's digital artists, that's musicians, that's athletes, all of our relationships, linking them up for NFT collabs between 137, the artist, and the brand. And we realize that there are some barriers to entry for brands and marketers when it comes to Web3. You know, number one, financial compliance and legal limitations. I'm sure a lot of you that are on this call are like, my CFO will never allow me to open a digital wallet or hold crypto in the next year or 2 years. So we try to remove a lot of that friction. And in this case, with 137's solution with the key, you know, no crypto, no problem. So we're allowing you to authentically provide value to our user base that will own the key without the brand needing to own or hold crypto at any time. Number 2 is funding. It could be expensive to properly launch a brand project from scratch. And what budget does it come from? Because this is a brand new space. So because we're a media company, as a publisher, we're allowing you can use media or content dollars, because you're not only getting the NFT creation, the tech side of it and the design side, you're also getting the content, media, and promotional elements of it that surround the creation of the NFT collaboration with us. And then lastly, expertise. There's obviously a steep learning curve and internal infrastructure needs when launching a Web3 project. So we're saying steal our brains, absorb our industry knowledge and successful track record so that you're able to do this going forward, either on your own or just have more knowledge. Again, 3 different main pillars of utility for the users that will own the 137 PM key. Number 1 is the limited edition NFT collaborations with the best brands in the world and our favorite emerging artists. And these will mainly be free mints or airdrop to key holders unless we can justify a price otherwise. But I don't know if a lot of you guys in the audience know this, but there was a sports card of Dwayne Johnson, The Rock, back in 1994. It was the Bumblebee Tuna University of Miami card. This card currently in the secondary market on eBay trades for $40,000 as a collectible because it's iconic. Well, we think we can replicate that in the NFT space by collabing with other rookie athletes and taking, and obviously I'm giving examples here. These are purely made up examples. These are not things we've done because the project hasn't launched yet. But for example, Ford with Emmanuel quickly in 137 PM, we create the NFT similar fashion to how the sports card was created, where the brand's logo is on that rookie card for the NFT. And then we provide utility if the user does mint this NFT or we airdrop it. So in this case, the utility could be access to live and virtual meet and greet and a Q&A with Emmanuel quickly, as an example. Some other examples here. Crocs. You know, Doodles is a super successful project. They have one of their NFTs is this illustration here. Potentially, you can have Crocs and Doodles and 137 PM. And the utility to this is we create a bunch of merch with this holographic color scheme that the 137 PM key holders and Doodles holders get sent to them. Another example is, let's use Chipotle. Let's partner Chipotle with one of our favorite 3D digital artists in 137. And the utility to this is that if you show in the store that you have this golden burrito, you get a free burrito or bowl when you mint the custom collaboration. Now, you're not only getting them to show that Chipotle understands and knows the space, but you're also getting traffic into the store, which is obviously a KPI of brands as well. And lastly, an example here, 7-Eleven with an NFT artist in 137, where this time the exclusive access to a 7-Eleven lounge at one of the 137 PM events nationwide. So that leads me to the second piece of utility here of the 137 PM key, which is events. By owning the key, you're going to have access to a bevy of private events and digital experiences tied to key cultural moments throughout the year. NBA All-Star, F1 Miami and Vegas, Super Bowl, US Open Tennis, Art Basel, New York Fashion Week, Coachella, Rolling Loud, VCon, NFT.NYC, Point is that by creating one of these collaborations, we can bake into the utility that the brand has either an exclusive event with us at one of these, or its perks and benefits within an existing event by owning one of those NFTs collaborations, such as the 7-Eleven example I gave you before. And these are just a few artist relationships that we have that we're excited to approach and activate, and some of these that we think would do a great job working with brands. And then lastly, this is our biggest differentiator when I say really tying it into the Web3 publishing space. We are launching a consume to earn ecosystem by owning the key. And what I mean by that is users are going to have the ability to go on our 137pm.com website, connect your digital wallet, and once you're connected, you're going to be able to participate in a consume to earn ecosystem where the more content you consume and share or contribute, the more you're going to earn from us in a lot of different ways. That could be events, that could be NFT collaborations, that could be merch, there could be a lot of things ad hoc based on how engaged you are in the community of the consume to earn ecosystem. And you're going to gain points for different activities, watching videos, sharing articles, attending an event, et cetera, et cetera. So really tying it into the publishing platform was a key component of this to make sure that we were doing something first to market and new in the space that wasn't just another NFT collab. We're going to have a lot of elements to support the brand partnerships as well. We obviously have a whole content and media engine at the VaynerX level, but even at Gallery Media Group in 137, we're going to activate the 137 PM key community in Discord, Twitter, Instagram. We're going to have continuous editorial and content output, word of mouth, talent and influencer partnerships, and of course, brand participation, building community and buzz. So we're going to do everything right leading up to the drop. And we're basically at this moment in market looking for launch partners, because our goal here is to turn around weeks later after our whole user base mints the key. It's going to be a free mint. So we're going to have a very large user base. And right after that, we want to surprise and delight them with something that's epic from certain brands. So the reason why I'm presenting today pre-launch is because we're in the market right now talking to certain brands about launch partnerships, being first to market. And the way we think it's going to be highly successful is continued experimentation, constant innovation, ensuring you don't just rinse and repeat what you've seen in the market, tap our community to build yours through goodwill and engagement, and then transparency and sincerity. Beat Web3 consumer skepticism with an open and authentic partnership with an established player like 137 PM in the space.
Thank you so much for all of these potential examples, Ryan. Really appreciate it and looking forward to hear how this develops going forward. Thanks for being here today. And up next, we've got Roxy and Joe from Infinite Objects. Welcome.
Hi, thank you so much for having us.
Of course. Why don't y'all go ahead and take it away?
Absolutely. 1 second here. How's it going, everyone? Can you see my screen?
Not yet. Now we can. Go ahead, Joe and Roxy.
Thank you, Katrina.
Yeah, so I'm Joe. I'm the founder and CEO here at Infinite Objects.
And I'm Roxy Fata, COO.
And yeah, we're very excited to tell you about our product line and all the different offerings we're bringing to the NFT and Web3 community. We'll start with some background.
If you're not familiar with our product, this is what we're known for, kind of the de facto video print and display in the space. Our products are immutable, they're permanently flashed, and we work with a ton of NFT artists to bring their work into the real world. The objects have no buttons, apps, or connectivity at all, so they become these sculptural pieces. I have one here that's very customized. But yeah, it's really about bringing physicality to digital content.
We've been a company for about 4 years now, but really jumped into NFTs with our first collaboration with Beeple back in 2020, his second NFT drop actually on Nifty Gateway. And you know, the immutability, the permanence of our product really lends itself beautifully to NFTs as a content type. We really feel like NFTs shouldn't just be something that you have to open a browser or an app on your phone to look at. And our product really gives you this opportunity to bring it into your personal space. We've partnered with some incredible folks like the NBA, like I said, Steve Beeple, Steve Aoki, Thank You X, so many of the biggest creators in the space. And it's been a really wild ride in terms of being really the first to market NFT display, but keeping a very unique take on the idea of physicalizing digital content.
Here are examples of some of the partnerships Joe was talking about. We've worked with Artifact as well, Stoner Cats, Dapper, Vex. Artists are really doing a great job at creating these really custom, beautiful pieces to accompany the NFT. The physical will never replace the asset on chain, but it's a way to enjoy that art now that we're moving out of the speculative nature of the early days of NFTs. People are buying content that they really love. We want them to be able to show them off in their homes, create more visibility for the artists, and really have a way of collecting the NFTs in real life as well. It's a little hard to remember with all the people that we speak to in this space, but NFTs are new. Web3 technology is our future, but a lot of people don't know about it. So the next tens of millions of collectors don't really understand the blockchain today. And we're really excited about how our product, both the hardware itself and the software that powers everything and the integrations, really help bring NFTs into everyday life and make people understand and be exposed to the technology that will be their future.
So this is an image of the backside of one of our authenticated NFT prints. And this is really one of our unique elements to our product, in that we are taking blockchain provenance and embedding it permanently in every object that is an NFT, that represents an NFT. You know, obviously the NFT itself will always live on chain, like Roxy said, but when you are purchasing an authenticated physical from infinite objects, your object is always tied to the token on chain. And that's this unique serial identifier. It's not only storing a link to that NFT, but it's also recording who you are as the authenticated owner and lets you see the history of that token. And again, is permanently embedded in the object itself. When we talk about this idea of an authenticated NFT video print, we actually, on our website on infiniteobjects.com today, you are able to authenticate your ownership of NBA Top Shot moments through Dapper Wallet and Flow, and Ethereum ERC 721 and 1155 NFTs on mainnet. So it's very exciting to be able to integrate MetaMask, to be able to integrate Dapper Wallet, and help owners of those NFTs really create authentic physicals that have this provenance, that is something that only they can own because they own that NFT in their wallet. The print button widget is something that we are launching next month. Is a very exciting opportunity for any NFT platform, any NFT marketplace, and honestly, any website or app hosting video to offer video prints to their collectors, to their audience. This is an API endpoint that allows you to embed a print button, and that button then lets you select a SKU. This is brandable, co-brandable, and creates revenue opportunities for both the market as well as the IP owner of whatever content is being printed.
We're also working on, for the end of year, our own marketplace. It will be a physical first marketplace where every digital asset will come with a video print. We've been speaking to major IP holders for over a year now, and they want to really meaningfully come into the space and tap into the fan base that they already have. And the best way to do that is to make it more understandable. We're really bringing down the barriers, want to make the space more inclusive. We'll have capsule collections so we can reach a wide breadth of different types of audiences who are interested in different content made by different types of talent. And we're really excited to get this launched later in the year. Something that's been important to us too is our first drop in ourselves. We've worked almost 18 months now with different NFT creators, and it was important to create an end-to-end experience for ourselves. It's something that partners want from us. And so we're very proud to have launched our very own NFT membership. It comes with a ton of perks. We really want the holders of this NFT to help guide our way forward. You can see that you'll have curatorial voting. We're also working on animating PFP projects. You can see examples of a mutant ape and a punk there that have been animated. This offering will be available to holders of our membership. You'll also get a monthly $100 gift card till the end of the year that's token gated. And of course, the beautiful art that was made by Frank Gazzone, who's been one of our most popular artists to date. We wanted to make it really meaningful. Joe, I'll let you speak a little bit about the background as well.
On our membership NFT, there are still some editions available. Please go check it out. We're really excited to be offering this to the Web3 community. And these are ERC 721 NFTs. They're extremely exciting, in terms of participation and inclusion in Infinite Objects and in our roadmap going forward. Thank you guys so much for your time.
Amazing job, Joe and Roxy. That was great. A lot of folks who are looking forward to getting these in their homes, it looks like. So thanks for being here and showing us the potential of the metaverse and NFTs becoming physical objects in our homes. All right. Thanks so much, y'all. Up next, we have Lin Dai from OneOf. Hello, Lin. How are you?
Hi. How's everyone doing?
Really good. I'm so excited to have you. We just wrapped our creative and dev section for the day, and now we're hopping into our marketplace section. So Lin, why don't you go ahead and take it away?
Yeah. Can everyone see my screen?
We don't have it yet. Let's see. There we go.
There you go. Great. Yeah, I'd love to share a little bit more about OneOf.com. So we are a NFT marketplace and Web3 company. So the goal for the company is to be the mass consumer Web3 company. So always the mission is not so much about how do we cater to the current, 1 million or so savvy NFT collectors, but really how do we use the power of this technology to bring the next 100 million non-crypto native users into this amazing world of blockchain and Web3. So this is, we achieve that through kind of the common shared passion points of music, sports, and lifestyle. So the company is co-founded by the legendary Quincy Jones. We're a technology company. Technology is our DNA, but really being able to share culture is our specialty. So on the technology side, we provide a whole series of optimizations against some of the current NFT standards. So first of all, we mint on multiple proof of stake blockchains. So we currently support Tezos and Polygon. And in the future, later this year, we'll be announcing more support for additional proof of stake blockchains. So utilizing these blockchains and our special minting method called Power Mint smart contract that we develop on top of these Tezos and Polygon, we achieve over 2 million times more energy efficiency than minting on Ethereum mainnet. And reduce the minting cost essentially to less than a penny per NFT. So that really opens up a whole world of opportunities when we're working with some of the world's biggest musicians and athletes who, number one, care about environmental sustainability, but also to care about offering NFTs to all of their fans, not just their richest fans. So we built also an interface layer on OneOf.com that is a no crypto knowledge needed interface. So if you never opened a MetaMask wallet before, no problem. You can sign up with the email and phone number and buy your first NFT with a credit card in under 2 minutes. I tested this on my mom. It took her about 6 minutes. I still call that a win. So we are really proud to be one of the most culturally diverse platforms out there. The industry standard is about 95% of the NFTs creators are not minorities. About 80% of the one-of NFTs that we curate are from female or minority artists. We're really proud of that. All these combination of factors and the credibility, with Quincy as the co-founder, it really landed us in a place where we became the guardian of iconic IPs for some of the world's top musicians, athletes, and brands. So here's the interface. As you can see, I welcome everyone to go check out oneup.com. It looks more like an entertainment site and less like a quote unquote crypto site. Sign up is only a couple of steps, and you get right into the experience with or without any crypto knowledge. And here are some of the artists, athletes, and brand partners we have. So we are the official NFT partner for the Grammys. And we're the preferred NFT partner for Warner Music Group, with the only platform that actually have deals at the label level with all three majors, Warner, Sony, and Universal. Our first artist we launched is Doja Cat, the top female artist in the world right now. We're really excited to actually coming up in 2 weeks on July 26th. We're dropping the first ever collection for the Notorious B.I.G. Super exciting. If you're interested, go check out biggiecollection.com. We have received over 100,000 allowed list requests, which is kind of insane. We work with everyone from Wayne Gretzky to Muhammad Ali on the sports side, Duke basketball, and the list goes on and on. And what we really think the next potential explosion in the space is really brands. Our lifestyle segment is really catered towards helping some of the world's most iconic brands getting into this space. When we are, in partnership with Vayner, we speak to a lot of these brands, and a lot of these brands, the feedback is they want to make sure when they execute an NFT program, every one of their consumers, current audience consumers, can participate, not just their tech savvy or crypto savvy consumers. So, on the higher end, high-end luxury brands, we work with everyone from Maybach to Wynn, to McLaren and beyond, and we have an exciting collaboration with American Express that will be announced in a couple of weeks. And on the mass consumer brand, we announced a global partnership as the NFT tech partner for Anheuser-Busch globally, which is really exciting, and looking forward to launch a lot of campaigns. Started with really fun campaign with Michelob, and for the NBA Finals, that was really fun. So we think with the power of brands, we'll be able to really kind of accelerate and bring, the next 100 million beer drinkers or Pepsi drinkers or credit card user into the space. And another thing that's really important distinction, although we have our own marketplace, we are distribution agnostic. We take the approach that we want to onboard as many users as possible, and that does not necessarily have to limit on oneup.com. So we partner and do co-collaborations and co-drops and co-listings on some of the biggest NFT marketplace, including Rarible and OpenSea. And also we are the NFT partner for eBay. So the power of eBay with their 160 million buyers and sellers, we think is the key to unlock the next wave of adoption. And we're working very hard to integrate our software with eBay's to make that happen. With that integration, we look to become the largest NFT marketplace by sheer user numbers before end of this year. And here are myself and my co-founders who are both tech and entertainment veterans, specifically Adam Fell, who represented Quincy Jones for the last 19 years. And we're very excited to be in this wave and making it happen and bring this amazing technology to the mass consumer. Thank you.
Amazing. Thank you so much, Lin. Great presentation. A lot of folks in the chat saying that OneOf is so easy to use. It's their favorite platform. Really excited about the partnerships that you have. So really good to hear from y'all today.
Thank you.
All right. Up next, we have David from Super Rare. Welcome, David.
Hey, how's it going?
Doing great. How are you doing?
I'm good. Excited to talk about Super Rare and the amazing community and platform we've built out.
Amazing. Why don't you take it away, David?
Awesome. Well, yeah. So, hey, I'm David. I'm head of partnerships at Super Rare. So my goal, I joined the space early 2021. I came from the management consulting side. And really what we built here at Super Rare is a way to democratize art curation and empower creators across the globe. So we're built on the Ethereum blockchain. We've been around since 2018. It took last year, it took a couple of years to get things going, but we did over 207 million in sales, and we just focused on curating the best creators, so artists of all digital realms, whether it's music, fashion, film, and now we're getting into brands. The way we're talking about it is we are the future of art and culture, where those two align. So what sets us apart, there's three things. Scarcity. So everything on Super Rare is a one of one. So what that means is there is not an edition, open editions or limited editions. So we're creating digital scarcity is what we say. Curation is key. So if you go to some of the other platforms, there might be a ton of content. There's a lot of fraud going on. What we did is we decided we're going to help gear the users and ensure that what they are buying and what they are looking at is in fact who they say they are and real. So what that also does is that we do provenance. So the idea is that all minting is on chain and recorded, and the creator or brand themselves are the ones that are minting and using their own smart contract. So the idea is that we made it to where an artist, whether it's Jim Carrey or somebody in Malaysia, it's as easy as uploading a photo. They can take a picture of their work or what they're creating on Photoshop or one of the platforms to make the minting process easy. The idea is that we know exactly where it came from. We can follow the provenance of who bought it, what the bids are. So all the auctions are on chain, meaning that it is done on chain. You can't second guess or fluff the numbers of what your number, how many artworks you've sold or how many sales you've had. It's visible to everybody. So there's a couple of things that sets us apart. The primary and secondary market income. So an artist that comes on board, we were the first ones that actually created the royalty system. So think of it now with brands and some of these creators that have now passed, and they aren't receiving, for example, Picasso's estate, they don't get a secondary sale based on their success of what they did. Nowadays, an artist that minted with us in 2018, Xcopy, for example, that might have been for 1 ETH or $100 at the time, just sold last year for $6 million. So that artist received a 10% royalty and will receive that for the life of that NFT. So what's great about this is that the artist is going to receive a 10% royalty for the life of that NFT, as well as we built in a mechanism to where a collector, so if you're an early collector of a emerging artists and you believed in them, they're actually getting a piece of the action too. We decided last year that we're going to make this a community effort. So versus us just being the gatekeepers, we decided that we were going to be a DAO, meaning that anybody can participate via the rare curation tokens. And we'll get into that in a little bit later. But also instant payments. So in the old school or traditional art houses right now, or when typical deals are done with brands and creators, there's a contract in place and you have to settle the books and send an invoice and get paid. Sometimes it takes a long time. We are using the Ethereum blockchain to in smart contracts to have that just instantly be settled. The creator and the collector gets their work and they get paid. So jumping into the DAO, like what is the DAO? So last year, as I said, when we decided to go into the DAO format, what that means is instead of the funds going to our personal or private account, it goes to a community treasury. So the idea of this is that we decided we didn't want to be a museum and be essentially the bottleneck of deciding what is good art. So if we wanted to create and open it up to the community, we realized curation is key. So how can we work with brands and agencies and partners to take what we've done, our playbook, and essentially use our services to build out their platform? So an example, and we'll dive into this, but the idea is that we're showing them what has been successful, why they should onboard their creator, or why they should work with creators in this fashion to curate things that align to what they are creating. So the benefits, like Super Rare Labs, like my job now and everybody at Super Rare Labs, is to make sure that the DAO is successful. So the idea is that we give the platform the white label solution in the form of a space. So, and they are able to curate and create a concept that is in line with like their mission statement, etc. So the idea is that we have a support system or a consultative service to make sure that you're successful and align our PR and marketing and essentially make sure it's a collaborative effort. So what we're seeing is, in a couple of the examples, just to give lights, most recently, Gucci invests in the DAO. So that was a big deal. Like you had a very high end brand that believed in what we were doing. They're going to have their own space. We did a partnership where they curated in collaboration with us artists from our platform, and then they're going to have a space that's going to incorporate their ideas and vision. We also have like a lot of investment funds and ideas that they want to have a space to curate their art collections. And what we're doing is this isn't just like a one-time drop or like let's create content and just it's just to run away. The idea is that how do we tie our platform and our mission and give the digital tools to enable companies that have been successful in the traditional world in other ways that we haven't like had a chance to jump into, but we do understand the blockchain and the value of having everything on chain and let the operators run this independently. So Super Rare, like what makes us like the premier brand is just that provenance is key. We're highly curated and we want to pass this on and allow other brands and creators to curate what they think is best. Quality is over quantity. And then we're non-custodial, meaning we don't ever touch the funds. We give the tools and smart contract technology to our partners and best practices. So yeah, we talked about Gucci. They are onboarding their creators as they imagine what they think is best. We receive a commission for giving the blueprints technology to that. A couple of other partnerships that we've done. Last year we partnered with Porsche. We suggested that they onboard one of their designers. So I think that's a very interesting value prop, is how do you take your employees and people that are behind the scenes and empower them, and you're going to ultimately get marketing out of this. I think that's the key is how do you highlight who is actually behind the concepts? Corvette is in the midst of doing something with us and raising awareness for a very awesome charity. So they're actually bridging a physical car with one of our artists, Exulo. Jim Carrey came to or the team came to us and we helped onboard Jim. And now he's going to be doing a lot of his creations after a successful first launch with us. Beeple and Madonna is another example. I think they raised 300,000 or 400,000 for a couple of great charities. So that's another concept as well, is how do we leverage the power of art to raise awareness or charity funds for certain things. Lastly, Super Rare Labs, like our goal, advisory services, is to make sure whether you're an agency, a brand, a partner, like we want you to be successful. We know there's like the connotation NFTs has gotten a bad rap. We realize the power of this and we're here to just make sure that you are super successful. And if anybody has any questions, or feel free to contact us. And then lastly, we have a gallery right now, a physical storefront gallery in Soho, NYC. We're going to be there through the end of August. We have a new exhibition starting today, curated by Paloma. So feel free to stop through, and if you have any questions, reach out, and we're excited to work with anybody. Thank you.
Amazing. Yeah, thank you so much, David. And I actually walked by the gallery the other day, but it was after hours. And so my friends and I were just sneaking pictures from the windows and trying to guess the artists on the wall. But really excited to see that gallery as I'm walking through like some of the other art galleries in New York.
Well, let's do a collaboration. We have it through the end of August, so excited.
Incredible, great physical space.
Thank you. Thanks for having us.
Yes, thank you so much, David.
Okay.
All right, so let's see. I believe we have Matthias from Ethos up next. Hello, Matthias. Welcome.
How are you?
Doing great. I'm doing great. How are you doing?
Awesome. Yeah, we got some sun here in Vancouver, which like never happens. So it's like a good day out here.
Amazing. Love to hear it. Well, why don't you go ahead and tell us all about Ethos? I will let you take it away.
Perfect. I just went into the presenter mode. Can you see the slides okay?
I can see the slides. I can see the big slide and the little slides on the side.
Oh, you still can. What about now?
Yes.
Oh, let me try something. If that, I'll just go with that.
No problem.
You know what? We'll just roll with that. Here. Screen share. Okay, well, let's go with that then. Cool.
That's no problem. I can see it pretty well, so I think it's okay. If anyone else has trouble, yes, just let us know in the comments. And another thing is this will be recorded, and so if folks need to like zoom in and stuff, we'll get that going. But thank you, Matthias. Take it away.
Perfect. Thanks, Katrina. Yeah, just before I get going, a special thank you to Avery, Alan, Katrina, Leslie, Glow, and everyone at Vayner. Like this has been such a great day so far, and there's just been such good education. And like I gotta shout out Gary too, right? So great intro, and like his point on education, I think is absolutely bang on. So yeah, I think the education has been so great. Yeah, let me get started. So I was chatting with Katrina yesterday, and she said, "Hey, here's some advice. Just like focus and make it very specific and differentiate what is Ethos." So maybe I'll give you this. I give everyone this disclaimer. We're focused on helping brands enter and participate. So if you're a creator or gamer or something like that, the next 10 minutes is probably less interesting. But if you're a brand and you're wondering how can we participate, how can we join and do an NFT project without hiring a bunch of developers, that's who Ethos is. So we've been put on this planet to help brands participate and use this new technology, which we're really excited to talk about. So I'll get into a quick overview. I'll talk about our products and services and that type of stuff. But again, it's really just about, we think that there's a really important piece that's kind of missing. Like there's not a ton of brands participating yet. And we really want to help do that. So everything that I'll chat about will be catered to that. So some background on Ethos. We have a strong background in fintech and Web3. We know things like the CCPA in California and the GDPR in Europe and tax compliance and that type of stuff, but we're also like love geeking out into Web3. So we think we can put those things together to help brands participate safely. We've built a really cool platform that is white labeled and lives on a brand's website. So if you're a brand and you want to do an NFT sale, but you don't want to list it on a busy exchange, we can give you the technology to sell it on your website with your own brand controls and giving you the controls to do that primary sale to a level where your agency or your marketing team is really excited about. We also really believe in adding value into the NFTs. I love projects that are like beautifully designed and that type of stuff, but I think where brands, when brands do NFTs, there's a big opportunity to add a ton of utility. So special access, first in line, maybe promotions and discounts and that type of stuff. Yeah, so we're big into making sure and helping brands add utility to the NFT experience. Fiat and crypto. So when a brand issues an NFT or sells an NFT or gives one away, and specifically sells one, we think it's really important that the experience be super inclusive. So brands will have a subset of their consumers understand crypto, have crypto wallets and that type of thing, but the vast majority of their consumer set likely is like my mom or my aunt and my uncle and that type of thing, where they've probably never used a crypto wallet, they've probably never done that type of thing. So we make it really, really easy to pay with Apple Pay and to pay with credit card, so they can participate and kind of onboard themselves without having to do a bunch of crypto type things. Yeah, so fiat and crypto, we think it can play well together. And we're also very blockchain agnostic. So we've done projects on Ethereum, we've done projects on Flow, and we're working on some projects on some other blockchains. Our position on blockchains isn't let's use this blockchain and only this blockchain. It's what is the brand trying to do? And for some brands, we think a blockchain makes a lot of sense. And for another brand, another blockchain may make a bunch of sense. Our team, really proud of our team. We have a history and background in helping brands utilize new technologies. And we're just really excited to be helping in the Web3 space. We have experience in onboarding consumer brands and going through, important implementations and that type of thing. We also have, the team has a compliance background. So we make sure that we can get through your InfoSec departments and your InfoSec teams if they have questions and making sure that the PII and all those different boxes that your InfoSec team requires, we can check for you. And you can go to your InfoSec team and your broader organization and say, hey, here's a platform that checks these important boxes for us. What do we do? So we have a technology platform that we hand over and we help brands use. So they can issue and sell NFTs, but probably better explained might be through a bit of a story. So we recently did an NFT sale with a shoe company 2 weeks ago, and the shoe company, Love Jewels, had said, hey, I have a subset of my customers, I have a bunch of customers, but a subset are my really, really good customers, and I'd like to do something special for them. And we said, well, it'd be really cool if you did an NFT for them. So he created an NFT that was an image of an iconic kind of like IP that he had from early on in the development of this brand. And they said, why don't we NFT this beautiful image, but let's include utility. Let's make it so that when we sell specific like short run projects or short run products, that this group that buys the NFT gets first in line access to that. Let's also give them a 10% discount when they show up later and they purchase any subsequent product. So if you were their customer and you were in that subset that was one of their big fans, you loved it, right? You're like, hey, I can pay with credit card. I can buy this NFT, and this NFT allows me to not have to worry I'm going to miss the next product release, and it also gives me a discount, and it also gives me special features and benefits. So we created a campaign site. We embedded that campaign site on this brand's website, and their customers were able to land there and easily purchase with Apple Pay or credit card and those types of things, and then get all the rich benefits of having that NFT experience. And I think one of the really cool things we learned from that specific project was most of his customers that bought the NFTs had never bought an NFT before, and it was their first NFT purchase. So they also got that kind of halo effect of like, hey, I brought this person into this great community. Yeah, so we were really, really proud of that one. But yeah, so what do? We help brands enter the NFT space. We make it really easy and inclusive for their customers. The brands don't have to hire a bunch of developers, and then their customers can kind of reap all the benefits and enjoyment of NFTs. you know what's interesting is like brands are using NFTs. We know this, but more broadly, like the things that NFTs can achieve are enhanced versions of things that brands are already doing, right? So we see this as a big ability to enhance loyalty, to engage new customers, to promote membership. So it's funny, like I think the hardest thing when we're talking to brands is really like the word NFT, right? Because the things on the right here, they're all excited to do, and they're already doing different things to achieve these things. I mean, we think there's a huge opportunity to kind of get away, not be worried about the word NFT, but just use NFTs as a great tool to provide these benefits. So just quickly on our products and services, we're the technology platform that makes makes it so the brand can sell the NFT really easily. We're also there along the whole journey, right? So when you're working with your agency or you're working with your marketing team and you have ideas on what an NFT could do, we could give them away, we could sell them, we could add this type of utility. We'll be there with you, making sure that the tech that we create for you or we hand over and we provide you can support all those great ideas that you have. So we're the tech platform, and we're also there to help you all along the way to make sure that the tech platform is supporting you. So we'll take on the payment and the transactions. We'll receive the funds. We'll send them to you after. We'll create the purchasing site that lives on your website. And then we'll give you great reporting so you can see the analytics of who showed up on your campaign site, who purchased, when did they purchase, the geographic location, that type of stuff. And then, fun and kind of like boring accounting reports and all that kind of stuff too, that are really, really important. So we have some great friends in the industry. We work closely with Dapper. Dapper's also in Vancouver, and we have some great projects running with them. We also are integrated to the Flow blockchain as well as Ethereum, and we're adding others. We can't put a friends list up here without listing Vayner. So Vayner, thank you again for this event and everything that you guys do in the community and for everybody. We also have a cool friendship with BigCommerce where we have a really cool integration. We're working with them where NFTs sold through us will show up in the BigCommerce platform if you're a BigCommerce customer. And we also have built and led this community called Huddle 3. What Huddle 3 is it's a community we're building that's all about just helping brands understand and 101 and learn what NFTs are, how they can be for their brand. I'm just sensitive time here, so I'll go quick through the next few slides. In collaboration with Vayner, so this is something that works really well with Vayner. If you have great ideas, no one better than Vayner will help you bring those to life, and we're the tech platform that can sit underneath that. Katrina's looking at me like you got one more minute. Here's just a quick screenshot of the platform. On the left, you'll see a brand that we did recently. It's all branded, it's all for them, and on the right is a bike company that we're working with as well. With that, I'll leave it on this slide here. If you're a brand and you're looking to learn more about NFTs, we're here, we're excited, and we'd love to talk to you.
Amazing. Thank you so much, Matthias. Appreciate you being here today and look forward to what's next from Ethos.
Thank you so much, Katrina.
All right. Up next, I believe we have Matt Goulet. Let's go ahead and bring Matt up. Matt is from Sturdy. Hello, Matt.
How are we doing?
Good. How are you doing?
I'm great. I want to shout out all the other companies. You guys have made this a lot easier for me. I don't have to do too much work when it comes to explaining what an NFT is or what the value props are.
I love it. I love it, Matt. Why don't you go ahead and take it away? Tell us all about Sturdy.
Amazing. So Sturdy Exchange launched as one of the first exchanges on the Flow blockchain about a year ago now. We were heavily focused on artist and music drops when we first started, and we felt there was an opportunity to extend into the brand world. And obviously, listening to everybody here today, I think we're starting to see it be a little bit more palatable and understanding real use cases that can drive that loyalty. And so as we looked at where the direction of our company was going, we have our primary marketplace, we have our secondary marketplace. We really wanted to build on top a few of the brand experiences we had done. As we all know, they're not just collectibles. We can do memberships, they're tokens of brand loyalty. And these new communities are being born and flourishing online every day. Obviously, the opt-in mechanics here is what makes it very exciting. One of the brands we have worked with in the past is Bacardi, and we worked with an agency, BBDO, to help fractionalize music royalties for 3 female producers that otherwise probably weren't given the same opportunity in the music industry. 9 months later, we're at 500 million media impressions, We won 2 bronze at Cannes. We won a Webby. We had a couple of Clios. And it really, really helped us focus in on how to productize that entire experience, because as I can tell you, it was not easy to do that with very little infrastructure 9 months ago. Looking forward, we've obviously seen an insane amount of brands jump into the space and do some really interesting stuff. We all know how big this market is, and really trying to hone in on what the marketing experience can be for brands and what the value proposition can be for users. Because I think that one of the really special opportunities here is we have a chance to break the paradigm of users feeling like their data is being taken from them without anything, and brands feeling like they're sitting in a spam email box. So we already know that fans are your marketing strategy. We already know how many brands have live activations, and thank goodness the world's heading in a direction where we're starting to get together more and more and more. We have an opportunity to start building out those IRL activations and providing both experiences that the consumers enjoy and the reporting that brands are really looking for. With that, branded marketplace, we build you a contract, you can token gate, and the 2 things I'll focus on next are around scan to claim and reporting, which I think is really exciting. And I'll walk you through a little bit of a user experience in that sense. When you want to retarget your IRL activations, think about your portfolio of activations throughout the year. You're at Coachella, you're at Formula One, you're at the US Open. You want to follow those customers once they leave your activation. So we're building the simplest way we've been able to. We are built on Dapper, on the Flow blockchain. They're great partners. I know we have some Dapper friends coming up. We want it to be as simple as possible. Imagine you're at your activation. You have an iPad there, and you can actually offer up an opportunity to claim a free NFT in exchange for a customer's data. So building on top of just a wallet address relationship, our app lets you, in the CMS, lets you choose the data you want to collect from a customer. The customer knows that that's what's going on. We've made it super simple. Sign up with Google, all done within a minute. We initialize a Dapper wallet, initialize your collection, and then all of a sudden we generate a QR code that can be added to an Apple Wallet. That can be used immediately for redemption on site or driving back to that marketplace that we've auto-built for you as part of the first experience. This code can represent every single NFT that ever goes into that user's wallet that you interact with or that any other brand in the Sturdy ecosystem has. We run everything against the Flow blockchain to make sure those NFTs are in when they're scanned. This obviously is on a merchant CMS side. This is on the user side. And all of a sudden, you have this amazing ability to pair not only your customers that have been at your physical activation, you have their wallet address, you've traded them a free NFT that can be redeemed for product, for experiences, for opportunities to win opportunities to other experiences. Say you've got another activation. And then all of a sudden you can drive them back to a point of redemption, a point of purchase, and give them an opportunity to feel like there wasn't just, hey, I gave my email up just to walk in here. You can actually start building that relationship and creating treasure hunts over the next 12 months with your physical and digital activations. Turn your customers into members and turn your members into fans. It's something we're working on that's going to be ready real soon. Everything else is there. We're very excited to be a partner with Dapper. We are starting to look at how we make sure we support brands' other needs. This is the core use case for now. I want to say thanks to the Vayner team for setting this up and all the other presenters. It's been extremely illuminating. And as I said, made it very easy for me to get through this. I feel like I learned a lot and it's been extremely digestible.
Amazing. Thank you so much for being here, Matt. Make sure that everybody takes a screenshot here of the screen so that we know how to get in touch with Matt and the Sturdy team. But really great to hear from you today.
Thanks.
Amazing. All right, Alan. Gosh, we're almost 3 hours into the day so far.
Really, that's pretty quick, actually. It seems like it was like one after the other. That's great.
It's wild. When you put folks in 10-minute presentations, it really does just zoom the day along.
Yeah.
How's your experience been of our first?
I've learned a lot about all the different sort of like projects. I think the creative section was super cool. I really like what we heard from Women in Weapons. It's always great to see, an example of like a crypto native project working with brands or aiming to do so. Collab.land, I thought what they presented was very interesting. If you look at brands that are looking to do like token gated community activations or just anything related to NFTs, Collab.land already has that infrastructure that can scale very quickly in real life, or even if you wanted to set up a Discord or something along those lines. I was actually pretty surprised at all the sort of like physical related NFT demos that we saw with like Round 21, IYK, and Infinite Objects. There's just an infinite amount of use cases there. So it was really exciting to see everything that they had there. Were there any that you liked?
Well, I was really encouraged. There were a lot of folks who were kind of leaning into the idea of phygital, right? So like you just said, all those folks who are kind of bridging the gap into the real world. There were a lot of comments where people were like, we love phygital, we want to put this in our home, we want to wear this on ourselves, right? And so it's really encouraging. I of course love Round 21. I have one of the Bored Ape Yacht Club basketballs. I almost said footballs because my brain couldn't think of the object. But I have one or maybe two of those basketballs, and so really excited about what Jasmine is doing. Yeah, I cannot believe how many amazing folks that we've heard from. Like you said, we got through our creative and development session. Always amazing to hear from Richard and see him in his iconic 3D glasses. We love the punk representation. The DressX team, we worked with them earlier this year on one of their launches, and so really cool to see. I'm a huge fashion fan. It might not look like it because I'm wearing a black t-shirt and a beanie today, but I'm a huge fashion person, fashionista, and so
I can tell. If you want some credit, I've always thought, like, I can just tell you're sort of fashion switches. I'm like, this is someone putting in like real effort into their look, right? Yeah,
Thank you. Thank you, Alan. I appreciate that. Yes. So got my orange beanie and like I said, my black tee here today. But yeah, so cool to hear from DressX and that team, the Tafi team, of course, some of our family at 1:37 p.m. Key, some upcoming things that they're testing right now there, but really getting creative on some of the applications of NFTs and publishing. I think Lin just did so incredible from One Of. We love, yeah. Hearing from David at Super Rare, just so many incredible applications in this space. Sometimes we get discouraged by feeling like we're in this bear market, but then we see all of these folks who are building the incredible leaders that we have, and it just is a true nod to the future of this space.
Yeah, I feel like what I saw with like a One Of or even NFT Studios and Manifold as well is, I think they're thinking about how do we sort of innovate with scale and innovate with actual like new capabilities with like NFTs or different integrations. And it may not seem like it, but there are already a lot of brands that are doing things in this space, not just obviously with Vayner NFT and what we're going towards, but a lot of things are happening behind the scenes. So we're definitely looking towards like a future where we'll get more and more of these dev shops. We'll get more and more of these different capabilities that are introduced to potential brands and clients. So I know One Of is often talked about doing things for millions of customers. So I can't wait till we get some sort of like million level production with some brands that are out there.
Yeah, I love it. So I'd love to hear Alan. Alan is kind of the resident in VaynerNFT for hot takes. And I would love to hear, Alan, if you have anything that you'd love to discuss with the team, our viewers today, before we head into our next session.
Well, yeah, I mean, I'm not going to have anything too hot to talk about. I will say that everything that I'm seeing going on in the market and sentiment wise, it's really refreshing to see that all those things are really immaterial to everything that we're seeing with like the builders in this space. So my hot take is that really the macro environment is really irrelevant, and that this is the time for everyone to sort of come in. And if you're a brand out there that's Sebastian said, keep it warm. Yeah. If you're a company or brand or any executive out there that's really thinking about what to do in Web3 or with NFTs, this is really your opportunity to really sort of, just step into the space and start, I would say even experimenting, whether it's getting educated within your organization and all those things. That's what I will focus on. Forget what's going on, forget the FUD, forget everything else. Just like take this opportunity while it's quiet, because crypto always comes back, and then we have all the memes and all the haters and everything that sort of will find new reasons to hate. I do want to point out that, for instance, Ethereum is moving to from proof of work to proof of stake. That'll happen this year. So I think that narrative going away as it relates to NFTs will really help. We'll see an explosion and a lot of people feeling more comfortable, whether it's brands, or we'll get a lot of sort of activists potentially sort of to settle down. Yeah, that's right, David. Forget the FUD. We'll get all that stuff settled down, and then we'll sort of be on our way and back to innovating and building new integrations, and really just letting the creative people in this space rethink what NFTs and Web3 will do.
I love it. I love it, Ellen. Okay, before we transition into our platform session, I have to ask you, there's this running debate, I guess, internal to the Vayner organization. Is it GIF or is it GIF?
I don't know why anyone would say GIF. I'm a GIF person, but so.
Okay, well, let me combat that and ask, have you ever used the website? It's spelled GIPHY.
No, I refuse to acknowledge that. Because you're going to ask me to pronounce it probably.
Yes, I think that many folks pronounce it Giphy. I'm a GIF person, but I think it's good to know that we have some balance here in our hosting team. We've got a GIF person and we got a GIF person. We have people in the comments. The founder says it's GIF. Roman, I think that the internet said, sure, founder, but we disagree. It's GIF. We have Avery saying it's definitely GIF or GIF, hard to know.
Well,
exactly
to me, I
how.
always thought as like the peanut butter brand. So there's Jif, and I always thought like sometimes G and J are pronounced the same, and that's how I've always pronounced it. So yeah.
Yeah, people are saying GIPH, graphics interchange formats, definitely GIF. People are crying over here. It's amazing. All right, well, I guess we'll leave that to be settled another day. But let's go ahead and head into our platform segments. We are going to hear from a lot of, we've got heavy hitters in this segment. I can't wait to bring these folks in, but we are going to head into an incredible platform session. This is a very heated topic. So let's allow the comments to cool off as we head into our next segment with Mark and Max from Salesforce.
Awesome. Really looking forward to seeing what Salesforce is going to bring to the table here. Obviously, huge sort of like infrastructure in the tech space. So I'm really excited to see the sort of quick entry into the Web3 space from you guys.
Cool. Alan, you're holding out on everyone. You know the deal. But it's good to see you again. And Katrina, it's good to be here. Nice to meet you.
Yes.
Nice to meet you all.
Yes, great to have y'all. All right, Mark and Max, why don't you go ahead and take it away?
Cool. All right. So for those that don't know, my name is Max Compretto. I am a co-founder of Salesforce's Web3 Studio. It's an advisory group within the company aimed at, much like many of those that have presented, kind of helping guide brands into the space, along with ecosystem partners like Vayner and many others. I'll let Mark quickly introduce himself before I dive into things, though.
Yeah, Mark Mathieu, so also co-founder of the Web3 Studio, and came into this space with a background in marketing, which drew me into this and how Web3 is changing and creating a new relationship for brands to engage with their audiences, which hopefully they won't call audiences anymore, but communities.
Cool. So for those, many are familiar with Salesforce, but for those that are less familiar or have not followed along recently, Salesforce has, both through its own development as well as through acquisition, come to cover a lot of different aspects of business process management, workflow automation, analytics, and reporting, commerce, marketing, customer service, industry-specific solutions, custom app development, both declarative and programmatic. So with clicks, not code, but also extending that to include kind of programmatic development, as well as recent acquisitions around the integration space and capabilities with MuleSoft, as well as collaboration and chat with Slack. On the Web3 front, Salesforce's efforts began several years ago. We actually had a blockchain product-led initiative that started in 2017, 2018, launched an entire blockchain, and it ran on a net neutral consensus mechanism. Carbon neutral consensus mechanism. It was a PBFT consensus model. That same group has been a part of spearheading our product-led initiative this time around, which has led to our development and announcement of NFT Cloud. Along with that internal group, the studio that I've co-founded along with Mark and an advisory board, which Avery and many others in the space who are kind of leading and advising brands have joined an advisory board. So Salesforce is kind of bringing the best of those individuals, their knowledge and expertise into the space, as well as our own, to help guide brands and allow them to tap into Salesforce's existing pool and network of resources, which we often refer to as our Trailblazer community. It's 15 million people strong, 9 million directly employed in Salesforce-related positions, and growing. Salesforce offers obviously technology that has enabled this ecosystem to thrive and grow and be successful, but without it would be nowhere. So it's worth noting and mentioning kind of the scale and reach as well as the impact. Specific to our product and NFT Cloud, the short story of what it enables is it is a brand-oriented solution which allows for customers to create and manage NFT metadata, deploy smart contracts with clicks, not code. So no need to understand or be able to write in Solidity or other languages that enable smart contract development or deployment. That is all managed declaratively. We enable those same brands that are leveraging this tool to then sell those NFTs on their own branded first-party sites. The contract template that we provide brands is compatible to enable resale and the enforcement of royalty split scenarios that can be defined within our declarative interface, even on secondary sales or tertiary and so on and so forth. The blockchains that we have decided to support are exclusively those that are running a proof of stake consensus model or mechanism, which include Polygon, Palm, Avalanche, and several others to follow suit shortly. We also allow brands to manage and orchestrate Web3 data and workflows, and then provide a means for both engaging with your existing and new communities, as well as scaling to support the volume of requests that might come as a byproduct of launching a community effort related to an NFT or a Web3 project. So to make this more tangible, we've decided to kind of walk through a fictitious brand that is in the retail space. That is Northern Trail Outfitters. We have two folks here that we're going to be kind of following along with. Sanjay is a project manager who would be responsible for launching, managing, and organizing an internal, like brand-specific effort for NTO to launch an NFT collection. And Lana is a potential NTO consumer for this NFT project. The first chapter will be through Sanjay's perspective or lens. And he is going to go through the process of actually leveraging various Salesforce tools, including NFT Cloud, to create a collection, launch that collection, so that consumers like Lana can actually interact with that collection and purchase NFTs. The first step might be to organize a project team. And to quickly connect that team, Salesforce recommends or has imagined that people will leverage Slack to go ahead and organize around this effort. So that's what's shown here. I'm going to be quick because we are limited on time. The next step might be to organize a project plan and to start defining project milestones and events, tasks, going ahead and assigning those to team members, communicating in real time with team members around these tasks in a living, breathing document that is meant to help organize around this whole effort. So this is a kind of quick look at that. And into NFT Cloud specifically, which is an app that sits on the same platform as the rest of Salesforce's applications. You know, CRM from Salesforce, which we refer to as Sales Cloud. You know, our service tool, which is called Service Cloud. This application sits on the same platform as the rest of Salesforce's applications, drastically reduces not only the need for knowledge of programming languages or development skills in order to configure apps, now smart contracts, but also this application will reduce, being on our same platform as the rest of our applications, complexities that relate to things like integration requirements. So within NFT Cloud, you are presented with a capability which is being able to create and manage NFT metadata. You see that capability on display here in this GIF or GIF, or however the Vayner team wants to refer to it as. But a lot of this work is being done in Excel by so many project teams. And Salesforce has always enabled businesses to get out of Excel or spreadsheet hell, as sometimes it is referred to actually have a way to then manage this data, report on this data, and leverage what you might learn from that type of reporting capability inside of Salesforce. The next capability that we provide, in addition to creating and managing that NFT metadata, is the ability to declaratively configure a smart contract and then deploy that smart contract from directly inside of Salesforce to a blockchain network of your choice, provided there are choices being supported intentionally by Salesforce for purposes of sustainability. As Alan mentioned, that could be the next great unlock with Ethereum's merge to POS as a consensus mechanism. But for the time being, Salesforce will support only proof of stake chains, and we will allow brands to deploy these contracts to those networks with a couple clicks, is the short story of this slide. This is the template or the user interface here through which brands will actually take that action, configure the criteria of that smart contract, and then move to the next step, which is actually deploying that to the blockchain that they select for their business. From the admin point of view, we actually provide a commerce offering, which we call Commerce Cloud. That commerce offering is configurable. So you can actually drag and drop components onto the screen and build your commerce experience before deploying or publishing that site. A new feature within that commerce storefront builder experience is this component here that you see displayed in the middle, which allows for consumers to connect their MetaMask wallet and go through a simple checkout flow. Now on to the next chapter, which is through the lens or perspective of Lana, our consumer. Lana is looking to purchase an NFT. She's notified of a mint or a collection release or launch that's taking place. She visits this commerce site, which we just saw, it was so easy to create, connects her wallet, and goes through a checkout flow, minting her token directly from our commerce storefront, from the collection that we just created from the perspective of Sanjay. She's minted this snowboard, and now I'll show how MetaMask here quickly. I don't mean to breeze over this, but she has minted her snowboard, might have encountered some sort of issue, such as not having a token, which might have been a prerequisite or a gating mechanism for participating in the launch or the drop. So she might have some sort of issue. Salesforce provides an omni-channel support mechanism, so consumers can reach these brands that leverage Salesforce, your brands, in whichever channel that they prefer or see fit to reach out through. All of that can come back into Salesforce so that you have an organized means for responding to those support requests. This is an example of a commerce point of origin or source for support requests, but that can also be extended into Discord or other common community formats or channels to reach your brand and for you to be able to service those consumers. What that looks like on the back end is we provide with Service Cloud and customer profiles a more complete kind of consumer profile, which with consent from the consumer could consist not only of Web 2 data, but also this new kind of Web 3 data set. So now it's possible, and we've heard from so many brands, hey, we did a test for a collection. We launched that collection. We have no means of understanding who our consumers are, even if they want to be known. We have no means of supporting those consumers or understanding if they reach out for some sort of reason, whether it be support or some other inquiry, of having a complete view or understanding of who this person is based on their purchase history. It's incomplete. So this can seek to solve for some of those challenges by providing visibility into, like I said, not just kind of that traditional Web 2 data set, but now perhaps inclusive of Web 3 data.
It's amazing, Max.
Yeah. The last piece here is just we have means for tracking and managing the distribution of utility and managing that within Salesforce. And then on the back end, we also often hear, hey, we did a test. We didn't get a ton of insights from that because it was disconnected from our primary kind of business system or platform. And that we can solve for and bring that data back into Salesforce so that it's actually useful, the tests that these brands are running. So I'll leave
awesome. Thank you so much, Max. It was great to have you. Really looking forward to the utility and the opportunity of this product.
Yeah, I really think that your existing integrations are definitely going to be, a big sort of like boon for the growth of your NFT platform with different brands and clients. So thanks for sharing all of that.
Cool. Yeah.
Amazing. Thanks, Max. All right. And now we're going to bring up Mitchell from Shopify.
Everybody.
Hi, Mitchell.
Hey.
Thanks for being here.
No problem. Happy to be here.
Go ahead and take it away.
Great. So, hi, everyone. My name is Mitchell, and I lead the merchant success side of the blockchain team here at Shopify. And today we're going to take you through what we're doing at Shopify to support our brands and merchants who have already either launched their NFT collections or they're looking to jump into the Web3 space for the very first time. So right now we have three main areas of focus at Shopify that our merchants can leverage right now when looking to jump into the Web3 space. So right now you probably would have saw a lot about this at NFT NYC, but token-gated commerce is our core focus. Many brands have, they've already launched their NFT collections and they've already built these really engaged and really vibrant communities. And for a while, they're really only promises and the hope of future utility and benefits. But with token-gated commerce, brands are now able to provide real, tangible value to their communities. Today, merchants can create a token-gated online store. They can sell through GM Shop, which is our mobile-first token-gated channel within the Shop app. And we're also right now working on building out token gating on our point of sale product to really facilitate those in-person experiences as well. Another area of focus for us is definitely on the crypto payment side. So for the past few years, we've already had this integration available where we have third-party payment gateways that can allow merchants to accept cryptocurrency payments on a Shopify store, one of these being something like a Coinbase Commerce. And then the third area of focus for us are going to be NFT sales through a Shopify store. So currently we have an NFT beta program that allows participating brands to sell NFTs through their Shopify store using Shopify payments. So what that really means is that merchants can now accept credit cards or debit cards for an NFT purchase on their Shopify store. So for us, we really believe that that's going to be a game changer for mass adoption in the Web3 space. So today, we're going to focus on token gated commerce.
Invite your community into a world that recognizes and rewards loyalty. Token holders connect a crypto wallet to unlock exclusive shopping experiences. From early access to drops and limited collections to one-of-a-kind experiences and other surprises. Start token gating on your Shopify store and unlock the power of your brand's community.
I always love seeing the portal thing. So token gated commerce really allows brands to build up their communities by offering early access to products before opening up those products to the public. Merchants can offer exclusive discounts, or they can completely reserve exclusive products that are only available for holders of a brand's NFTs. And whether it's through an online Shopify store or through an in-person event, NFTs are enabling brand new types of commerce experiences that have never been possible. And really, because NFT ownership information lives on the blockchain and it's available for everybody to see, brands have such a unique way now of understanding their customers and the types of communities that they're already actively engaged in. And then the other really cool thing is that NFTs are really enabling collabs between brands in a way that has never been easier. So two brands can get together, they can token gate exclusive products based on ownership of a specific NFT collection. So to kind of give you a better idea of what that looks like is, as an example, the Hundreds recently did a collab with Ledger to offer Ledger Nano X's based on ownership of the Hundreds NFT collection, the Atom Bomb Squad. So they were token gated by the color of your specific atom bomb. So if you had an atom bomb with a red sticker trait on it, you're able to get a Ledger device with red Atom Bomb Squad branding. If you had an Atom Bomb NFT with the blue sticker trait, you would then be able to get a blue Ledger Nano X. It's really a new way to invite other communities into your brand and expand to an audience that you might have never thought that you could have reached. And what we're realizing is that a lot of these NFT first brands are doing so many things for the very first time. They're launching NFT collections that are reaching a global audience. They're creating brand new communities that are willing to engage with them online and in person. And they're potentially actually starting product lines for the very first time. So because most of these, most of the world's best product and apparel brands, they're already selling on Shopify. And because of that, we're able to enable these brand new partnerships to bring a lot of these plans for these brands to reality. We have different types of partners that range from print-on-demand services to product development and sourcing partners to full service agencies where that partner will handle the entire commerce strategy from start to finish. And the other really cool thing is that token gated commerce, like it's what we're looking at Shopify is we want it to bridge all sales channels. So first off, brands can create a token gated online Shopify store. And to do this, we have a growing ecosystem of apps that our merchants can work with across a number of different blockchains. And that ecosystem keeps growing and growing every day. Brands can also through GM Shop, which is our mobile first token gated channel that lives within the Shop app. And then finally, we're working on building out a token gated experience within our POS system. So just to illustrate, brands that are using all of these different things, if you're at NFT NYC, there were a few of these really big NFT brands that were token gating across all of these channels. So Doodles, for example, they have a token gated online store and they sell publicly available and they also sell token gated products using one of these third-party apps. During NFT NYC, they launched a brand new collection of products specifically within the GM Shop, which is available to both holders and non-holders. And at their in-person activation in New York, they also sold publicly available and token-gated products in person after you were able to prove ownership of having a Doodles NFT. And then speaking of Doodles, here's a look at how token gating works on an online store using a third-party token gating app. So normally on a product page, you see an add to cart button. And when token gating on an online store, the user first sees a connect wallet button. Once the user clicks connect wallet, that crypto wallet will be prompted to open. In this case, it's MetaMask. And the user will sign a message to allow the store to view the contents of their wallet. This is to verify that the user holds a specific NFT that the brand is token gating for. Once validated, the user is now able to add the product to their cart and check out just like any other product on Shopify. And then the token gating rules such as exclusivity or discounts or choosing which collections to token gate against, all of that is set up within one of these third-party token gating apps. Once the user is ready to check out, they're able to pay with their credit card, or a brand can choose to accept cryptocurrency payments if they enable a third-party payment gateway that supports crypto payments. And so far, what we've seen is that a lot of these customers, they actually want to pay with their credit card when it comes to physical products. And they like to keep their crypto for when it comes to purchasing actual crypto assets. And it's definitely going to be interesting to see if this changes over time as more brands engage in token-gated commerce. And once the order is confirmed, the user then is able to track their order status just like any other order on a Shopify store. And then customers can also download the Shop app and track their orders directly on their mobile device. And then I was talking about GM Shop, so let's take a look at a demo of what the GM Shop looks like, again, which is our first-party, mobile-first token-gated channel within the Shop app. So here we're taking a look at the Invisible Friends GM Shop. The user starts their journey from a Discord launch announcement. The user is then brought to a landing page where a customer can download the Shop app if they don't have it, or they can jump in directly to the GM Shop. Once in the GM Shop, we can see that these products are all exclusive to Invisible Friends NFT holders. And when clicking into a specific product, the user will be prompted to connect their mobile wallet and verify that they own the specific NFT being token gated against. The user is then going to be prompted to allow the GM Shop to view the contents of their wallet, and then they're going to be brought back to GM Shop. Once confirmed, there's that moment of delight. If the product's now unlocked, and the user can add the product to their cart and check out through Shop Pay. So we've worked with the biggest brands in the space, such as Doodles, to do some amazing things and help them grow through token-gated commerce. These they're not just NFT brands or they're not just Web3 brands, but they're brands that are building for long-term sustainable success. And the most fun thing about this is we're all just getting started. So whether you're a Web3 veteran or if you're looking to jump into the space, we're happy to help you get started with token-gated commerce on your Shopify store. And
Thanks for that.
Yeah, I was just going to say the overall market, it might be up and down right now, but we truly believe that the builders in the space will keep building. Yeah. And we'll be right there building alongside with them.
Yeah, I mean, as an Atom Bomb Squad owner, I know that the hundreds have been on your platform for a while, so that integration was pretty quick. So it was good to see that turnkey happen so quickly to be able to.
Well, it's good to hear first-party customer feedback.
Yeah, for sure. Thanks for all your time, Mitchell. Thank you.
No worries. Thanks, everyone.
Bye.
Thanks, Mitchell. All right. Up next, we have Redeema from Dapper Labs. Welcome, Redeema.
Thank you. Happy to be here. Thanks for having me.
Yes, happy to have you. Why don't you take it away?
Sounds good. I believe y'all are sharing the screen, so maybe let's just start at the top. Great, thank you. All right, thanks for having me. My name is Redeema Hujja-Khan, and I'm Vice President at Dapper Labs and Flow, and we'll start the presentation with a quick video that summarizes some of our products. Let's see.
Let's see if we can get this video going. Glow, are you able to launch this video? Redeema,
I think I'm doing it from my screen as well.
Okay, let's try to add your stream, Redeema, and let's see if we can get that working. So we've got you you screen sharing now. Okay, perfect.
The NFL, NFLPA, and Dapper Labs have collaborated to create digital video highlight NFTs.
I like you have a cupcake.
So as you can see in that video, we have a number of really exciting products. The woman that you saw reappear in the video a few times is Lil Michaela. We recently acquired Brad, who created Lil Michaela, one of the first virtual influencers, and which is now part of Dapper Collectives, where you can create DAOs on Flow, our blockchain, and I will walk through all parts of our business. So we've been around since 2018, though the overall leadership team has actually been working together since 2012. We have almost 500 people, and we've raised almost $700 million of capital from Coatue, Andreessen, Google Ventures, TCG, and a number of other top cultural influencers. So some highlights about Dapper Labs and Flow. We have over 8 million user accounts across Flow. We're the most sustainable blockchain. When you think about transaction volumes, we also are a leader there because we create products that people love to check into every day. So the most active Top Shot users are checking in 300 times a month. We have over 7,000 developers building on Flow, and we've raised over $3.5 billion for the Flow ecosystem, not including Dapper financing. We really created Flow after we created CryptoKitties, which was built on Ethereum, and we realized there were a number of reasons why we thought creating our own blockchain would be the most optimal user experience. So we wanted to enable users to not have to know anything about blockchain or crypto in order to participate in the Web3 space. So we created really easy onboarding and payments, more sustainability, flexible programming, and then ecosystem standards that create these very consistent user experiences. This is a comparison of Flow versus other top L1s and L2s that displays kind of the way that we think about annual energy consumption. As you can see, Flow is very environmentally friendly, and minting an NFT on Flow uses less energy than a Google search or an Instagram post. That's something that's really important to us, as well as the brands we work with and the creators we partner with as well. This is an overview of our overall ecosystem. So as I mentioned, CryptoKitties was our first project, and from there we launched Top Shot, which is one of the first Web3 NFT projects to reach over 1.5 million consumers. We also have a number of other products, including UFC Strike, NFL All Day, Dr. Seuss, the International Cricket Council, Brad, as I just mentioned, who created Lil Michaela, Genies, Barbie, and then we have the Dapper Wallet, which, as I mentioned, also is a very seamless user experience, and then Flow, which is the blockchain that all of these projects are built on. Some of the projects I wanted to highlight here represent what's really top of mind for us right now, which is enabling creators to monetize and really get educated on the Web3 space. So we partnered with YouTube to gift their creators at the end of the year NFTs that were minted on Flow from diverse artists across the world. Barbie and Baumann did a drop on Flow. We really like enabling collaborations across different brands that might not otherwise have partnered, and the average price of the NFTs that we had there was $10,000. Seussibles is a sticker book app that we have currently in the App Store, so we kind of hit different demographics. We like to start by educating even kids and then moving on to adults, and we think that it's really important to have a level playing field and make sure that everyone's getting an equal amount of education. We recently partnered with Live Nation it was an exclusive partnership. We've minted 2.5 million NFTs so far. So if you attended the Super Bowl, you got an NFT that was minted on Flow. And we have a global reach. So we've spent a lot of time with the International Cricket Council and Mixi Japan, which are both partners of ours, as well as social networks, including Instagram and Twitter. And we really think about building for the mainstream. So in terms of the monthly active accounts, we see 17.5 million monthly transactions on average. We've transacted over $1.5 billion in transaction value. And we continue to build for the mainstream through the partnerships that we're promoting and supporting here. Some of them are highlighted below. And this just shows you some of the mainstream scale. As we think about it, there's just such a massive opportunity. We're so nascent in the space right now, and there's a lot of people who are just figuring out, how to enter the Web3 space. And our goal is really to onboard billions of users onto the blockchain, and we do that by creating products that are centered around fandom and community. And that's probably the most important thing across all of our projects. So we have a very accessible price point for our NFTs. So most packs are actually sold in the $20 range. So you don't need to have a lot of money, just a lot of interest and fandom in a certain area. And we want to enable you to participate in that community. We have the third highest number of buyers and sellers. And then Top Shot has actually the highest number of buyers and sellers after Axie, and the lowest cost per transaction, as well as the second lowest cost for minting NFTs. NBA Top Shot is one example that I just wanted to highlight because it really encapsulates the things that are most important to us. So fans are able to sign up for limited edition digital drops that contain over 75 years of NBA and WNBA history. We have over 1.5 million registered users, and those users have generated over $1.5 billion in sales since our launch in October 2020. So we think about creating social virality, play to earn, and gamification, and then giving users skin in the game and social value as part of being in that experience, the Top Shot experience. And we take this across all of the sports and properties that we manage. More broadly, a lot of folks think of us really in the sports arena. So I wanted to share a few of the other areas that we're spending a lot of time. So there's collectibles, there's marketplaces and platforms. Gaming is a really big priority for us. We really try to incorporate tried and true engagement loops that we've seen, game mechanics that we've seen in successful games, and bring those into the NFT space to enable fans to really engage, more regularly than they might otherwise. VR and metaverse is an area that we're spending a lot of time as well. We did a number of projects before NBA Top Shot that were in the virtual reality space. So we're starting to really build these both in real life, but also digital experiences, even outside of the marketplace and drops that you see. A number of data and analytics, infrastructure companies, and creator-oriented companies are also building on Flow. And the DeFi space is one that we're starting to get into a little bit more actively at this point. But we'd say that, and we think is really important is to incorporate brands in a way, in the Web3 space, in a way that's really authentic to their brand. And so each project we do is very custom. So we start with a brand, we'll think about what's most important to that brand's community. We'll do a number of surveys that really deepen in our expertise for those users. And then we build products accordingly, or we'll help you find Flow partners to help build those products. The wallet platform is something that we've now opened up to everybody. So any brand or developer that's looking to build on Flow has access to the Dapper wallet, and we believe it to be the most secure wallet experience to date. And similarly, we have very simple global payments, so we can operate in pretty much every country globally. So one other thing that I just wanted to highlight is, the way that we think the future of Web3 is really gonna expand and be able to reach, different demographics of users and users globally, is by thinking through what the long-term goals are of that particular brand, and then ensuring that the Web3 efforts are aligned with those. And so you'll notice that we have a great diversity across the types of engagements that we have. So for example, with our sports properties, folks that might not otherwise be able to attend a game can now attend a game by being, a part of the community and by winning certain challenges. And so we really try to find ways for that utility and engagement loop to tie into the broader brand's goals. And so we'd love to chat with anyone who's interested and walk through how we can help support your Web3 efforts.
I love it, Redeema. Thank you so much. Great presentation, and absolutely agree. Want brands to show up in the way that makes the most sense to them, with their strengths at the forefront. Thank you so much for being here today, and look forward to what you're building next.
Thanks for having me.
Of course. All right. Up next, we have Patricio from POAP. Hello, Patricio. Welcome.
Hello, good afternoon.
Good afternoon. Thanks for being here. Why don't you go ahead and take it away?
Yes, of course. I'm pretty excited because only rarely I go online or even I do keynotes, but I've been invited. I mean, this may be the first invitation I take out of the last 20 I've been invited to, because it's such a nice ecosystem and we have so many things in the works and so many things to leak that I thought this is a great opportunity. I see there's plenty of pop collectors in the audience, so happy to see you here. Hopefully, we are gonna make you even more excited. But a little background for those that don't know POAP, if there's anyone. POAP is an ecosystem for the preservation of memories. We have been building it since 2018. What's an ecosystem for the preservation of memories? Because it sounds pretty weird or complex, or at least it doesn't really sound cookie cutter or anything to understand. I have been in the blockchain industry since 2013 or so it's been like 8 years or 9 years. And I've been obsessed with adoption. I wanted decentralized technologies like Bitcoin and Ethereum to be used for more than the usual financial applications that were, truth to be told, for the most part illegal or borderline illegal. So once I felt I found a good application for this kind of technology, I went full deep into it, and that's how POP started. So what's the application that I found? The application was the opportunity for anyone to have a reliable record of something that has happened in their lives. That could be their birthday, their graduation ceremonies, their wedding, something that's historically relevant on their life for which they want to have a collectible item. So this happened, this time of illumination happened in 2018. In 2018, NFTs were approximately a year old. There were maybe 50 or 100 people that really understood NFTs well in the development ecosystem. I gathered some friends and we are like, why don't we make a system like for a Square, but when you check in, instead of getting a lousy sticker that eventually you're gonna lose, like people lost their Foursquare check-ins, why don't you instead get an NFT? So we've done that, and we launched POAP, and we proved this idea that the connection collectors get when these little digital collectibles they get when they go somewhere are the deepest connections a human could create. It's like the affection some people have for their POAP, it's equal for the affection they have for their parents or siblings. And why is that? It's because you know that these little things that you got, and something important, there is a POAP for beating at this right point in time listening to me. So if you don't have your POAP apps ready, get your POAP apps and be ready for putting a secret word that's gonna get you a reliable, authentic, immutable proof that you've been listening and being part of this pretty nice VaynerX Demo Day 2022. I see so many comments scrolling that I get distracted. So we discovered this idea that because of blockchains, we can have these little collectibles, and I'm sure plenty of the things that I am saying, you all very well know, because like if you are here, you know NFTs and Web3, but figure that we discovered this in 2019, and we didn't even have the language for understanding what NFTs were. It was all really unknown, and we were discussing still fungibility and non-fungibility. Rug pull wasn't even a thing, and now we all know what the rug pull is, and there's plenty of terms that weren't a thing at that time. So I'm not sharing my screen. I don't have, I mean, this is not a pitch. I'm sorry, I got some internal things about the presentation, and we don't have that. We are here to have fun, or I am here to have fun and make our community and others have fun. We discovered that these digital assets in the shape of ERC 721 NFTs were indisputably authentic meaning that there could not be a knockoff, there could not be a fake. I mean, there could be fake, but conceptually, it's authentic. You have perfect provenance, so you can see a matter of time.
No, keep going, Patricia. I just wanted to ask some of the ways that you're partnering with brands. We have so many brand folks in our audience, and you've done incredible things with US Open, Pepsi Mic Drop, right? So maybe talk a little bit about that.
I would say plenty of the brands that you interact with every day, they are in your wallet, you see them at your grocery store, they are already using this ecosystem for the preservation of memories, for getting their communities to be part of the experiences they create. At Beacon, there were maybe 60 different pop-up drops depending on the parts of the plenty of activities that you could find around. And those little collectibles that people got are now with them forever. And they represent their connection, their spirit, and what they like and what they dislike. And because they are NFTs, then you have all the other qualities inherent to them that you saw in other presentations. You can communicate to these people. You can do token-gated commerce. You can do one-to-one communications, airdrops, and all sorts of stuff. So the most exciting thing, I have to say, most of these brands that you use, consume, interact every day are, thanks to plenty of teams and Vayners and many other professionals, are now either dropping pop-ups regularly or in the process of doing so. So if you aren't yet onboarded into pop-up, let be this the first time you get one of these little proofs. So get a web application in the App Store or in the Play Store, you just do pop-up. You don't need to have a blockchain address. You don't need to have private keys and all those clunky, such uncomfortable and pathetic experiences. Of course, if you have them, that's better. But if you don't, you have your email address, your pop is going to be reserved. And once you are ready and you feel like you went through all the painful process of setting up an Ethereum account, you are going to be able to transform your NFT from a reserved digital circle in your phone to an actual non-fungible token. And I think I may not have much time, so let me see if you get to see the pop-up. Is it showing on the screen?
It is.
So everyone that's here will be able to get that. What you have to do is to open the pop-up app, go to the bottom right corner that says Mint, tap on secret word, and input demo day. I would love, Katrina, if you get it and show it on screen.
Yeah.
There's only 200 of them because the scarcity is a thing. And my pop-ups are all pretty covered normally. So you better be quick because there's more than 200 people listening. That looks pretty sweet. And because we use blockchains, that's taking a little while. If you are new to blockchains, you better be patient because everything takes a long time in blockchains. But the effects are very well worthy. And apparently didn't mint yet.
It hasn't minted yet. There's probably a lot of folks going at once.
Very likely.
Oh, hi, Patricio. I got mine.
Hello, Avery. I'm very happy to see you here. I'm very happy to see you were listening to this because all these experiences that we created, most of them wouldn't have happened without your help. So thank you very much.
Thank you so much, Patricio. Great presentation. I hope that everybody snagged their POAP. This is my first Patricio POAP ever, so I'm very excited. But thanks for being here today, Patricio, and look forward
Thanks for having me.
We'll see you. All right, let's bring up Donnie. Donnie is here. Amazing. Donnie is here from Bitski. Welcome, Donnie.
How's it going? I was going to share my screen, if that's okay.
Yes, absolutely. Let's get your screen.
All right, play in window. Cool. So here.
And there's a little bit of a delay on screen sharing, so let's see if we can get it here. All right, there we go.
We're good. Amazing. Okay, thanks everyone. Thank you for having me. I'm excited to kind of share the latest updates with Bitski. We've been working on quite a few things since we launched in 2018. You know, we launched originally with a wallet for everyone, effectively the Gmail of wallets. We were excited for people to participate in NFTs and cryptocurrencies, but without needing to understand private key management or anything really about blockchain, and really abstracting that complexity. Since then, we've launched Bitsky storefronts and marketplace and additional Web3 services. So the storefronts, which we've actually done quite a few with Vayner and a few maybe other people on the call. You can do a either branded or unbranded storefront that allows you as an agency, as a brand, to sell NFTs via credit card. You can also auction off NFTs via credit card. And you basically can have control over the entire experience. We found that this works really well for trying to reach a new audience that isn't completely, familiar with the space, or, trying to do a conversion. So I don't know if I have it on here, but we've also done things with, Jeff Staple, who is a big sneakerhead who has a great community around people coming and buying things really quickly. So we're able to withstand those type of on sales and stuff. I got a couple case studies with storefronts. We've also done custom storefronts for Levi's with Naomi Osaka. We've also done quite a bit with MLB and Candy as well. And so depending on whatever your level of engagement or, how deep you want to go in this, if you just want to trial, you can do something. I think we have an upcoming one with Laffy Taffy coming soon. But then we've also have very, very deep integrations that we've built out as well. Another new feature that I wanted to touch on were drop links. And so similar to the POAP experience that we just saw, we found that the trick about getting people to onboard and to create a wallet is that it's very difficult for them to be able to get their first NFT. They don't have the cryptocurrency. They maybe don't even add a credit card. This is a mechanism in which you can create a link that you can share with anybody to allow them to claim an NFT. And this is the flow. You get the link, you open it. You either have to sign in or create a wallet, and then automatically we airdrop that NFT into your wallet. This has been super helpful. You can do these as single-use links and export them in bulk. So if you wanted to have you have a 5 million person email list, you can give everyone their own unique link. You can also do a multi-use link that you can drop on Twitter or whatever. So the first 50 people want to use it. So that's live now for everyone. We also have, in addition to this, is token gating, which we're not quite ready to share publicly, but the first drop of that went live today or this week. So the other thing, I guess, to kind of just touch on and kind of zooming through this is the Bitsky wallet. So we think this is really, really important. Historically, up until next week, we've been a web-based wallet. We're single sign-on, we're OAuth compliant. You can connect it to any of the different products that you're using. But next week, we're releasing our iOS wallet. And that comes with a lot of new improvements. You'll be able to import other keys. You'll be able to receive notifications whenever you receive an NFT. And you'll be able to receive notifications for any activity that you have on OpenSea, and we'll be adding other apps as well. And so you can think of the Bitsky app is almost, or the Bitsky wallet is like, mobile, your mobile wallet. If you're already using MetaMask or you're already using some of these other services, you can think of this as your mobile companion wallet, so you can get feedback loops and engagement on things that are happening with respect to your wallets. It also supports Wallet Connect, so it'll be broadly adopted across the rest of the ecosystem. And then I'm going to just show this video. I guess videos might work. This is the launch video that we haven't shared publicly, but just to get an idea of where we're going with the iOS wallet. Amazing. Awesome. And so, yeah, that's kind of the wrap up here. So if you're looking sort of for, for us, it's really about enabling the idea, the utility, and the use cases of NFTs with abstracting the complexity, and the suite of products that we're building are really to support that. So that's me.
Incredible. Thank you so much, Donnie. Great presentation. That video was very cool.
Did the audio come through?
The audio didn't come through. So if you want to drop a link in the chat, that'd be amazing. I mean, it looked incredible. But yes, if you want to drop a link in the chat to the video, we'd love to listen to it with audio. But thank you so much for being here today.
Absolutely. Thanks for having me.
Of course. All right, let's bring up Ty. Hello, Ty. We've got Ty Sports in from Meta.
How's it going? Thank you everybody for having me here. To introduce myself, my name is Ty Swartz. I'm a product manager on Instagram. I'm currently on the Creator Blockchain Experiences team, and we just launched the ability to display an NFT as a digital collectible on the platform. And so I wanted to take some time today to walk through really quickly on why NFTs on Instagram, why we're interested in the particular space, and then sort of show what the feature looks like for our creators, because we're currently in an alpha that's getting rolled out to more and more people. So if you have an Instagram, this is going to be a feature that you're going to start to see here really soon as a capability that you can do to be able to display your NFT. So to start with, why NFTs? From an Instagram perspective, we are all about the creators that use our platform. And we view NFTs as a way to empower creators to control the supply side economics for the digital goods that they are creating and sharing on our platform. So with NFTs, it's a way for creators to limit the supply of a digital good that they potentially want to be able to sell. Or if I'm a fan of a particular creator, I can actually own it and actually have the original copy of an asset that I'm really, really proud of, really engaged with. In the longer term, we view this as an asset that can actually bring communities together, and they really feed into the principles that we're built around on the Instagram as a company. So what does the feature set look like today? Well, this is the bare basics for what we were just getting started with at Instagram. And it's the ability to actually display an NFT as an NFT. So for this approach, we took multi-chain. We want to be able to support lots of different blockchains, and we're also multi-wallet. So you bring your own wallet to the experience, and we're going to be supporting multiple blockchains throughout the life cycle and continuously adding more. So the first step, let me switch my screen over, is going to be wallet linking. So when you go into the Instagram app and you go into your settings, there's going to be a page for you to be able to click on digital collectibles. In this page, you're going to then select a wallet that you want to connect. If the wallet app is on your phone, it's going to immediately port you over to that wallet, and you're going to sign to prove that you're actually the owner of the wallet that you're associated. Once you've signed the transaction, it immediately pops up and shows you, here are all the digital assets that you have within that wallet, and they're now able to be shared across your Instagram profile. So when you're in the digital collectibles page, you can actually see all of the different wallets that you can have connected. You can connect multiple wallets, multiple of the same wallets, just so you can see your total collection in one particular space. And when you click into the experience, it organizes around the collections themselves. So if you have multiple different NFTs, they're all associated with one collection, it'll group those together so you can really quickly see all of the NFTs within a collection that you particularly have. From here, you're going to want to be able to share the NFTs that you're really particularly proud of or part of a community for. So there's a couple of sharing principles that we have, is like why NFTs are sort of limited to just the people that own it or the original creator. So only the creators.
Good morning, good afternoon, together. On the brand side, pretty simply, this means make your.
Oh, I'm hearing a voiceover. Can you guys still see my screen? Oh, got it. Sounds good. So from a share capability, you're going to be able to share the asset if you are a creator or the current owner of the NFT. Creators will not require permission to be able to share the NFT, even if somebody else owns it, if they're the original creator of the asset. When a creator posts the NFT, they'll have the option to be able to tag the current owner, and the current owner will have to opt in if they want to be tagged as the current owner of the asset. So this is what that sharing post is going to look like. If you're in your wallet view, which is all of your wallets that you have connected, you'll be able to click on share to feed, and you'll be able to then create the post that you want to have go directly onto to Instagram. Today, we're limiting these just to posts. So in the future, we're going to have reels, we're going to have stories, but right now it's just the posts that are being shared. You can also view this on your grid. So when you're trying to create a new post and you want to try and find the content that you want to be able to share, it'll show up right there with the other assets that are available in your camera roll. Next is going to be tagging. So you get to choose if you want to tag the creator. If they've already linked their wallet, it'll automatically recognize who the creator is and their associated Instagram account. We think this is going to be the killer feature for this particular new component that we're rolling out, because it immediately gives attribution back to the original creator and verifies for anybody that's going to be looking at it, this is a real Damien Hirst, and you're going to be immediately connected back to that particular artist. It also allows for broader network sharing for that artist to be able to have new people that are just discovering their art be able to follow that creator on Instagram. So once you post it to feed, the post is there forever. However, only while you own the asset will it show up as an NFT. Once the original collectible is sort of transferred out, it'll just remain as a post. It'll no longer link you as the actual owner of the underlying asset, but it'll show that sort of snapshot in time that you had the post. So for anybody that wants to observe that you have the NFT, how does it actually look from the user that's observing like the post that you're creating? Well, the first is that there's a shimmer authentication. So if it is an NFT post, when you first come across the content type, there's a shimmer feature that sort of comes across the screen, letting you know that this is a different type of content. There's something special that's happening here. It's just not another picture. And it's also activated via the gyroscope within the phone. So it does a couple initial shimmers, and then when you shake the phone, it actually moves the shimmer back and forth over the object. And then to verify that, hey, what is the actual information around this NFT? When you click on the data pill that's in the bottom left-hand corner, it'll show you who the current owner is, as well as who's the creator of that underlying NFT, with an ability to follow the person right there. Any associated metadata description that's about the actual NFT that's on chain is also going to be associated here. We're also looking to make sure that we support video. This is going to be a very important content type for Instagram going forward. So here are all the different types of platforms that we're looking to eventually enable here. We have posts, which are going to be coming out right now. Eventually, we'll have explore tabs where you can really discover all different types of digital art on the platform. And then, of course, within the Reel tab, so that you can see the video NFTs as they're being discovered. Within your profile, we've given up some of the most valuable real estate on Instagram to NFTs and digital collectibles. So you'll have a separate tab that will show all the NFTs that you have displayed. So if somebody wants to see the collection that you have over time, they'll be able to come here and view all the NFTs that you've shared on Instagram. They will also show up by default on the general grid with the marker in the top right-hand corner, showing that these are NFTs or digital collectibles. And finally, any tagged posts that you have, if you're the actual creator, will also show up within your grid, so that people that are looking to discover your work that you might not own anymore will still be able to see that, hey, I was the creator for this particular asset. Here is my collection that's been shared across Instagram. And that's the end of the presentation. This is what we have live today. Today we're supporting Ethereum and Polygon during the alpha. In the next couple of weeks, we'll be supporting Flow and Solana and adding more and more wallets over time. So that's all I have.
That's amazing, Ty. Thanks for sharing that. I feel like you guys have moved really quickly in integrating NFTs in a way that feels very natural and very real, and gives a lot of exposure, right, to a user base which is probably the largest on the planet from an app perspective. Now, is this only for Instagram, or do you expect this to also roll out to Facebook as well?
So Facebook launched their alpha approximately a week and a half ago, and they're going to be continuing to scale the product there as well.
Okay. And how would you potentially see this working with some brands potentially? I mean, so there's the function as an individual, but brands also get a lot of their sort of like intake and earn media through like Instagram platforms. How would you see that happening?
So anybody who has an account on the platform is going to be able to share NFTs that they're associated with. So if a brand is a creator of a particular NFT collection, or if they're an owner of an NFT collection, if they're collaborating with artists or other creators on the platform, there are going to be ways for them to be able to get the attribution feature or just engaged in the actual posting of the underlying content. So this first version of the product is really just about display. So we're really just introducing the concept of digital ownership. So if you're looking to sort of showcase for like a luxury brand, let's say you have a super high value NFT collection that maybe you're looking to go sell on Christie's. Oftentimes you want to sort of get an early look on the NFTs you're looking to sell in a couple of months right? A good place to potentially display that is going to be on Instagram, so that you can give broad exposure to here's the collection that's going to be coming out, and here's how we want to share it before we sell it.
Awesome. That's great to hear. Well, thank you again, Ty, for your time, and definitely look forward to more from Meta on everything related to NFTs.
Awesome. Thanks, everybody.
All right, we are going to bring on David here. I'm probably saying your name incorrectly. Is it David or?
It's Davide.
Davide. Okay, thank you for that clarification. So we have Davide here with Coinbase NFT, and yeah, we'll let you get right into it.
Yeah, thank you, everyone. I'm Davide Di Cillo. I'm the product director for Coinbase NFTs at Coinbase. At Coinbase, we want to help people and creators come together and build great communities. We want to build the easiest and the safest place for any collector to collect and trade NFTs, a place where they can express themselves and create meaningful connections. We also want to build the tools and create the tools for creators and brands to sell their collectibles and engage with their supporters and grow their communities. A few weeks ago, we launched our public beta. It was about 9 weeks ago. And since then, we launched several new features. Today, I just want to give you a very quick run through of all the things that we built so far. So let's jump to the product. Here it is. This is our homepage that we use to help users discover some of the most exciting content on our platform. Here at the top, you can see Bill's Moria coming drop. I'm super excited about drops, but I'll tell you a little bit more about them later. Then we have a curated set of popular collection to help users less familiar with the space discover great projects. Similarly, we also highlight some profiles of creators and collectors. We want to help people build communities, so we believe that creators and collectors are just as important as the NFT themselves. Now, unlike sites where you log in with your email and password, on Coinbase NFTs, you log in using your self-custody crypto wallet. Here, I get to use my favorite one, of course, Coinbase Wallet, but you can use any of the many options that we offer. And all I need to do is to sign in this transaction with my wallet, and just like that, I'm in. Now, let's go check my profile. We have a simple and beautiful profile that should be really easy to navigate, even for those that are less familiar with crypto. Here, you can see my wallet. I can also get to connect my Twitter account so that people can verify my identity, even if I don't have the official blue checkmark. You can explore my social graph and see who's following me, who I'm following. That will help you understand a little bit more about myself. And most importantly, this is my profile, so it showcases all the NFTs I collected and created. I always have the option to hide NFTs if I don't want them on my profile, and those will appear in the Hidden tab, which is only visible to myself. If I want to discover new NFTs, I can, of course, visit the Discover section. Here you can see which collections are trending and also interesting accounts to follow, which I can do right from here, clicking on this button. I can click on NFTs itself to check more attributes and learn more about them. I can see here the attributes. I can leave a comment if I want. And of course, I can buy them or leave an offer if it's not for sale. Very recently, a couple of weeks ago, we also launched the following feed. This is where I can see all the activity of the people I follow. You can see what they trade, what they like, and of course, engage with those NFTs here. Here's one of the latest activity by one of the people I'm following. I can visit their profile and see what they've been collecting. I see that Chen just bought a CryptoFunk. Kind of look fun, so I'm gonna go in, leave a comment. I can also check what there is in that collection if I want to from here. Let's see that. And once I'm in the collection view, I can filter down. I can filter down by price, by status, and by attributes. If I already know what I want to buy, I can visit shop. This is our marketplace. Here I can find all the NFTs for sale that are on the platform. I can filter them down by price, by collection. I'm a big fan of art blocks, so I can check and see if there is anything I like. So I can sort them down by price, for instance. Let's say I find one I like building blocks. So I can just go in, make an offer, can put my bid, select for how long I want that offer to last, and then I can just sign it with my wallet. And then I guess I need to cross my finger. The last thing I want to show you is drops. A couple of weeks ago, we announced our first of 5 drops. We lined up some amazing artists and creators. We launched their exclusive collections right on our platform. Tomorrow, we're gonna have our first one with the great and only Bill Murray. We're super excited about this collection, and he has some amazing utility tied to it. But it'll be followed by other artists, both crypto native and not, like People Pleaser and Jeff Staple. If we look into Bill's Murray drops page, here's where I can get reminders. So I will receive a notification when the time comes. I can check the NFTs from the drop. And of course, when the time comes, I can buy them. One thing I really love here is to see people commenting on the drop and participating into this real experience. And also looking at the creators, or in this case, Bill Murray, just interacting with them. This is a great way for brands and creators to really connect to their communities. This is our product right now. Yes. For us, this is really just the beginning. Our plan is to continue to learn from this initial version of the product and ship features after feature, almost on a weekly basis. We're so excited to really join this revolution that it will enable and empower creators and brands to really truly come together and support each other. And of course, we're super excited to work with all of you towards this vision.
Thanks for that presentation. Obviously, Coinbase has been a longtime player in the broader crypto space, definitely seen as one of the flagship brands of the space. How do you see, moving forward, Coinbase working directly with like brands and corporations that are trying to understand how they sort of get a foothold in this space, right? Even within Vayner, we look at things like institutional custody, and I know that's not necessarily within your sort of specific responsibility, but when you talk about NFTs, can you speak to sort of where you're trying to take that as an organization?
Yeah, I think like you can imagine we have 3 distinct customers, right? We want to help the brands and the creators really have the tools to engage with their communities, and some of that will happen on our first party properties, but some will also happen offsite. So we want to also help some partners powering their NFTs experiences through our technology that we've built. But then, of course, we also want to make sure that the user can leverage all the features and the safety and the trust components that we build within Coinbase, because we believe it's very important for them to operate in a very safe environment as well.
Awesome. Definitely. And I know there's another product that you guys have as far as like Coinbase Wallet. How would you see sort of like Coinbase NFT and Coinbase Wallet working together moving forward or into the near future?
I mean, the two are definitely very connected, actually. Even in Coinbase Wallet, you can already explore your NFTs, and we believe that the integration will be like more and more over time. We're obviously taking a step at a time, but the first step was like make it very easy when you visit your wallet on Coinbase to be able to see all the NFT you collected right from there. In the future, you can imagine you can receive your notifications, like if someone makes an offer on your NFTs, the notification, you'll receive it on your wallet as well. And we really want to leverage the network that we're building between all these users and across our multiple properties.
Yeah, for sure. Yeah, so I think, Coinbase NFT will definitely continue to grow in the ecosystem as you add more features and functions. And, it's pretty much a big long-term race. So I'm very glad that Coinbase has already entered the marketplace from that perspective, and really looking forward to see what you guys continue to grow for your platform.
Thank you. We're super excited about what's ahead.
Thank you. All right. We are now going to bring on Annie with Glow. 1 second.
Yeah, Annie and Renee with Glow Labs.
Yeah, I think we have Renee. Yeah, I don't know.
Oh, okay. Sorry, I hadn't scrolled down to see that other section. Yeah.
Welcome, ladies.
Hi.
Hey.
So
Love
happy
the NFT swag we got
Oh
going.
my gosh, I was like, they're both wearing Moonbird hats. How cute.
Yeah, awesome.
Looks amazing. Well, welcome, and why don't y'all take it away?
Awesome. We are Glow Labs, a white label loyalty reward software on the blockchain. Engage to earn is the new marketing in Web3. You can earn for on-chain activities such as NFT purchases, claiming tokens, trading tokens, or connecting your wallet to log into a site. Or you can earn for off-chain activity. Off-chain can be anything from tracking your steps on your Fitbit or retweeting your favorite influencer. Advertising is entering a new era. The best products don't always win. The ones with the most engagement win. What we know and what you know is that Web3 is all about ownership. You own your engagement and you own your loyalty. Vayner has been so disruptive in Web3, and we want to expand on those efforts.
We're going to dive into what we are, what we offer, and how we do it. As Annie mentioned, we are a white label loyalty rewards program on the blockchain. What that means is that we provide the tools for you to embed loyalty rewards into your business. We have a bunch of different features outlined here, like gas back, which is a small transaction fee when you mint something on the blockchain. We have rewards with NFTs. We have rewards with tokens, meaning tokens that can range from like Dogecoin to ETH to ApeCoin to even your custom branded token. We provide analytics to show engagement, and we even do airdrops. For the demo today, we're just going to show you rewarding with NFTs, and we'll walk you through the process of how it would work. So we are a no-code solution, and you can get an NFT rewards card up and running within just 3 clicks. We develop all of the smart contract code for you on this platform. So how it would work is you would come here, enter in the amount of NFTs that you might want to distribute to your community, a price, your logo, and then you create these NFTs. If you see on the right-hand side, it has a level there. Within these NFTs, they actually upgrade based on engagement. Now, engagement can be on-chain, like NFT purchases, token claims, or any activity that's happening there, as well as off-chain. So some places where people are very active right now are Twitter and Discord. If anyone's in Web3, they understand that these are mini metaverses right now. And what we can do is track all of the engagement on these platforms for you. You would come here and you'd say, level 1 users maybe engage with my tweets like 10 times a day. Maybe they attended 2 Twitter spaces this month, etc. And then your level 2 holders are people that attend 10 Twitter spaces a month or like 1,000 of your tweets and whatnot. We provide you all these different tools and parameters to set these boundaries for yourself. And what we do is deploy this smart contract for you. It's very simple. And since we are that no-code solution, we provide you the tools to embed this on your own site. We have custom iframes for you. We have APIs to check the NFT loyalty rewards. And what this really does is help you build out a community. Now, NFTs are more than just pictures of monkeys or pictures of moonbirds like we have on our hat, even though we're big fans. But NFTs, their real value is in the data that's stored in them. And with our software, you're able to have many different options when it comes to NFTs, like token-gated commerce, upgradable NFTs. You can have access to people that are level 5s to give them exclusive merch drops or benefits within your community. And the best part is that you don't need to hire a blockchain engineer or onboard anyone in the Web3 space. You can just come to our platform and do it for yourself. We'll dive in a little bit into loyalty. So we talked about rewarding and what that looks like in Web3. And now we're going to talk about loyalty. And like Annie mentioned, loyalty is all about engagement on-chain and engagement off-chain. Right now, we see engagement in the form of chatting. So if anyone's in Discord or Twitter a lot, your most loyal holders are chatting a lot in your Slack chat, in your Discord channels, or they're retweeting all of your tweets and attending all your Twitter spaces. What we do here is analyze all that data and give you a landscape of your highest engaged users and your least engaged users. And based on that, we create this morale score for you. So if you have, 100,000 people in your community and they're actively on Twitter, you have so many different followers and they're constantly chatting in Discord, you'll be in that green range. And if you're on the lower side of the spectrum of engagement, you have some community, but it can be stronger, we'd put you in that yellow range and forecast ways to reward your community that's best tailored towards them. To close out, I am Renee Russo, the co-founder of Glow Labs. I am a blockchain engineer. I have been in this space for years now before it was cool. I launched the first NFT mental wellness collection a year ago, and I'm so excited to be building Glow Labs now.
I'm Annie, the other co-founder. I lead sales and marketing. I'm also a full stack engineer.
Awesome.
And we've partnered with some of the best in the space, and we'd love to partner with you guys next.
Awesome. What would your sort of ideal brand to work with be? Any sort of specifics on that based on what you're building or planning to build in the near future?
I would say, oh, Renee, you can go.
That's okay. We have so many. It's funny because if you guys saw, like, Twinkies came out yesterday and they had Twink Coin as, like, their brand on their box. So I think the brands that we look for are the ones that get it or are passionate about the blockchain and know that it's here to stay. When you have to go and pitch the blockchain and kind of get them motivated about it, it takes a longer process. But the ones that, get it and are here for it and want to adapt for the future of technology are a sweet spot.
Yeah, I think it's more about where the community is and how mature you are and open to being in Web3 than kind of like industry specific.
Oh, that's good to know. So you're pretty much open to anyone that's serious, that's taking the space serious. So that's awesome to hear. Is there anything else that you want to sort of share with everyone as far as like maybe what you're looking to build or expanding into feature capability wise?
Of course, we just went over one of our features, but we have so many more. We do rewarding with tokens, fungible tokens, and you can use tokens that are there already, like ETH or Bitcoin or ApeCoin to reward your community, or you can create your own branded token and really build a community around that. So we're excited to see what comes out of people when they build their own community and currency to create these micro economies in the metaverse.
Yeah, I think tokens, a lot of times projects will sometimes try to rush out a token, but it's sort of, you need a community to sort of care about the token first, right? So it's like the NFTs give, you a potentially like an identity in your community or some sort of other utility or reason to rally. And then you can bring in, a token that has some sort of utility within that ecosystem. And I think a lot of brands and companies would probably be used to doing something like that. That probably feels pretty good with them. So hopefully they can see everything that you're building with Glow and find ways for you guys to align in the future. Thank you to both of you for coming on and sharing what you guys have been working on.
Of course.
All right. Bye.
Thanks so much, ladies.
All right. Next, we will have Chad from Hang. Let's bring him on. Oh.
Hi, Chad.
Hello, how's it going? And Matt's also going to be joining me from Hang. He's the CEO. There he is.
Hey.
Amazing. Thanks for coming on. Why don't you guys go ahead and get started?
Sure. We're just going to do a few slides and maybe this little video, and then from there can answer questions or just talk. Yeah, I'm Matt and this is Chad, and we're building the future of membership and loyalty for brands through NFTs with Hang. I think when you look at the market, most brands out there that have created NFTs have done it for a variety of reasons, but for the most part, we've thought that it does seem a little more to get press and be culturally relevant and all these things that definitely matter. But when building a technology business, I'm not sure if that's the type of business that we want to be building, and we really kind of strive to solve real long-term problems for brands that they're facing today. In today's world, it's never been more expensive for brands to acquire customers. Between all the software that makes it so easy to create a company today or a brand today, as well as just the battle between, with the new scrutiny with Facebook and Apple and all the iOS updates, it's just harder than ever to reach users. And as a result of that, it's so important today for brands not so much to look at ways to decrease CAC, because I think when you're at a certain scale, it's really difficult to do, but more so find ways to actually offset these increased acquisition costs by building more loyalty into your business and finding any way to increase the LTV of your overall customer base. And brands have been doing this for years. I think like when you look at how brands have been looking at loyalty and increasing the lifetime value of their user base, it's been things like loyalty programs, retention marketing strategies, and community building. But they really all seem to fall short in a variety of areas. I think it's pretty wild that on the surface, you might believe that every brand out there has a loyalty program. But when you look, and that's because of things like airlines and credit cards and even Starbucks. But when you really look at it, actually, there's tons of huge brands out there who don't, and many more small ones. And it's because loyalty programs are really kind of archaic at this point. They're hard to set up, they're hard to change, they're hard to integrate, and just aren't the best experience or best way to incentivize your users. Retention marketing strategies are great in theory, but I think at this point, to most consumers, they're seen as spam. And while community buildings work so well for the Web3 world and many other kind of companies in gaming and some other areas, for most brands, it's quite expensive and also not the most scalable solution. And what we found is that, or what we believe is that NFT-based membership and loyalty is a far better way to engage and retain customers than any existing kind of product or solution out there. And there's quite a few reasons for this. The ones that we'll really kind of key in on here are liquidity and interoperability. And so on the liquidity side, a brand can create a tier-based program where as users take actions that brand wants them to take, they can rank their way up and get to a new tier, at which point they get new benefits, rewards, experiences. And for many brands, those like driving forces might be different. It could be for some brands that they want users to spend more money. Others might want users to use a product more, or even we were recently talking to a supply constrained marketplace that wants to just to get sellers to like list more. And so whatever those goals are that brands driving towards, they can do that. But the difference is with NFTs, there are now liquid secondary marketplaces that have been bootstrapped, that have real activity and also habits that have been built that can enable something so new. Because now, given that it's an NFT and it is ownable by that user, where you can actually take that status with you, a consumer can be incentivized to basically work towards a goal, not just to get to that new tier and get more benefits, because as they rank their way up, they're actually appreciating the value of an asset that they own. And so you can think about it almost like ranking up your airline status, but now being able to rent it out or resell it. And we think this is a whole new incentive structure that really brings brands and consumers much closer together. An example of this in the NFT world just is the fact that, a couple of years ago, there were far less art collectors than there are today. And that's because of the liquidity that NFTs brought to this world. On the other side, and the thing that we're most excited about is the interoperability piece, which is just the idea that as NFT integration endpoints become standardized across the physical and really the digital world, it just makes it orders of magnitude easier for brands to integrate into third-party apps and websites. That same level of extensibility or interoperability just wouldn't be possible with current and legacy like membership and loyalty programs. Think about any of the coffee apps that the effort for them to do one-off integrations with all these third parties like a Twitter, Instagram, Shopify, Ticketmaster, Fortnite would just be so difficult because it's all different. And so what the blockchain does is enables the standardization that allows for these brands to have these new forms of perks, benefits, experiences in places they've never been before. And, I think like identity and community are also interesting points, but I think those are pretty well known. So we'll just move on for now. But the idea is with Hang, we're basically building this thing that can become the fabric that sits between a brand and their customers, so that no matter where your users go in the future, you have a way to be there with them and enable them to earn and be rewarded. And we have the ability to mint, anything you want on multiple chains in a very robust way. But I think that is definitely becoming a bit more commoditized in the world. And so the real software that we're really building here and kind of the magic that we're creating is an enterprise marketing solution that lets these brands set up these different rules and logic and build up these tiers and incentives for their consumers, adding in all sorts of different benefits, integrating with their POS, their CRM, all these things to really kind of create this one home that enables them to operate the system that really incentivizes their users to take these actions in a way where they can be there with them no matter where they go. And I mean, I kind of explained it already, but there's just like a variety of interesting things you can do with a lot of the brands that we're working with. They're using this to basically build out these programs in a variety of different ways, which we'll get into in a minute, but providing all sorts of things like discounts and exclusive products and experiences. We have like some internal custom products like token gated live streaming and merch and chat and all these things. But really the things that we're most excited about are all the integrations that we're creating in the world to enable brands to actually have a more native experience with their customers and enable those users to still be able to earn and be rewarded through their own products or services. And the thing that we're really moving towards are these earn programs, which enables brands to have full-fledged, loyalty systems where their users can actually be incentivized to take actions because they can rank up if they do it. But many of the brands that we're working with also want to start off in a less integration heavy way, and we'll be doing like Wix-based memberships, as well as some brands, if they want, they can actually take an existing collection that they've already built, import the contract into our system, and then build the loyalty around it. And I think that's it. I mean, at the end of the day, we're working with a variety of awesome brands in many industries. We actually just announced our Series A today, so I can name some of the brands that we're working with. We're launching with Superfly tomorrow for their Superfest, which is, they're the founders of Outside Lands in Bonnaroo and are creating this amazing new age festival that the owners of the NFTs actually get to vote on who will perform and be really part of that whole community, as well as a variety of other really interesting brands like Pinkberry, Bleacher Report, Concepts, and many others. And we just see this as a really new future that we can build because it can truly enable brands and customers to finally come together in a way that is so much more meaningful than what we've seen over the past few years.
Cool. Thanks for all that, Matt. And next, we're going to do like a quick video demo of our product. This experience is totally customizable so the experience is totally customizable. And in this example is just customized to us, and it's a hang example. But you'll see the flow of a user connecting their wallet, seeing all the NFTs that they have in their wallet, being able to choose a particular NFT and the rewards associated with it, and then going ahead and redeeming the rewards. This use case in particular is someone using a hang POS system that we built out for a particular user that will be used again. And I'm going to play the video now. So you'll see the user connecting their wallet. Once they connect the wallet, they'll choose the wallet where they have the NFTs housed. It'll load a page with their NFTs and the rewards associated with each of them. Once you click into a particular NFT, you can see the rewards that are available for redemption, the ones that you've used already, the ones that you'll be able to use again in a week. You sign the transaction for the reward, and then you present this code to where you're trying to redeem it. On the brand side, they would enter this code, and then if they can provide this, they would accept or decline the redemption. In this use case, they accepted the redemption, and now that reward has been used, and whoever was going through this flow would get to have lunch with Matt. So that was just a quick demo. That's just one use case of our product, but just wanted to highlight and show something that we had there.
Yeah, and I think we just want to show more of a consumer-facing product that we have out there, but obviously the larger platform is really the dashboard and system where these brands can come in there, set up these programs in a robust set of ways, even gift users based on different tiers or different NFTs and different traits on the fly, and just continually be there for their users.
As you were going through that, I look at what membership is, and a lot of the popular sort of NFTs have been sort of under this membership theme, and obviously that's something a lot of brands are familiar with. How would you see the sort of function of, say, an NFT versus tokens, which sort of sometimes are loyalty points in a way potentially, and developing an ecosystem? How would you see that playing out in the market, and where do you see what you guys are building being able to facilitate some of those things?
So we're a lot less focused on the current quote unquote NFT Web3 company memberships. It's truly for large scale brands that have true problems around retention, which I think a lot of these more of the crypto companies are still trying to find those users. And when we talk to brands, I just tell them to forget the word NFT. It doesn't matter. It's just technology. In a few years, no one will be saying it. And really kind of dive into what they actually care about. What matters to them as a brand? What are their problems they're trying to solve? What goals they're trying to drive towards? And actually, how can we make it happen? And I'd say like so many brands today, I think, have taken this like 10K model because it worked for Bored Ape and some others. I think when you look at a brand from a very first principles kind of perspective, it's far more impactful for brands to get all their users to spend 10% more money per year versus for them to get 10,000 people to have this closed loop, like $400 membership that might like appreciate.
I completely agree with you. I think that the crypto native brands are in one sort of phase, and then the, like you said, the existing larger brands, 10% is far more of an impact to them. So I think that's a perspective, a really good perspective to have.
Yeah, I think 2%, like 1% at scale for a big brand. It's just so meaningful. And I guess, yeah, my point there is like for what we're really building is the ability for these brands to have these NFTs be free and for users to be able to obtain them on a website, in an app, in person even. And now the scarcity is no longer how many NFTs are being sold.
Yeah.
It's actually scarcity based on this leveling system that looks much more similar to like a video game.
Right.
That's what we're driving towards. I think like when you think about membership and brands today, like crypto is still pretty niche at the end of the day.
Yeah.
And so when you think about what does everyone care about, everybody has a brand that they love. And so the ability for that brand to bring them in through a membership that starts out as free and actually is super incentivizing, it just can become such a huge on-ramp for Web3. And we believe that like that can create a very massive identity layer there. And to answer the other part of your question, I think tokens are interesting. When we look at point systems with loyalty, most brands actually don't love the idea of that sitting on their balance sheet and the whole accounting effort that has to take place between what this exact point maps to in a dollar perspective. When you look at some of the best loyalty programs on earth, they are the airline programs, which actually don't redeem points for like an experience. It's actually just like a leveling up. And so for that purpose, as well as just the identity piece, we think NFTs are best for kind of this future of membership.
Thank you. Thank you, Matt and Chad, for sharing everything with Hang, and definitely look forward to hearing more from you in the future.
Thanks.
Well, thank you so much.
Bye. All right. We are going to now bring up, I think it's Oliver. I'm probably saying your name incorrectly.
Hi.
Hello.
Olivier.
Olivier. Okay.
It's okay. I'm used to it.
All right. With Exclusible. I'll let you take it from here.
Sure, absolutely. Thank you for having me. It's an absolute pleasure to be here. Thank you to Avery, Gary, the whole team. So I'm here to present Exclusible. I'm one of the co-founders. We launched the company 10 months ago in September. My background is in luxury. I spent 18 years at Cartier and then Goyard and then also Bastille, which is a beauty brand. And now with the rest of my team, we're really building Exclusible as a Web3 house of digital luxury. So we started with the idea, the ambition to become the Farfetch of NFTs and really help brands distribute their NFTs. But then quickly we became much more than that. We started tapping into the metaverse, and we started also creating bridges between Web3 and Web2. So who we are, we're specialized in NFT and metaverse. We help brands if they need. We help them to find the right agencies, the right creative talents. We help on the tokenomics. We do all the pre-launch promotions. We obviously do the tech and the distribution, and also the post-drop community management and utility management. So the core business since inception is really to be a marketplace offering a sophisticated and more elevated experience for brands, especially luxury brands, when we know how important storytelling and content is for them. But then we started also diversifying our services and really building the gaps that we identified in the market. Our objective is really to onboard the next 1 million users into Web3. So obviously, the first step is to allow payment by credit card, just like a lot of actors and marketplaces do in Web3. We actually innovated. I think we're the only ones at the moment who built something that was quite fast to build, but it's very powerful, which is prepayment. So we allow our users to prepay their NFT. The benefit is that you secure your NFT in advance. We can create different layers of qualifications. if you own certain NFTs from a brand, or if you qualify, then you have the ability to prepay. And most importantly, you avoid gas wars. And also you don't have to wake up at 3 a.m. for a mint if you're on the wrong time zone. So that has been really, really successful for us. On the last drop we did, we had more than 30% of the whole supply pre-purchased. Then in the spirit of connecting Web3 and Web2, we're also developing solutions of drive to store and drive to e-commerce, because at the end of the day, we know that every brand is looking at Web3. It's the next big frontier. It's the next big step for them. It's the natural evolution of commerce and virtual experiences. But we know that brands want to capture that client, and ultimately they want to create that utility for the NFT in the physical world or e-com, basically whatever is connected to the physical expression of the brand. So we're making quick and easy ways for brands to invite customers to discover their universe, their stores, their storytelling, their products. There's also a white glove service that we're developing to onboard VIP clients from brands, because that type of clients will definitely want to buy NFTs, but they don't want to bother with the complexity of buying NFTs. And then same with chat rooms. We think, we love Discord, but there has to be more elegant solutions for brands to communicate in a through Web3 way with their clients and their community. So why should brands work with us? As I said, we started as the Farfetch of NFTs, but very quickly we became our own brand and we started doing our own projects. And in the process, we built our client base, but also our community. We have more than 90,000 members on Discord, almost 200,000 on Twitter, more than 200,000 email addresses. But most importantly, we have our own loyal clients who buy repeatedly the projects that we launch. We started by launching our VIP membership card called Alpha. It was our first project back in October 2021. We sold 3,000 NFTs. They are held by 1,200 wallets at the moment. Within that group, we made a very select group of those people have the ability to win what we call Teya. It's the picture that you see here. It's like a VVIP membership card that was given for free. It was an airdrop at the time if you fulfilled some criteria. So we have 386 Teya in circulation, and on the secondary market they trade between 2 to 4 ETH depending on the time of the year and depending on the market. Very quickly on our team, so we grew rapidly. We have 28 full-time positions in the team. We're spread between Europe and the US. I'm based in New York, for example. We have executives from the luxury industry, true Web3 experts, and our tech team comes from blockchain and cybersecurity, so we really have experts. And we have also a strong set of entrepreneurs in the team. So let me show you what we have accomplished so far. We have done more than 12 drops in 10 months. These are the brands we worked with so far: Louis Moinet, Amedeo, Asprey, Bugatti, which was a great drop because now it trades for more than 10 ETH. It reached 18 ETH on the secondary market. We worked with Hogan. It was a beautiful story because they worked with we did the Fashion Week in Decentraland. We brought some digital artists to do a reinterpretation of one of their iconic products, and it worked so well, and the Tod's group loved it so much that they actually did a physical exhibit of those unique shoes. They created the physical version and then they exhibited them in Milan during the design week. And we also created those connections, encouraging the NFT holders of Hogan to go into the stores to redeem some rewards. And it worked, and they gained a lot of new clients this way. We worked with Christophe, Frédéric Constant, and most recently with Christian Lacroix. We have a very strong track record of selling out our collections very quickly, between 50 seconds to 48 hours. But very quickly we realized that Facebook was called Facebook when we launched, and then Meta, and then we accelerated our roadmap in the metaverse. We bought $1.8 million worth of land in Sandbox. We acquired land in NFT World. We do a lot of events and activations in Decentraland, and we are very close to Spatial. So let me show you what we've done in Sandbox. We built a luxury district with luxury villas. We sold 150 villas in less than 5 hours, and we generated, at the time, $1.6 million of revenue. So you can see here the videos of our upcoming luxury district. It's under construction now. Then we also built luxury islands on Sandbox. We built and sold 25 islands, generating almost $3 million of revenue. We sold them to high-profile clients like Marco Verratti, Stan Wawrinka, Anna Ivanovic, but also the founder of eToro and other billionaires. We're completely blockchain and also metaverse agnostic. We have a list of 135 metaverse that we have identified and tested and created a scorecard for. And so we keep building on new and different metaverse. Our latest product was the penthouse on Spatial, and I'm actually going to show you a video we published this morning. We love working with Spatial. We also connected with the team at RP, Ready Player Me. We work with an amazing studio called Polycount. They built our vision for the penthouse. And this is one of our penthouse that was decorated with Christian Lacroix patterns and motifs to support the NFT collection that we launched with them a few days ago. In Decentraland, we do a lot of events. We actually created the first ever dance competition in the metaverse. We did parties with Bob Sinclair. We were an active player in the Decentraland Fashion Week. We've done tons and tons of wearables. We work with a lot of other NFT communities. And so before I finish, I'm just gonna show you very quickly what our penthouse looks like. And so right now we have 3 more projects with big brands in the pipe, which we'll launch in the next few weeks. And we are also constantly building new metaverse experiences. Spatial is amazing. You can literally host your literally business meetings. You can have up to 50 people in here. I can turn on my camera. You can see me here. We can have a meeting. You can watch videos in your, in the cinema room. You can invite your friends. You can have your birthday party. We did our CEO's birthday party here last week. It went viral. So it's really a beautiful product. And we're very proud to create all these, luxury metaverse experiences. And it's only the beginning.
Awesome. Thank you for sharing everything that Exclusible is working on. All right, we are going to move along.
Thank you, Olivier.
Thank you. All right. Bye, everyone.
Let's see. I think we have a recording next from TYB. And let's see where that's at.
In the world you are, I'm Hena, and
all right.
Good morning, good afternoon, wherever in the world you are. I'm Hena, and I'm the founder and CEO of TYB, which stands for Try Your Best. And we make Web3 community-powered growth tools that allow brands and fans to directly link, come together, build, and win together. On the brand side, pretty simply, this means make your fans an extension of your team. On the fan side, it means influence and shape your favorite brands and earn for that participation. My belief is that the future of brands and brand building is all about co-creation and incentivization, and that the crypto, Web3, blockchain technology has the potential to meaningfully offer a better business model for brands that are today structurally reliant on ad platforms. I spent the last 8 years building a direct-to-consumer brand called Outdoor Voices in the activewear space. And we built this very impassioned, loyal, engaged, enthusiastic fan base, which we called community, around the mission of doing things, moving your body, having fun with friends. And in looking back at that experience, community was our #1 strength. I left Outdoor Voices at the top of last year knowing 2 things. One, that from a brand building perspective, community works, but it needs redefining and a new toolkit. We operated and managed this really lovely, many thousand person wide distributed network of what we called Team OV. influencers, brand ambassadors, most loyal fans, and tapped this group to drive value creating initiatives. For instance, they would host on a local level Outdoor Voices events. They would be the empowered owners to bring Outdoor Voices to life uniquely, how they saw and envisioned the brand coming to life, whether it be exercise dress events on university campuses, paddleboarding groups on Austin Town Lake, trail runs in Dallas, etc. This became our most valuable way to introduce people to the brand and started to net 4 times more valuable customers via this channel of acquisition as opposed to Facebook, Instagram, etc. We also brought this same group of ambassadors upstream, follow my arrow, into product development processes. So we'd bring this group of trusted, loyal fans to help us pick colorways, prints, do product testing, give us feedback on product, and it led to super high converting collection drops and crazy affinity around styles like the exercise dress, where people would literally buy 20 of the same dress in different colors. Let me move this video slightly. The other thing to mention is we had this doing things hat, a physical blue hat that said doing things, that you could only earn or get by coming to a physical event, moving your body with us, participating in the mission of the brand, and then you would get a blue doing things hat. And this became a signifier of your belonging to the Outdoor Voices community. So when people then were in fitness studios, were on the trail and would see other people with this blue doing things hat, they'd high five each other and be like, hey, we're part of something larger than ourselves. I see you, you see me, hell yeah. This, I'm gonna start here, very naturally, very obviously becomes something digital, lives in a wallet, and unlocks additional utility, great experiences, access to exclusive product, etc. It also is a play to earn mechanism that we've modeled in the toolkit, where a brand can very simply request an action from the fan base responds, and they unlock a reward. And this is a very kind of key concept, this play to earn concept within the toolkit. But at the highest level, all of this is meant to illustrate that we are using crypto as a coordinating mechanism that allow brands to have an owned community channel. This is where your community lives, in the TYB platform, that coordinates more meaningful engagement, scales and automates rewards, and makes community measurable. That's another thing that I found always very difficult in my past experience was I know these 360 community efforts are the most valuable way to grow, but making community measurable was really difficult because we managed this group across a fragmented set of channels, which ultimately made it very hard to understand what was working, what wasn't, etc. The second thing I know from a direct-to-consumer standpoint is the model is very challenged, and every head of e-com, CEO, founder, etc. that I speak to today has said CAC has exploded. This is a known thing. We are looking for a loyalty solution. How do we keep our existing customers with us and tap that group to bring in more loyal fans? I like to spend a moment on this page because the TYB toolkit truly allows brands to reclaim their audiences. We've been in this world of direct to consumer where it turns out it's not all that direct. Instead of physical landlords, we've had these big digital landlords, and we're moving to a future that I call community integrated commerce, or the community revolution, where brands can now directly engage their top customers, their influencers, their community leaders around product R&D type initiatives, content creation and reviews, user-generated or led growth via collectible or NFT referral tools, on-brand fun. This one's really important to me. Giving brands kind of the opportunity to incentivize their fans for participating in on-brand mission type challenges. For instance, at Outdoor Voices, it would be setting a challenge to be active 7 days in a row consecutively. Show a picture to prove that you did it. We've now created a mechanism for capturing that, and that type of mission-based challenge fuels the love for a brand, fuels the community, and it's something that cannot be underestimated in terms of its value. Let's keep going. I think of this as building with your community, not your ad platforms. One thing to call out is by building on the blockchain, building your community and these relationships on the blockchain, there's something that the brand forever has. So unlike a centralized platform today where you're building community, you don't have access to those direct relationships that you've built over time. So that's a very key differentiator to our toolkit and to building community on the blockchain. I'll run through this quickly, but on the left, it's the direct-to-consumer reality. On the right, it's the community-led revolution. On the left, it's fans as passive consumers of your product. We're moving to a future of fans as active co-creators of your brand's world. So again, about this co-creation, bringing them in as empowered shapers of the future of your brand. We're moving from a one-sided transaction where brands buy engagement to a two-way exchange where rewards flow both ways, rather than the end user just clicking likes for no reward, but rather becoming the product from a data perspective. Now we have the opportunity to actually incentivize them with collectibles that can accrue value over time because of the utility associated with them, brand coins that in our world act pretty simply like loyalty points, and then leaderboards where we can track their engagement and brands can choose to airdrop very cool kind of, let's say it's a collectible or an experience or access, a ticket to a brand event, etc. You get it. On the left, we're moving from fragmented platforms with competing interests to one community that shares in the win, from surface level engagement to progressive relationships, from a world of bounce-X, discount codes, discounts, sales, etc., to a world of coins, collectibles, access, and ownership. Pretty simply, we've been in a transactional loyalty world, and we're moving to a much more holistic, measurable loyalty that captures all of the action that your fan base takes in terms of helping to contribute, participate in your brand and your brand's mission. Let's see, what else can I say? I'll run through quickly the components of the tool, but before I do, another way to think of the TYB toolkit is this is where your community lives. And this channel, this collectible gated community channel, becomes a reflection of your brand through your community's activation of it. It's much more free, it's not tops down, it's instead bottoms up. I think Instagram, for instance, is a great channel for tops down communication to a passive audience, where TYB is much more about engaging your most engaged, trusted, loyal 1 to 5% of your customer base, requesting high value action from them, rewarding, etc. It's a much more high intent fan base or kind of segment of your community. And so it starts with sending this group, whoever you deem kind of you want in this channel, to your collectible gated community channel. Very simply, the URL structure goes brand.tyb.xyz, and you can very simply or easily point people to this memorable address via social. So replace a link tree, for instance, or in something more behind the scenes via email, invite, etc. But essentially, you're pointed to this page. There's some context in terms of what you're doing here. You see that there are team members on the team, and then there's a gate. I call it a rep card onto the team, and this can be a paid opportunity, so a paid collectible or an earned collectible. But key concept: this collectible in every instance at this level acts as your membership onto the team. Then the kind of play to earn module that I mentioned that is customizable on the brand side is called a rep card internally. It produces a rep on the community member side. So every time I participate in, whether it be content creation, submitting a review, showing up to the Tucson Marathon and proving that I was there, I get a rep. That's the underlying metric for tracking behavior through the TYB ecosystem. It's like reps at a gym. It's like reputation over time. It's super important, and it's a community-facing and brand-facing term that is almost like our tweet. It's me taking action, me helping to build. I'm now part of the team, etc. And again, this rep card runs through three stages. It starts with a prompt, question, or challenge, requires a response, and unlocks a reward. And this can be used for super high value creating efforts. So anything around product lifecycle. So product development, merchandising, demand planning, and insight. How are we getting more of this data, more of this preference upstream to inform better decision making from a physical product creating standpoint? How are we getting community-led, high value community-led content? User-generated content is very important to a business nowadays as well.
Yep. All right, so we'll provide that video here for people to get access to it later, but we do have a schedule we need to stick to. So we're going to bring up Zach with Recur, and they're going to talk about their platform. Hi, Zach.
Hey, Alan, how are you?
Good, good. I'm going to let you take it away here.
Perfect. Hi, everyone. I'm Zach Brush, co-founder and CEO of Recur. Historically, our team has built some of the most widely used institutional and enterprise-grade infrastructure in the crypto space to date. And I'm excited to share what we've built and what we can do for all of you and your brands. Today, we power Web3 experiences for the world's largest brands: Paramount, Nickelodeon, Star Trek, Sanrio's Hello Kitty and her friends, and so many more. But what is a Web3 experience? It's a digital experience, it's a digital product that, one, feels authentic to the brand, two, offers all the functionality of Web3, and three, and most importantly, makes it as easy and familiar as Web2 for everyone. And all of this is supported by a secure and enterprise-grade platform that we've built. And our platform is already supporting the largest brands in the world today. So why did we build Recur? NFT collectors expect engaging experiences, increasing utility, and dynamic communities. Brands and influencers expect elegant experiences, secure, scalable launches, and seamless royalty reporting. With the rise of Web3, delivering for your audiences has never been more complicated. Look at this screen. These are just a few of the things that a brand has to deal with to enter Web3 successfully and deliver a quality product to fans, all the while protecting your IP in a brand new landscape, dealing with multiple vendors and point solutions, from your payment vendors to your NFT utility vendors, smart contract and wallet vendors, AML KYC vendors. All of these vendors charge you an arm and a leg to solve one little problem. And all of this limits what you can do and usually limits the flexibility of your brand. Oftentimes, the vendors force your users to buy crypto and deal with horrible payment experiences. Vendors put your fans at jeopardy by putting the fans' money at risk, forcing them to work with crypto payments even when that's unfamiliar to them. And fans and brands have collectively already lost hundreds of millions of dollars due to poor decisions on this topic alone. All of these complexities can put your brand in, one, serious regulatory jeopardy, and two, PR nightmares by implementing everything that's needed institutionally, or not implementing, rather, everything that's needed institutionally. And all of this is why we built Recur. We make Web3 simple. You no longer need a point solution or a bunch of standalone features in the Web3 stack that need to be pieced together. Because now there's an enterprise-grade platform like us that solves all of these problems in one package. And we're solving these problems live today for many of the world's largest brands and publicly traded businesses. We handle everything behind the scenes. We take care of all the complexity of Web3 for you and your brand so that your fans have the best experience possible. And you just don't have to think about it. It just works. We take care of things like user onboarding and KYC, traditional payments globally and simply, crypto payments, in real life utility, a gaming and utility toolkit customizable to fit your brand. And we do all of this with a scalable, blockchain agnostic, and eco-friendly product suite that offers the best for you, your fans, and your brand. We offer limitless potential for any brand and any industry, all with one scalable platform. That means whether your brand has 10 fans, 1 million fans, or 100 million fans, we can support you in Web3 today. We help your brand enter Web3 while feeling authentic and easy from day one. In essence, we let you focus on your brand, and we take care of all the complicated, annoying, friction-filled stuff so you can focus on your core competency, your brand, your marketing, your creative, all leveraging our platform so you can seamlessly access everything Web3 has to offer for your brand, your fan, and your audience. And being future-proof is essential, and Web3 is more than any one blockchain. We are blockchain agnostic, and to us, that doesn't mean just being able to mint your NFT on one blockchain or another. Being blockchain agnostic means being able to actually have your NFTs travel between blockchains at any given time seamlessly. This is what only we can offer. The NFTs we mint can be taken to a metaverse built on Ethereum, or a marketplace on Polygon, or a social media app built on some other chain. You can move back and forth between chains. This means you're not stuck in any one ecosystem today or in the future. This also provides the user, the fan, with the widest range of utility, as they can take their asset wherever they want. That is true ownership. Imagine buying a t-shirt in New York and then not being allowed or able to wear it in Australia or South America. That's not true ownership. We are future-proof by being truly blockchain agnostic from day one, letting your brand travel anywhere, no matter how the ecosystem evolves. And we keep all the key royalty and provenance information intact. The NFTs you mint today should be able to go to the blockchains that matter right now, but also to all of the blockchains that will matter in the future and that don't even exist yet. With our platform, you don't have to think about this stuff. It works right out of the box. Our onboarding is simple, easy, and feels like classic e-commerce. This is what users want. It's what they expect. And honestly, it's what every brand should be delivering when entering Web3. This stuff is possible and nobody in the market is delivering it. And it's to the detriment of the brands, fans, and it's stunting the growth of your brand in Web3. We offer all sorts of payments that users expect, from Visa, MasterCard, crypto, Apple Pay, Google Pay, you name it, we're able to support it. And we do this truly globally for money coming in and money going out. Recur offers easy user payments for hundreds of countries and has for a long time. Over 225 countries we support cash in and 85 countries cash out. This lets your brand reach audiences worldwide, whether they are Web3 native or have no idea what NFT stands for. We are truly global. Payments in Web3 should not feel unfamiliar. They should work, and you should not have to think about it. This is all live today. We actually have a huge launch coming out July 19th with brands like Nickelodeon. You should try it out, check it out. We also offer a totally customizable marketplace that is authentic to your brand and enables fans to take NFTs wherever they want. So you get to own your storytelling, your IP, and your art. And it should all originate really on your own marketplace that you control, is authentic to your brand, and is easily accessible to your fan base and user base. And then from there, of course, users can take those NFTs to other marketplaces like an OpenSea or really wherever they want. And they have utmost flexibility. But at the end of the day, it all originates from one cohesive branded place where you get to design the storytelling. We offer a challenge system built directly into the platform so that you do not need to go to any other vendor to add utility or gamification. The utility system offers users fun experiences both online and in real life. We call it the challenge system. You can customize it as much as you want, or you can use frameworks that make it simple to use. It's all for you to design. It allows you to do things like burning challenges where your users can be rewarded for engagement and participation, both for in real life events or digitally. And we've done this with Top Gun and others. That's all the fun stuff, but we also take care of some scary stuff. Compliance and risk management is at the core of what we do. Our KYC is at lightning speed, so it's easy for the user. We have global cash out, so your user has true ownership, streamlined experiences, and are never trapped without being able to withdraw and take their dollars out. And finally, we have built compliance capabilities at the smart contract level to ensure your brand's NFTs don't end up in the hands of an OFAC-sanctioned country or a nefarious actor. We understand that every brand and enterprise in the space has to think long and hard about risk mitigation. And we were built from day one to protect your brand with enterprise-grade infrastructure. We also protect your fans and have 24/7 customer support. So we're there for them from the simplest questions to the hardest questions. And this is not our first rodeo. We have built and led some of the largest institutional crypto businesses, technology companies, and Hollywood brands. We look forward to working with all of you and helping you enter the Web3 space for the first time or evolve your brand's existing presence in the Web3 space. So please reach out to us, recurforever.com/Vayner, We're looking forward to talking to you, Avery and Alan, Gary. As always, really great seeing you guys, and thanks for having us.
Thanks for that very thorough presentation there.
Hey, Zach, thank you so much.
Awesome. Thank you to Recur for that. Now we're going to play a video from Fireside.
Hi, everybody. I'm Jay Leno. This is Fireside.
YNS Live with NFL Thread, live on Fireside.
All right. Welcome to Victory Before the podcast on the Fireside app.
To see how creators are able to connect to their audiences. This is a participatory entertainment platform.
We're excited to be on a platform where we can actually talk to people who are watching.
So I like it, but my husband wants to change it.
Fireside, co-founded by investor Mark Cuban, aims to put control back into the hands of creators.
You do, in fact, own your IP, and you get live analytics.
Are you guys ready to get on your soapbox?
No one's allowed to have fun, that's for sure.
By having that interactivity, the whole dynamic of creating content changes.
Ross, what are the Timberwolves doing tonight?
Short-term upside. How did you learn to be leery of that?
And I've made some mistakes.
Talk about all this exciting stuff that we have going on for Super Bowl, and then whatever else you want to ask me.
Another reason I love doing boards is that everyone always naturally gravitates towards the kitchen.
There was no way I was going to let the fans down.
We're going to use Fireside to kind of build our community. Tell us your memorable character you want to share with us tonight.
Hilariously, Elaine from Seinfeld.
Right now, this show could be simulcasted to YouTube, Facebook, LinkedIn, Twitch, Twitter.
From one app.
When you end up doing what you love doing, sometimes you find yourself in a situation you could never imagine.
I'm working towards audio sculpture that is a pure vision. We haven't seen the best yet.
I'm excited and just ready for what's next.
Hi, everyone. I'm Fallon Fatemi. I'm the co-founder and CEO of Fireside. And I've co-founded Fireside with Mark Cuban. And we believe that the future of media and entertainment is participatory, where audiences aren't just part of the show. They can be the co-creator, or they can also play a very intimate part in the creating process as well. Additionally, we believe the future of media and entertainment is totally creator-led. There is talent out there today, like an Adam Waheed, who's a big comedy star that gets 1.5 billion views per month. The question becomes, why are they not their own studio network and streaming service? And that's because Fireside didn't exist until now. We're offering creators the right technology platform, analytics, an ownership model where they own their relationship with their audience directly instead of renting them on social. They own all of their audience data and their IP. And by doing so, we can help accelerate in building the multi-billion-dollar studio networks and streaming platforms of the future. And so Fireside is the first interactive Web3 streaming platform that, beyond delivering the promise of ownership to creators, brands, organizations that leverage Fireside through Web3 in a completely consumerized way, there's really two core components to our platform. The first is we have created the first virtual content studio that allows you to create content, whether it's on mobile or on desktop, to actually record audio and video content with audiences and distribute it wherever those audiences are, whether it be on social, linear television, or on podcasting, in a way that's unlocking new formats of entertainment that are really groundbreaking. Additionally, we allow select creators like an Adam Waheed to launch next generation entertainment networks with NFT powered memberships that are completely consumerized. And the value prop is something my mom can understand, which is, imagine being on the ground floor of Oprah launching her OWN network, and as a member of that network, being able to be in the writer's room, being a part of the production process, and then also participating as a part of that content as well. And obviously, in being directly connected to your biggest, fans, organizations, brands that you really believe in as a member of that network, you're literally co-creating the future with them. And that really aligns for the first time the relationship between communities of these creators and brands with them directly without middlemen, which really enables you to deepen that relationship with them and have them aligned in driving also the success of your network. We have reduced the overhead, the multiple tools, teams, weeks that it takes to create audio and video content. We make it as easy as an interactive FaceTime to create that content with an audience. And the technology that we've invented allows you to feel that audience virtually. So for example, as shows are being recorded live, you can literally hear the audience laugh, clap, react, come onto the stage, and actually be part of that show in real time, along with this Michelin star chef. You can ask for substitutes. You can then turn on your camera and actually show that end product. And
what are you working with? Let me see.
Can you see it?
Oh, wow.
So there's my...
That is, I mean, that deserves a live round of applause.
So the audience is laughing, clapping, reacting. As more people do it, it evolves to simulate like you're in the same, in this case, kitchen with the host Dean here. So in that way, the audience really is the co-creator. Additionally, when content is either recorded live or uploaded, it can also be multicasted everywhere. The content can also be consumed from the browser, so there's no download required. And then we're also building out fast channel AVOD partnerships with the Samsungs, the Rokus, the LGs of the world to enable content to also be distributed to linear television to over 300 million households as well. One thing that's really important to showcase is the power of the analytics that we provide that really help creators understand what is resonating with their audience. So for example, we help anyone who creates content on Fireside understand the level of engagement, the sentiment, the virality of that content to enable them to dig into portions of the show. Let's say where the audience was least engaged or a negative sentiment, or when a joke was made, what happened? Did people laugh, cry, leave? We even streamline post-production with tools for editing where we overlay the transcript on the audio and the video. In a couple taps, you can remove sections. One tap to remove the sound effects. So now the audio is natively formatted for one push distribution. If you want to take the audio and distribute it as a podcast, and we can programmatically insert ads as that content gets distributed to all the podcasting platforms. For example, the Dateline podcast is very popular. And so really Fireside, to sort of summarize it, is built from the content studio side to enable creators to streamline their ability to create a lot more IP, very unique IP in collaboration with their audiences and their communities to also deepen that relationship, ultimately enable them to get the most value from that IP and monetize it both on Fireside as well as off Fireside. Creators, brands, organizations are now really inventing entire new formats of entertainment where the audience can really be a part of the show. For example, we have the first interactive home design show with former HGTV stars where they literally go in and do a 30-minute home makeover, and then the in-studio audience can turn on their camera and get interior design advice. We have the first live improv crowdsource series where the audience is the writer's room in real time. There's the first interactive true crime show where the audience gets to be a part of the investigations live. And we're seeing incredible, notable guests on the shows on the platform, really representative of the quality of the curation that we're doing. For example, Howie Mandel was just on Melissa Rivers' show. I would love to give you guys a little bit of an example, really an industry first that's already launching on Fireside. So Adam Wahid, this is the comedy star that gets 1.4 billion views per month, is launching a next generation entertainment network with NFT powered memberships that are completely consumerized. Again, you don't know that you're even using an NFT. Now, the members of his network will be able to be in the writer's room, helping him come up with the ideas for his short comedy films, be a part of that production process, have input on that programming. He's even going to be programming the rest of his network with other up and coming comedians, other TikTok stars as well, give them an opportunity to be able to cross-pollinate audiences with Adam. He's also going to be launching a first of its kind game show that is also going to be really exciting from a brand perspective for the many brands that have approached us to underwrite his network. There's sort of a couple different options for creators when they launch networks. The first is they can go ahead and offer a paid membership, which is completely a Web2 experience. And they can also offer free memberships as well. And the benefits can be, early access to content, being in the writer's room, being able to be a part of the production process. And there's a finite amount of these. The value of this membership is really exciting from a fan perspective because for the first time, they get to really be a part of helping evolve the media and entertainment companies of the future. So the opportunity that we are offering to brands, organizations, very large broadcasters and streamers that have approached us is the ability to launch these networks, have a safe onboard into the world of Web3 without ever needing their audience to actually know anything about a crypto wallet. It's all under the hood. And we thought it would take 6 months to get 1 billion in reach. of individual creators, organizations, brands wanting to launch networks on Fireside. And it took us 3 days, and we're now at over 2 billion. And we are announcing each of these every month. And where this all goes in the future is once these entertainment networks get critical mass of their subscription-based communities, then it makes sense to evolve from 2-dimensional and participatory to now 3-dimensional and immersive. So this is an example of a conceptual mock-up of Angry Lunch's podcast studio in the future, where now as a community member, as a member or subscriber or follower, I can be in this meta space, meta world, I can connect with other community members, I can consume content, get rewarded for consuming that content, use that to purchase these NFTs on the picture frames on the wall, or pre-order this bottle of Avignon tequila. That's where we're going in terms of building the future of media and entertainment. We're so excited.
Amazing. Great to hear from Falon. And up next, we are going to hear from Immutable.
Awesome. Good morning, everyone. Thanks for tuning in. I'm Robbie Ferguson. I am from Immutable. I co-founded it about 5 years ago with my brother, James, and my co-founder, Alex. And we are now a $2.5 billion NFT infrastructure company. Our main goal is, how do we tokenize the world's unique value into NFTs? And we think the first major breakout vertical is going to be gaming. Let's dive in. So first, where is digital ownership headed? NFTs are going to be much more than just collectibles. The entire world is going to end up tokenized into NFTs. All digital native content and forms of real title will become NFTs. In some cases, the motivation is going to be true digital ownership. In others, it's going to be driven by liquidity and the utility premium of these digital assets instantly having access to the largest third-party DeFi and financial ecosystem in the world. As soon as you tokenize your house, you can suddenly take it and collateralize it and use that USDC you get in any other application. So the financial utility is going to be a huge driver of real world goods and finance being tokenized into NFTs. But our thesis is that the first breakout vertical is going to be gaming. And this is because $100 billion of in-game items are sold every single year to players, not in box copies, but in the form of items inside Fortnite, the skins themselves, or the coins inside Candy Crush. And gamers have zero property rights over these assets. And NFTs for gaming fundamentally improve the 3 core things that games companies care about. The first is they care about cost of acquisition. The second is retention. And the third is monetization. And when you allow real economies, you typically 10x how much a player will be happy to spend because they have the option of selling it later on. How much would you buy a house for if you never had the ability to sell it? The second thing is that gamers stick around because you have aligned incentives. Now games can become cooperatives where players actually own the assets that give them upside or future equity in that actual game. And the third is that you have this idea of digital provenance. You can take the precise skin that Ninja used to win a Fortnite tournament, and all of the value that he brought to that can be sold in the marginal added cost of that NFT to him. So in the exact same way that the gloves Muhammad Ali knocked out George Foreman with in the Rumble of the Jungle are far more valuable than any other make in kind from that year, the digital assets can remember the provenance in which they were used. And the reason we're so excited about gaming is it's also one of the largest growing markets in the world. It's bigger than music, movies, and TV combined, and it's growing at 10% year on year. It is becoming the default interactive platform by which we consume much of these entertainment mediums. And we also see Web3 gaming shifting. I think phase 1 over the last 4 years has been play for ROI, security indifferent, limited utility, and high luxury goods. And what we're seeing is this massive shift towards how do we empower economies with hundreds of millions of people, where the reason they play the game is because it's fun, but under the hood, they receive far more value. And we see this when people play these games because they feel sick going back to a copy of a game where they don't own their assets. In fact, many of the players from our trading card game, Gods Unchained, say if they go back to Hearthstone or Magic the Gathering, they feel ill spending money on packs where they don't have property rights to sell them later on. And this is where the next billion users for crypto are going to come from. But Immutable is also incredibly excited about these new verticals. I won't spend too much time on them today, but this is what we're going to see the trend of over the next 10 to 15 years. Every vertical, from digital assets to physical goods to centralized financial assets to centralized registry products, are going to be tokenized and traded globally at the cheapest possible rates because of NFTs. Digital goods will happen the fastest because value adheres inside the custody of the token itself, but we'll also have wine and sneakers start to be tokenized, as we've seen with StockX or eBay making the first moves by providing custodial ownership of trading cards. We're going to see centralized finance, trillions of dollars of liabilities in assets like T-bills or term deposits where users cannot trade it start to be tokenized and made tradable. And we're going to see it in centralized registry products, so music or royalties. One day, you can automatically remix a song on the fly and royalties will be paid out based on the composable unit of NFTs in that song. And so we're going to see huge applications across pretty much any form of unique value globally. But let's dive into Web3 games. There's some problems. The first is technical cost and speed, and how difficult it is for Web2 developers to build a blockchain game today. The second is economic models. The biggest growth models that we've seen, like Axie, have all had huge limitations in their ability to scale. And how difficult it is for Web2 developers to build a blockchain game today. The second is economic models. The biggest growth models that we've seen, like Axie, have all had huge limitations in their ability to scale sustainably. How do we develop economic models that make it simple for Web2 gaming studios to succeed in this environment? The third problem we see is performance and scale. The throughput is simply not there. And last, but very much not least, is security. There has been over $2 billion of bridge hacks across major blockchains in the last 4 months. We must have a solution which preserves user security above all costs, or mainstream studios will not enter the space and gamers will not trust us. Immutable has experienced this firsthand, and I think this is what really differentiates us. We started out by building the first ever blockchain multiplayer game called Etherbots, which was completely decentralized. It came out in January of 2018. And the goal was, how do we do every bit of logic on chain? We learned pretty quickly that that was not the best use of a settlement layer. But we also learned a lot about scaling. With Gods Unchained, we minted more NFTs than every other NFT collection on Ethereum combined. And we were really at the cutting edge of scaling on Ethereum, inventing solutions like batched minting and deferred minting back in 2019, which are now used by major marketplaces and companies today. And then the third is we have Guild of Guardians, which is our mobile-first game, which is purely focused on how do we drive massive user acquisition and ownership through a mainstream user experience. We built these games because we knew we needed to understand firsthand what problems games would go through, from compliance to security to scale to game and economic design, in order to truly create a successful solution for them. Creating a platform in isolation would not lead to success. And so what this has really meant is we've been able to build Immutable X, which is a zero-knowledge rollup powered scaling solution for NFTs. But more than that, it is the one-stop shop platform for anyone to build a successful game or successful NFT marketplace for game or gaming assets. And the way we approach each of these is, first, tech cost and speed. We are a purely API-based approach. No one has to touch a smart contract when they build on Immutable. And that means we can scale to thousands of games without having to interface with each of these people directly. Most recently, we had Aglet, which has 1 million monthly players as a move to earn app, built on us completely self-serve without ever requiring a conversation with us. We have mass market user experience. You can sign up with email and pay with a credit card. We have a huge focus on economic models, both at the game design playbook layer, where we equip all of our customers with our learnings from our internal content, but also the liquidity engine layer, which I'll touch on in a second. We have the best performance out of any L2 in the world, and we partner closely with Starkra on this front. We currently have more than 10,000 transactions per second, and we'll be moving to hundreds of thousands of transactions per second with our cross-rollup liquidity platform across StarkX and StarkNet. All of this is 100% carbon neutral, Our carbon footprint is incredibly minimal. We're not just offsetting a whole bunch. And the last is security. Every single asset traded on Immutable inherits the direct security of Ethereum. There is no trusted bridges. And so you always know at the end of the day, if you're minting a $1 billion economy because you're a major gaming studio, those assets are secure and safe.
All right. Thank you to that message from Immutable X. We are going to bring on Ben from Polygon, and sort of moving from one chain or one sort of network to the next, all within the Ethereum ecosystem. So very happy to hear from Ben. I'll let you take it over.
Thanks, Alan. Yeah, happy to be here today. Once again, name is Ben Whatley, Senior Director of Strategy at Polygon, and excited to share a little bit about it for anyone that's uninitiated, a little on the background of the company, and also sort of, why we're here, what we're building, who we're building it with, and ultimately what some of our goals are for the future. So to kick off really quick, so originally we weren't Polygon. We were actually Matic, founded back in 2017. Sandeep and the founders team ultimately knew that the blockchain space needed some way to scale on top of what was already in place with Bitcoin and then Ethereum, of course, for decentralized application development. A lot of good stuff could be done, but ultimately when it came to transactions and speed and reliability, this was something that needed to be solved for. So in 2020, Matic at the time launched their POS sidechain, or mainnet launch was the first official product. And then the following year in 2021, rebranded to Polygon, sort of to lead the new initiative around a massive bet towards ZK rollups. So whether it was Hermes, whether it was Zero, or a number of other products we're bringing to market, we spent probably around $1 billion or so in that year acquiring a number of companies, because ultimately one size really doesn't fit all in the space. And I think every year we continue to learn more and more, and ultimately the founders team knew that and quickly set out to not just find the correct acquisitions, but also to find the correct funding to allow us to achieve what it means to support developers once you actually move beyond the technology. So the first sort of official hire after we raised our Sequoia capital round earlier this year of $450 million was bringing in Ryan Wyatt from YouTube. He was the head of gaming there. Ultimately to sort of craft and build out a team for what it means to take care of developers. Primarily, there's obviously gaming focus around this, but it kind of extended out really quickly into content, entertainment, music, sports, media. And then the technology team obviously had their hands wrapped around wallets and DeFi, to sort of decentralized exchanges. And so we're sort of kind of pairing a cultural 360 together around what it means for Polygon to exist. So we'll support gaming and we'll be heavily focused there, but we also want to literally support everything across enterprise. We want to be able to do everything from sports, music, and so on and so forth. So it really is a pretty broad picture and goal that we've set out for ourselves. But ultimately, the only way we'll be able to do this is to bring in the right people to do it. So we went out and collectively started hiring from all across gaming and non-gaming organizations, but ultimately with the intent to make sure that we were able to scale the needs of the team to really meet the underlying technology. I think once you're a developer and you're in an ecosystem and you're launching something or building something, it feels really good and it feels really empowering to pull the lever to start. But then ultimately it's like, well, what happens in 2, 3, 5, 10 years from now when we're still in the ecosystem, either on our first product that's still alive or project, or maybe on our 5th, 6th, 10th product that's still active in the space. So individuals like Ryan I talked about, we brought in Mike, Young, Ron, Jennifer from various companies. This is EA, Penske, Unity, Meta, to really spearhead and lead a global team, everything from marketing to developer relations, solutions engineering, ventures. We have business development that represents everything from enterprise to institution to gaming and entertainment. We've onboarded and sort of building our people and legal and compliance team. It really is an effort to make sure that the Polygon technology organization can hyper focus in on developing those core scaling solutions I talked about, while the other part of the organization, the part that I'm heavily involved in, takes care of all the hurdles for relationships and partner success. And I think this is going to be a magic combination in the future. Developers are not just going to want the tech, they're going to want someone there to kind of hold their hand and provide all the correct resources and insights along the way, which is exciting. But we're also not doing this on our own. This is something that we're working very closely with strategic partners across the ecosystem with as well. Notable that there are obviously users of the platform, or developers. You can see anything from Sandbox to Centraland to recent announcements we've had around Meta. This week we announced Reddit as well. So really it is everything from strategic partners to distribution partners to developers making a PFP project to a game that's got a 5-year roadmap for development. Our technology is ultimately just a tool at the end of the day, a tool for developers to build the awesome experiences and creative ingenuity that they have and really reach people. And we're pretty excited to be on that journey. But we have learned some things along the way. Making dApps is really hard. Surprisingly, it's not just as easy as writing a smart contract and launching it. At least you can potentially do this in a very short amount of time. But when you start thinking about retention, community, and what it really means to have a successful application in the Web3 space, we start pulling out a lot of like Web2 best practice and principles for what it means to be able to do that in an effective way. Technology ultimately requires constant reinvestment. This is time, money, blood, sweat, tears. It's all of it, right? Like this isn't just something that is about funding a project. It's us, it's the developers continuing to cycle through test, retest, alpha, beta, maybe return to alpha as we continue to cooperatively build and learn in this environment. And that does require just a constant reinvestment of time, energy, and money in that degree. And then ultimately, I've already mentioned it to some extent, but to win together, we need to work together. This is not an industry that's built by any one company. There's going to be some winners and losers along the way, like anything else. But ultimately, everyone's going to be sort of building bridges to meet one another in the middle to actually traverse the type of experiences that we're looking to build in the space. And I actually think it makes it more exciting. There's a lot of fun in building a best-in-class product or technology. It's way more fun when you get to build the use cases and world-class examples with other people. So why Polygon? Well, it's a good question. Ultimately, I think we kind of start maybe not necessarily specific to Polygon, but just thinking through what does it mean to do due diligence and investigate considerations and when you're wanting to develop on blockchain just in general. So stability, uptime, reliability, these are things that you would typically look for when you're going to like an Amazon, AWS or Google Cloud. You want to know that it's available in the region you're in. You want to know that you're never going to have to ask a question about whether it's up, down, or going to meet your needs as a developer. And that's super critical. So if you can get a lot of those questions and risks and worries out of the way, you just get back to building. You focus on, what you're ultimately there to do to begin with. And ultimately, when you're looking at a blockchain, you're thinking about it very similarly, like what's been battle tested, what's been proven over time, what has the most developers in the ecosystem, the most tools, and helps once again achieve a certain level of trust and credibility. So you're not necessarily picking a blockchain to build in that maybe hasn't proven that it can achieve a lot of the things that you're talking about there. And then ultimately, when we think about Ethereum as the underlying layer, we're looking at it in a way that we know that it's the home for all of these things. It's got the highest level of adoption, and ultimately Polygon can step in and help scale Ethereum in a way that ultimately make sure that the sort of too slow, sort of too expensive, or often criticized environmentally unstable aspect of it is something that we can just get rid of. Polygon can build the solutions on top of Ethereum that still recognizes the security of the settlement layer, but without Ethereum itself really needing to solve for any of those issues. And obviously, proof of stake coming down the line really does enhance Ethereum's capabilities, but at the end of the day, L2 solutions on top will still be required to really unlock what developers are capable of. So in order to scale ETH, we meet the demand, we made Polygon. We are essentially 99.9% reduction in gas fees. So in terms of what does it cost just to buy anything in the ecosystem, you want to buy an NFT, it might be $100, but gas is $200. That doesn't feel so good. So we help solve for a lot of those problems. And these OpEx costs also get passed on to developers in the space too. So it's not purely a consumer and user experience. It's everyone gets to benefit. 200 times faster than Ethereum and reaching finality, and carbon negative. We have a ton of stuff out about our sort of green manifesto, if you will, but it's really important that we make sure that we are respectful of, as we're building new tech, of the world that we're in and those priorities there too. So ultimately what we bring to the table, well, it's versatility. I think that's probably the best word to use at the top. This stuff is complicated. Look, at the end of the day, we're in a nascent industry, and until we can all talk about this in a way where our 5-year-old niece or cousin can understand, it's going to be somewhat difficult, I think, to really bring in mass adoption. But because we're talking to developers first, it's good. We get to dig in and help people understand that Polygon provides multiple options across the ecosystem, depending on what you want to do as a developer. If you need high levels of security, then we have the ability to do that for enterprise solution, as an example with Polygon Zero. If you need speed and you want to make sure that you're able to have some flexibility in the space, we have that as well with Maietta. Hermes will be the first ZK rollup solution that's EVM compatible. Polygon POS, which was, the original product we launched, and then a dedicated server if you're a company that wants to essentially have a lot of control over a sovereign sidechain experience. You want to have some authority, maybe decentralization, or the ability to have some permissionless experiences isn't exactly the use case. Maybe you're tracking inventory. That's another example in there as well. So I think it's ultimately, as we look across this case of solutions, we offer a lot of potential outcome for people to be able to build with us.
All right. Thanks for that very extensive breakdown on everything going on within the Polygon space. Ben, really appreciate it. I think my experience, Polygon has one of the best business development teams. So I think for any brands out there that are really thinking about building anything, definitely reach out to Polygon and see what you guys can cook up. All right.
Appreciate
Thanks, Ben.
Cheers.
Thanks so much, Ben. And I feel like I have to say this. It's time for us to bridge ourselves over to the next presentation. So let's go ahead. Go ahead and pull our next presenter up.
Yeah, I think we have last slice here with Decentraland. So go ahead and take it away.
Thanks,
Thanks, Alan. Yeah, hey, everybody. Thanks for having me. Super stoked to be here. I'm Lastrom from Last Slice Collective. We are a metaverse development studio, a metaverse social club, all things education, Web3, NFT based. Really, really amazing community. A lot of us are anonymous. A lot of us are public facing. It's been the best 18 months of my life. Completely changed where I was at to where I'm going, to hopefully bringing everybody along. So just want to highlight a few things today that really encompass what Last Slice Collective is. So again, we're metaverse developers. I started Last Slice a year ago in May, in the hype of all of the NFT craze and community and degenning. And I basically wanted to show people what true NFT utility was back then. I know it's a long, long time ago, but if people could remember the word roadmap and utility, those used to exist as vaporware back in 2021. And so when I saw the word roadmap and they had utility on it and all of these amazing things that no one ever came to fruition, I said, you know what, I'm going to create an NFT project and I am going to provide immediate utility, showcasing how you can leverage technology that we're all in together and maybe monetize it or be creative or however you want to accomplish whatever you want to accomplish in the space. And so I created the Last Slice Collective from my name, Lastrom, and around a pizza concept, which I'll get to in a second. And we had a slow rollout, only minted 50 at a time. And I wanted people to come into our Discord and understand and how to learn how to build in Decentraland. So we're going to get to Decentraland in the back half of this presentation, but Decentraland obviously is a metaverse built on blockchain, utilizing NFT ownership and technology to really bring to life a visual experience. And my definition of a metaverse is the visual representation of Web3. And so Last Slice allows its members to learn how to build on their plots of land in Decentraland. So again, that word utility, utilizing their NFTs that they currently own in the form of Decentraland parcels, but also this new NFT as a Last Slice member to learn how to build on their land, whether for fun or to monetize their land. So this was all started just for fun, just to learn, just to educate. And what happened was we became a social club. everyone stayed around, everyone hung out, we started trading. As Crypto Nova likes to say, aliens, apes, and zombies. We have a ton of those in our community. I had 0 NFTs a year ago, and I have over 300 now. I don't want to say how many I have in my hidden profile, but we'll just leave it at 300 visible. So we became a social club. So then these NFTs wanted to fulfill the roadmap. And so we reached out to them, and they would reach out to us, and we would build their projects for them in the metaverse. That was a pillar of their roadmaps. And so as we got further along in the space, we realized that there was a market here for metaverse builders. And so what we did is we actually created the first virtual pizza order ever. I created a Domino's pizza kiosk 1.5 years ago. You can go into Decentraland, you can type in your address, you can pay in cryptocurrency, and a real Domino's cheese pizza will be delivered to you from a local Domino's nearby. And this was groundbreaking. It was crazy. It was the mantra of how I want interoperability to be maintained. Everyone is talking about interoperability between metaverses and platforms and chains, all this stuff prior, which is amazing. However, I want to focus on the physical and digital interoperability. I think that's where that word interoperability is really going to have success. And so this sort of put us on the map. Again, pizza, last slice, last room, that's kind of where our name came from. Fast forward to January 2022, we've landed a major client, Samsung. We built them a crazy immersive experience inside the metaverse. We've been building on their space for the past 6 months. We love building for them. You can see here, this building is an exact replica of their location in Brooklyn. You can see we also do wearables in Decentraland, 3D models, crazy lobbies and experiences, quests. You know, Samsung wanted us to build them a lobby, and you can see here on the right, this is what we thought a metaverse lobby would be like. So really interesting ways to warp reality in the metaverse. As we just go further down the list, here's some of our other deliveries. You know, it's only been a year, and we've worked with some major players, Samsung, Wall Street Bets, Playboy, all focused in Decentraland, all focused on providing, again, that visual experience of Web3. A lot of people before us have talked about the inner workings of Web3, what that is, these chains, these really hard kind of topics. The metaverse allows us to visualize that. And so Decentraland has the ability to allow owners of those NFTs via land or wearables to showcase their creativity, to showcase their curiosity, to build amazing experiences for other brands or for themselves, maybe for a play to earn game. So we really like the metaverse. We are 100% on the metaverse. We have a full development studio, from voice actors to 3D animators to storyboard artists to audio engineers to programmers. We're about to launch 2 massive projects next week. We cannot say yet, but they're going to be huge. So we don't want people to lose focus on the metaverse. I know it's a interesting word, and people's brains might melt when you hear it. But again, the metaverse to us is a visual representation of Web3. We live and play in Decentraland. We love the other side. We love to see what other metaverses are coming out, where we can be creative. And again, visualize this whole concept of what this world we're in, Web3 NFT ownership. If anyone has any questions, you can come find us, lastslice.org, find us on OpenSea. We're all here hanging out. We're a global social club. Again, we came from the metaverse. We do meet in real life, but it's a new way, a new form of socializing in the Web3 space.
Amazing. Thank you so much, Lasram. Really glad to have you. We got a great comment. Lasram just absolutely crushed it. Really good stuff today.
Awesome. Thank you. We are now going to bring up Body with on cyber. Really looking forward to presentation.
Hey, everyone.
Hello. I'll let you take it away, Body.
Yes. Great to be here. Hi, everyone. So yeah, I'm with On Cyber, and so I'm not going to run you through slides. I'll do a demo of some of the spaces we have right after. I think just to level set a little bit about who we are and what we're up to. Really, I think at the end of the day, there's a lot of words, Web3, metaverse, NFTs, all of this. But if you think about it as a brand, a lot of it is around how do you engage with your community, how do you tell the story, right? Like how do you really build something that's going to be immersive and like build that connection with your customers and prospects, right? So at the end of the day, really you've been doing it for a long time, and there's been a natural evolution of how you've been doing it, right? So maybe 15 years ago, it was a lot through text. Now, like 5-10 years ago, it was a lot through pictures. And now I think all of us know we are deep into the video being the format that everybody is using. And I think naturally you've seen over the past few years the emergence of new formats like augmented reality, 3D, things that we call more immersive experiences, right? And so I think that's where all of these concepts of metaverse and ownership, things like that are coming into the play. How can you build an immersive experience to really engage with your community, with your clients, your prospects, things like that, right? And so there's going to be a natural, the same way it happened in the past, a natural evolution in which those experiences will become easier and easier to create. And as they become easier to create, you will need like tools and platforms to go and experience them, right? So that's really what we are trying to enable at OnCyber. We believe like everyone should be able to build their own world, right? Build their own immersive experiences. And so that's what we've been building. So I'll just show you directly some of the spaces, some of the activations we've done in the past. So I think it will give you a better sense. I'll start with one thing we've done with Artifact and the Gagosian Museum. Basically, they had an exposition in New York. And so they thought, how can we build a digital companion for anyone that's not in New York and cannot come to the expo?
Hey, one
they
second,
just
buddy.
rebuilt their museum, the gallery entirely, and put it on Cyber. And so anyone could have that digital companion experience. And so what you see here is actually the exact replica of the expo in the New York gallery, right? So they had an NFT exposition with Murakami, and so this is what they've designed, right? And so during the time of the expo, there was a lot of activation. There was a lot of people in the space at the same time. You could chat and talk to other people. So it was really a way to immerse the community together for both physical and digital experience. Now, that's one example. I'll show you another one of something that's a little bit more branded. So obviously, you might want to think about how is your brand coming to life in some of those experiences. And so we've had something that we've done with Artifact called the Loop Pod. A little bit of music as well. Up. This is their Loop Pod. And so you can see how this one is branded here, right, with the logos, and how it's been curated and designed by the person who has this one. I'll show you another example just to show you how the creativity of the community has no limits, obviously. This is that same loot pod, but curated and designed by someone else, right? So what's interesting is that that space that you see here is an NFT itself. And so you can obviously like sell it or offer it or do whatever you want with it, right? And so the person that owns it can then go and design and customize it. And so that's another example of how the branded experience comes to life with a lot of NFTs, a lot of content that's in there. We support content that's decentralized, so NFTs, but also centralized content, right? So maybe you can have a YouTube video in there. You can put some music in there, right? You can do a live event in there. Like anything is possible, really. That just gives you a sense for obviously the creativity of the community. You can go and play around, right, and go and lose yourself in the experience. And so that's something that we've done with Artifact and Nike. Now I'll show you the last one, just to give you a sense for the breadth of the experiences that are being built right now. This is a full city. that we've done with 6529. That's him. And so it's a full-on city, mega city with massive buildings everywhere. And throughout that city, it's filled with different experiences, galleries, museums that you can just go and play with and engage with, right? And so I'm showing you right now the single experience, but there is multiplayer as well. You can be in there with your friends. Again, there's voice, chat, all of these things. And finally, one thing that I think is very interesting that we wanted to share with you is, let me show you this one. As you think about your own website and how obviously there's been a shift from retail being more and more experiential, right? And obviously that trend will probably happen with digital as well. So we've done integration with art blocks to give you a sense. Okay, they just showcase a bunch of the NFTs they have in there, and you can click on each piece, see what it looks like. Takes a bit of time to load, but basically we've done an integration that's directly in line with the website, in which by coming here, if that loads, you can directly access, let's try the other one. Okay. Once you have that piece, and it can be anything, right? E-commerce, any piece you want. There's a direct integration with our tech, in which when you click, I think I need to share the new tab. You can access directly that product in line in an immersive experience. So again, that's really the concept that I want you to go away with. It's like, this is just a format. It's a way for you to tell a story that's much more immersive, to say something that's that goes beyond just a photo or a video, and it can be through those immersive spaces. It can be directly on your website. You don't need to go and buy a land to be in the metaverse. You already have a land. The land is your website. It's the presence you've built and the community you already have online, and you can engage them with a format that just allows you to do so much more, right? And so that's what we've been focused on our side. And yeah, if there's any question or follow-ups, I'm Badi at OnCyber, and you can find me on social as well, at Badi.
Thanks, Badi, for, I think you showed a lot. I've always been a fan of everything you guys have been doing, you and Ryan, so thank you for sharing everything related to your platform, and definitely looking forward to seeing what you were building in that open metaverse and seeing how that evolves, for sure. Thank you so much.
Thank you.
Right. We are going to move on to Some.Place with Jenna. Thank you. Let's bring her up. Hi, Jenna.
Hi. Hey.
How are you doing?
Good. How are you? Yeah, good to see you too. Nice to see
Yep.
people's faces.
Yeah.
Right? Not just hear their voices. Yeah. Do you want to get my slides up?
Yeah, they're coming up shortly. Take it away.
Awesome. So Some.Place is a mobile forward, female founded, curated metaverse, which I know is kind of a mouthful, but it really kind of touches on all of our main pillars. So we're focused on community and culture, focused on elevated design and accessibility, which is why we're mobile forward. We're not only going to be on mobile, but we are mobile forward because 85% of the world has a smartphone right now, and that's how we're going to bring the metaverse to everyone, and that's how we're going to make it part of our lives without making it our entire life. So if you want to go next slide, you can kind of see this message from our founders. Neither of them could be here today. They had prior commitments, but they did want to just say hi to everyone, and they wanted me to talk about how Some.Place got started. So they're friends, they live across the globe from each other, and they realized during the pandemic that they were really craving human connection, but none of the tools that they had were really doing it for them. It wasn't easy to be social, especially when people were locked in their homes or could only walk around the block. So they started looking into the metaverse and again realized there wasn't anything for them. So they built their own. So go ahead and go to the next slide. So I'll read this. Some.Place is a Web3 company pushing the boundaries on how we experience and exist in the metaverse and bridge the gap with the physical world. We're exploring big ideas in identity, ownership, and utility to onboard both crypto and non-crypto natives to the space. And you say, okay, non-crypto natives, they're scared of the metaverse. Well, we're already all operating in the metaverse. This is a metaverse. This live stream is a new way to connect online. We're seeing each other's faces. We're talking. We're not saying that this is going to replace the real world. We're saying this is going to supplement it. If you want to go to the next slide, our friend Bobby Kim, who runs the Hundreds, the streetwear brand, likes to say that the metaverse will never replace the physical world. The physical world and the metaverse should supplement each other. So why shouldn't we make this metaverse the most amazing, imaginative thing of our dreams? So that's kind of what we're looking for when we're talking to communities, to bring them in to help us really build out this amazing, accessible metaverse. So the next slide will show you a little bit what it looks like. This is our Japanese-inspired alleyway. This is a public space that people can hang out in. They can meet each other and really just explore a beautiful world. So how else are we going to do this? Go ahead and go to the next slide. So where your digital identity is more than a profile picture. Right now, NFTs are great at being a profile picture on Twitter or scrolling through your phone and showing it to somebody. But is that really the best that we can do with these? We foresee NFTs as 3D assets that you can use to express your identity. And that's what we're doing with avatars in our app. So as you can see there, there's a Meebit. There's a non-fungible people, there's a normal avatar up there on the left, and you can change it every day, just like you change your profile picture. But let's bring it off the wall. Let's bring it off the screen. Let's let you explore the world using this avatar. Next slide, thank you. Where your collection isn't confined to your wallet. So we have all these beautiful NFTs. Some of them are just gonna say 2D, right? But let's make the most amazing environments possible to show them off and to show people what means the most to us. So as you can see here, this is our personal space. This is where users, right now the users that we have in the app can curate their own artwork, put it all over the walls, and really show off what means the most to them. Keep going. Also, our big emphasis on NFTs is not only 3D, but also with AR technology. So that's where we're really going to see this bridge between the physical and the digital worlds. This is how we really make these items non-fungible and part of our real life. Like the glass of water sitting next to me is also non-fungible. It's one thing, I can use it. We're going to bring these NFTs using AR into real life so that you can really share them with people and share experiences with people. Where community awaits and connections are meaningful. I really like this one. We want communities of all shapes and sizes to come into Some.Place and really build out their community the way that they want to, not the way that they have done before, whether it's using Zoom or Twitter Spaces. We want them to have the freedom and the tools to really enrich their community and find a better way to socialize online. So with this, we think about community token gated spaces. So this is if a project or a brand or a company, if you have a token, either an NFT or something in the real world that you have connected digitally or connected to an NFT, if they own this, they can go into this token gated space and really have a special experience. And these are, we want to give communities the opportunity to fully customize these the way that they want to do it. So this is, I love this picture. This is our park. It's kind of based on Central Park, but you can kind of see the beauty of our environment here. We're taking inspiration from the real world, but we're not trying to completely copy it. There are some fun things in our metaverse that wouldn't be possible in the real world, but we want to be inspired by the real world instead of having everybody just feel like they're overwhelmed and they can't focus on the real world anymore because this digital world has totally taken them over. We see this as a beautiful and serene kind of environment where people want to spend their time. So these are, if you can take anything away from what I'm saying right now. We believe that what differentiates Some.Place from other metaverses is what's core to our DNA: culture, true accessibility, and elevated design. And you can kind of see the elevated design here in the photo. There's just no other metaverse that looks like this. It's amazing. It's beautiful. It puts an emphasis on architecture and just true beauty and art, which really speaks to me, and I think speaks to our whole community, where we have college students and moms and grandmas all using this app. It's just a little bit different experience from anything you're seeing out there. So there's a lot of amazing metaverse products and worlds being built, and I think they all have different solutions to different problems, but Some.Place is really uniquely positioned in that we're culture and community based versus currency or land based, and we're also curated. We talk about doom scrolling all the time, and how on Twitter and Instagram we just sit there and just do this. Why do we need to replicate that in the metaverse, in the digital world? That, the content that we're giving out to people, they're just scrolling right by it. So our emphasis on curation is really about that. It's giving people the tools to build within certain parameters to really, really be impactful and communicate with their communities or their customers, their users, their friends, their family, that sort of thing. Next slide. There we go. So really quickly, you can see we're in test flight right now. We have all of our Genesis Potion, which is our original NFT. All of those users are in there right now. They're testing this out for us. You log in on your phone, you pick your avatar, you put your collection on the walls. You can see your 3D potion in there and change it out. You can eventually, you're going to be able to kind of connect with your communities. That's coming up really soon. And then the AR capability we are working on as well. So you can kind of see the AR potion over there on the right. So partnership opportunities, that's why we're all here, right? So the Some.Place marketplace, this is going to be I keep saying the word curated, but a very well curated 3D marketplace where people can buy all sorts of different 3D collectibles to really express their identity. We'll have collabs with artists, we'll have collabs with brands, we'll have different types of things, from giant rooms to a tiny little dog statue that you could put in your personal space. We also have the gated community spaces, which is what I talked about before. You have to be a holder of a token or a pass to get in those. And that's something that companies, communities, brands will be able to offer as well. And then temporary events and activations. These are things that only go on for a certain period of time, but you can invite people in to experience this amazing world that you build. So talked about the marketplace. You can kind of see some of the amazing furniture that we're working on in there. And then I think the last slide, is the gated community experiences. So I think I stayed about 10 minutes. Pretty proud.
No, you were great. You were great, Jenna. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Jenna.
Yeah, that was awesome. Thank you so much.
Thank you.
If there's information there from the Some.Place team, please reach out to them if you have any questions or further comments.
Cool.
All right.
Thank you, guys.
We are going to move on to Land Vault, and I think we have Sam here with
yes.
the Land Vault team. Hey,
hello.
Sam. How are you doing?
How are you? I'm great. How are you?
Good. Ready to hear all about Land Vault. Take it away.
All right. Thank you so much. Great to be here, everyone. Super excited. My name is Sam Huber, and I'm the CEO of a company called Land Vault. So at Land Vault, we're the largest builder / property developer in the metaverse. We've assembled a team of over 120 architects, artists, 3D designers, game developers, builders, you name it, all the skills that you need to build an experience in the metaverse from concept to delivery. We have that in-house. That team has delivered over 190 builds in the metaverse so far. And if you count that in terms of square footage of development in the virtual world, that's about 100 million square feet of metaverse that we have built, building all of these different experiences in the metaverse. And we've managed to raise some significant funding along the way. Now, the company actually started under a different name about 4 years ago. My vision at the time was fairly simple. It was to create a model where advertising in games did not compromise the user experience. I used to have a small indie game studio, was very frustrated with the available ad solutions, and I came up with this format, which is now called in-game. As you can see on the right, you have those brands that effectively are inserting their content within the experience. So the content is part of the gameplay, part of the narrative. And we grew that company into the largest in-game advertising platform. We work with hundreds of brands, as you can see, and agencies, of course. And the point is that whether it's for gaming or for metaverse, we have a long track record of successfully partnering with big brands, big agencies, and taking them into pioneering new, exciting environments. And a couple of months ago, we've pivoted all into the metaverse. We believe that gaming was great, but the metaverse is actually the perfect environment to fully express that vision that we had, where content and brand can actually become one instead of interrupting each other and fighting for the user's attention. Since then, we had the privilege of building amazing experiences, partnering with some of the biggest companies on the planet. MasterCard was one of the experiences that we did, which was voted #1 best metaverse experience live by Ad Age. That was actually a couple of weeks ago. We were also part of the Heineken activation. That activation in Decentraland, the first virtual brewery, actually won them 2 Cannes Lions Awards a couple of months back. We also have a lot of track record and experience building for actual Web3 native projects or NFT projects that want to create extra utility for their project by building an experience in the metaverse where the NFTs can be used and actually deliver real value. And that experience is actually, the World of Women one, is actually the first one built by a third party, ourselves, that is going to be featured in the next alpha season of the Sandbox. Another example is actually my personal favorite. It's Alien Boy, which is an NFT project. That experience is probably the largest standalone metaverse experience. It's the equivalent of 9 million square feet of development. You can see there's probably about 1 million little cubes that have been assembled by our team to create this amazing experience. And it doesn't stop there. We partnered with agency group, with fashion brands for the Metaverse Fashion Week, and literally dozens of other brands that we successfully took into the metaverse. So what is the single reason why you should be in the metaverse? And it's the same reason why we are all in, and we decided to pivot the company to fully support Web3 and the metaverse. And it's the fact that by 2025, there will be 2 billion Web3 native users. We call them the Generation Alpha. They are people that are born in 2010 or after. So they're entering their teenage years, and they're actually becoming the largest demographics on the planet. So in a few years, this segment is going to be your largest customer segment as well. 2 billion people, 2 billion potential customers. Now that audience is fully connected. They don't watch TV, they play games instead. They're also crypto native. And their way of experiencing the metaverse is just like it's your way to experience the internet. It's very native to them. They're the perfect citizen of the metaverse. And so you need to start speaking their language today in order to be relevant to that huge customer segment tomorrow. Now, you may ask, okay, well, being present in the metaverse is one thing, but what can you actually do there? I need something tangible to drive the business forward, not just being there for the sake of being there. And that's a great question. And actually, this is part of how we differentiate ourselves as LandVault. Everything that we build, every activation that we build is not just an experience. We think of it as a business. So it's the experience, but it's also about how do we drive users to this experience? How do we monetize? How do we use our legacy ad mix technology, for example, to then monetize the experience and turn this into a profit center, not a cost center? And the beauty of the metaverse and the fact that it's very immersive, very interactive, is that whatever part of the funnel you're trying to improve, whatever your KPI is, whether it's top funnel, it's promotion, it's awareness, or it's maybe community building and engagement, or it could be all the way down the funnel where you want to sell more items or create a new revenue stream in the digital world, we can craft an experience or a business in the metaverse that actually contributes to one of these part of the funnel. and actually help your business deliver better KPIs. And that's really the promise that we're making to our brands when we work with them. This is not just about being there. It's about contributing to the business and using what the metaverse does best, the unique immersion, the fact that it's Web3, there is an element of ownership of digital assets. We bring that all together and actually help deliver experiences to your customers that they genuinely cannot get anywhere else. So how can you get started with this journey with us? We have a pretty simple process that all our partners follow, and it's land, build, grow. So the first part, land, it's all about your location in the metaverse. It's about really figuring out which platform do you want to target, sandbox, Decentraland, NFT worlds, and then in the platform, where do you want to be? Which land do you want? Do you want to buy land or do you want to rent it? How big is it? It's all about the location. Now, we've made that easy for you because we actually own about 100 properties, and some of them being the best location in those platforms. And you can either buy it from us or actually rent it from us. If you don't want to deal with crypto, you don't want to buy tokens, you don't want to own expensive NFTs that can go up and down in price, then you can simply rent it from us from a fixed fee every month and then deliver your experience on top of that. So that's our land service that we provide for the brands. The second part is the building phase, which is the exciting phase, which is where we start with the discovery phase, where we are trying to translate your vision and your business needs into sketches and designs. Then we're able to map this out to actually figure out what the experience is going to be like, what the business is going to be like, and eventually we build that into an experience with all the resources that we have in-house. And as part of that, there is strategy, there is storyline development. It's a business, it's not just an experience. So we really take time to invest resources and our tools, connecting the right tools to make sure that you actually turn this into an actual profit center. And then the last bit is the growth stage, which in my view is the most exciting. And this is powered by the unique technology that we're building. So LandVault is not just providing services for brands to enter the space, we do that, but we also have a tech team, which is the Admix legacy tech, that is trying to build tools to help brands discover new environments. So I've talked about where in the metaverse should you be, which platform, which piece of land. We can make all those decisions, but we're actually building tools to make those decisions based on data. So based on several inputs, maybe it's the budget that you have and the industry that you're in and the competitors that you don't want to be next to. Put all of that into the system to output the best possible location for you. That's a discovery portal. We also have analytics and measurement tools. So whatever activation you do or a business that you do in the metaverse, you can measure the traffic in and out. How long are people spending? What are they actually doing? Are they buying things? Are they just looking at things? So we provide measurement and analytics to make sure that you can actually measure the ROI of this activation. And then it's about in-world ad delivery. This is the product placement technology that we've developed for the last 4 years that is now integrated with most of the metaverses. So if you don't want to create a full experience, you can actually sponsor existing experiences that have integrating our technology. So this is the first media buying technology and pipes directly connected into the metaverse. And we have an ad server effectively where you can target the right audience in the right venue at the right time. And that's basically us. We think that putting all of that together really create the first one-stop shop to help brands enter the metaverse. And we'd love to partner up and build your business in the metaverse.
Thanks for that very thorough and concise rundown for everything you guys are doing over at the LandVault, Sam. Thank you for your time. If anyone has any questions, please feel free to reach out to them. And I hope to see something cool you guys build in the future. Thanks, Sam.
For sure. Thanks, Alan.
All right. Thank you. We are now going to bring up Nikhil with Solana. Thank you for taking the time and telling us all about everything going on in the Solana ecosystem. Take it away.
How's it going? Thanks for having me. You can hear me okay? Great. I'm gonna assume that's a yes. Nice to meet everybody. My name is Nikhil. I lead a lot of BD and partnerships at Solana Foundation, especially in the NFT ecosystem. Today, I'm going to give you a bit of an overview of the Solana ecosystem, some interesting case studies, and some emerging products that you might be interested in learning more about. So first, what is Solana? Solana is a layer 1 blockchain, and it's a blockchain built for everyday use. It's built for the use cases that all of you might find yourself engaging in day out, things like payments and gaming, social networking, and DeFi. Solana is open, permissionless, decentralized. You can get started today if you're a developer and start building on Solana without talking to anybody at Foundation or anywhere, right? Solana is cheap, it's fast, and it's scalable, which is sort of why people are choosing to build on Solana for these applications that folks are using day in and day out. Solana costs fractions of a cent for transaction fees. It can scale to thousands of transactions a second, and it feels like using the regular internet that we all know and love. Transactions take seconds to confirm. The network is also energy efficient. One Solana transaction is roughly similar to 2 Google searches. Minting an NFT on Solana is like 5 or 6 Google searches. So Solana is not only energy efficient, but the foundation has made investments in carbon offsets and refrigerant offsets to make sure that Solana is totally carbon neutral, even though it's starting from a very low base. The ecosystem has grown a whole lot in the last year. A year ago, we could have fit, the number of kind of teams building on Solana on a slide. This year, a year later, this is just a tiny sliver of the activity on Solana, and it's kind of falling into all of the use cases that you might find in Web3, where a year ago, most of the activity was in DeFi. As you can see, this activity has been growing. In May, we had 17 million or so monthly active users. That number is over 20 million. There are over 2 million daily active accounts on Solana, making it one of the most active, if not the most active L1 out there. And all of that is to say, this is a good place to build a business. And there's over $2 billion of investment in the Solana ecosystem. As I mentioned, the kind of areas where people are building kind of span the whole gamut: payments, NFTs, social, DAOs, gaming, DeFi. So I'm going to highlight a few interesting use cases and then tell you about a couple cool products that people are developing in the ecosystem. In the NFT space, NFTs have gone from basically not existing on Solana to launching a little over a year ago to now having the most NFTs minted of any L1 on Solana. So over 17 million have been minted, and I'll kind of breeze through this, but I'll just say that the growth of NFTs on Solana has been pretty big driver of growth overall. STEPN is I think maybe the most used DApp in potentially all of crypto, and it's built on Solana. STEPN is a move to earn mobile game where you buy an NFT shoe, can equip it. It has different properties like being a runner or a jogger, and it encourages you to get outside and move. Go for a run, go for a walk, earn rewards, and level up your shoe. So it's kind of caught storm, and if you haven't checked it out, it's pretty fun way to go and get some exercise. It's got over 500,000 daily active users within 6 months of launch. That number is even higher now. And most importantly, this was a great way to get people who had never touched the blockchain before to come in and participate. In April, if any of you went out to Coachella, you might have seen that Coachella issued free to claim NFTs that were built on Solana through FTX. Those NFTs began as seeds, and then over the course of the weekend, they bloomed into psychedelic flowers. Some of those flowers were rarer than others, and people who are holders could go and get special perks, things like lounge access at the FTX lounge, free t-shirts, food and drinks, faster lines. And so this was, I think one of the early versions of these of sort of utility-based NFTs that we're starting to see all over the place. And sort of a new way for a big well-known brand like Coachella to directly connect with fans. One more case study here, pretty fun one. Early in the beginnings of NFTs on Solana, we heard a story about a 14-year-old girl who picked up an iPad and her Apple Pencil and drew a collection that she launched on Solana and sold out within minutes, and ended up donating $200,000 for whale conservation in Alaska. This was an incredible story of kind of cutting out a lot of the intermediaries that would have prevented previously somebody motivated like this young woman to do something impactful for the world. The collection is called Belugies. Really, really inspiring stuff. So a few cool case studies of real applications in the NFT space. I want to talk about a couple of interesting products that are starting to kind of change the design space for what's possible. Solana Pay is one of those. Solana Pay is a decentralized open peer-to-peer payments rail. And I want to show you a video. Hopefully this plays. It doesn't play. All right. Well, Solana Pay enables things like using your NFT during a transaction to unlock discounts at the point of sale or unlock other NFTs. Loyalty programs through Solana Pay are going to be seamless, and you can turn loyalty programs from sort of a single player, one company, one loyalty program, to a multiplayer experience where collaborations between brands and different collections are seamless, and you can offer unique rewards to potential consumers through the Solana Pay transaction request rails. I'll have my contact info here at the end, and if you're interested in thinking about how to incorporate this in your company, would love to chat. The last thing I'll mention here is Solana Mobile. Solana Mobile is a new entity you may have heard from Solana Labs. The Solana Saga is the kind of flagship phone being launched by Solana Labs to highlight a truly crypto native mobile piece of hardware. The device will be a full Android phone that ships with all of the things that you love about Android, plus the Solana mobile stack SDK that allows for crypto native features like the ones I'll mention here. So on the phone, you'll have a seed vault with secure storage of private keys, in the kind of secure part of the hardware, which will enable things like tap to pay, using your fingerprint to pay, but using your private key, using your wallet. The phone will also ship with a crypto native dApp store with zero fees and a way for all of this great activity in the developer ecosystem to have a home, a place where you can frictionlessly be able to launch your apps without the hassle and sort of large fees that right now are present in the big app stores. We hope that this will influence kind of a big improvement in UX for crypto on mobile devices broadly. And we're in that effort, we're open sourcing everything we do. So check out solanamobile.com to see the Solana mobile stack SDK and start building. If you have any other questions, feel free to get in touch. Nikhil@solana.org. Would love to hear from you. Thanks.
Thanks for your time, Nikhil. That was very thorough of everything, especially up to date and sort of news on the phone. And so I'm really interested in seeing how that plays out in the near future. So thanks again. Please feel free to reach out to Nikhil and the Solana team. Next, we're going to bring on, looks like Zed Run, and we'll have Roman. Oh, yep, there he is already on the stage. We'll let you take it away.
Yeah, no, thank you for having me. We're excited to be here. I'm the head of partnerships at Virtually Human Studios, the company behind the NFT horse racing phenomenon Zed Run, and another game called Human Park, and a couple of other cool things working under the hood. But today we're going to be talking about Zed Run. What is it? Why does it matter? How is it changing the face of entertainment, ownership, and democratizing esports? And there's so many different ways that this game is really changing the game, but there's, only so much I can say. I'd rather show you all what we're working on and what we think the future of entertainment looks like when it's combined with digital ownership and horse racing. All right. Well, I hope you guys were able to see that as I went full screen. So I kind of just hoped you were able to see it as I shared my screen. But what you're looking at there is, NFT horses on the blockchain. And we've created quite a robust ecosystem. We started in 2018. So we've been at it for a little while, based in Australia. The founders have always been bullish on the blockchain. They've always been part of NFTs before the word NFT was really kind of popularized. Super exciting stuff, and I can't wait to dive in here. I think I just shared my screen to the Vayner. Oh, there we go. They're on it. There's a little delay. They mentioned. I'm going to bring you guys through a slideshow here. I'm going to keep it up like this so y'all can see. Zedrun is the future of entertainment. It is the epitome of an NFT esport. It is changing the way we experience fandom, and we do it in a number of ways. Here you can see a collaboration with Budweiser that we've recently done. We've done partnerships with NASCAR, Atari, Budweiser, Netflix, to name a few. All these brands are excited about what we're creating because we're not just a static JPEG. We're a dynamic, fun ecosystem, the play and earn kind of real utility project that's a lot of fun to play and even more fun to win at. What are we? Well, we live in a multiple spheres where we can throw real life events that are a lot of fun. You and your mates drinking a beer, watching horses race. But just like there's an intuitiveness to horse racing, the sport of kings, there's also a little bit more you can dive into, with all the data and the way you position your horse and the game itself. Like, you guys understand it's NFTs, it's horse racing, kind of get that there's NFT horses that are being raced, but how does it actually work? Well, there are 36,000 Genesis horses ever to be released and sold that we've minted, and we've sold them in drops. These bloodlines are broken into 4 different kind of thoroughbred scarcities or rarities: Nakamoto, Zabo, Finny, and Buterin. You may see there's a nod to some crypto kings and queens in there. And, as you begin to position your stable and work on your stable and see where your stable needs help, you need to learn your horses. So, in the game itself, it's not like you're training a Pokemon and the person that races their horse the most has the biggest muscles and it wins every race. No, you need to understand where your horse races best, what distance, what bloodline it's mixed with when breeding to really get the best result. So it's about kind of almost think Moneyball meets, NFT horse racing in a lot of ways. You need to really figure out and calculate where your horse will perform best. And, you can buy, race, breed, trade, and collect these horses. We have lending on the way as well with a token on its way. So the ecosystem has a lot of natural sinks and faucets that is really incredible in terms of keeping a sustainable ecosystem rocking and rolling, as we've seen P2E ecosystems all over the place. So really exciting stuff coming from our end and in what we're able to create, build, and continue to put together. We're backed by the best TCG A16Z. Like I mentioned earlier, we've partnered with some incredible brands, including Stella Artois and the Melbourne Cup. A little bit of the nitty gritty here. We have 250K races a month. It's important to note that these races are user generated. So the races fill and run when they have enough users to go. So it's not like we have a bunch of empty races sitting around. These are races that need to be filled to run. And there are plenty of monthly active racehorses, and we're growing pretty steadily, which is exciting. A lot of people ask me, how are the horses during the bear market? It's like, well, the horses are kind of in their own ecosystem, right? We have our own way. Things go up, things go down, what meta is kind of most effective. So we're crypto, we're NFT company, we're a crypto company, but we're not necessarily beholden to the correlative market ups and downs like everyone else. So we're doing quite well to answer that question. Audience insights here, 87% male, 40% 18 to 24 years old, with 48% in the US. Some social stuff here. It's important to note that a lot of these people who are playing the game are sports fans as well. We also have a pretty big following on Twitch. I think as kind of the first official esport, NFT esport, we're really building out that content, what we can create. The natural thrill of a horse racing can really, lends itself to become a spectacle. So, we've had digital derbies where thousands of people are watching, where, lots of money is on the line, where people are chatting about it. So we're really building out that Twitch viewership, and it's a lot of fun. It's a sport to follow. There are horses that are celebrities that are more famous than I'll ever be. So it's really exciting to see. It wouldn't really be worth chatting with me if we didn't chat partnerships, though. For us, we're looking at premium in-game integration from branded racetracks, which you can see here, the NASCAR and the Life of Artois. We also have the Budweiser one and NASCAR there, and Atari. Branded skins, which the Clydesdales you've seen in the other slide. Branded events, so we can create bespoke tournaments that really kind of bring to life whatever campaign that you're trying to build as a brand, or even as an individual who's kind of got some influence. You want to create something like if you're a professional baseball player or something like that, where we can create a dugout where the horses are racing. We're really dexterous in our ability to create and deploy. We have a big team, and we've done a lot of it before. Like I mentioned, we started in 2018, so the market conditions are really not a big deal for us. Video and display, race pre-roll, race post-roll. So when horses line up for a race, there's a little ad spot. When the race finishes, there's a little ad spot. We can throw TVs, and we have an AR app, and we can do live events as well. So there's a myriad of ways we can partner. That's for sure. I'll leave you kind of with the last three ways we can partner here. Racetracks, in-game NFTs. Look at the NASCAR Pass, the Budweiser Pass, some of the numbers we did with them. And then also what I alluded to earlier, the massive digital derby put together by our community, where thousands tuned in to watch some of the fastest and best horses in Zed race against one another. Always pushing it forward as well with technology. We have a live in-venue and an AR. That's our NYC taxi skin for NFT NYC. And we had like I mentioned, nothing like having a couple beers, watching your digital horse race, and winning some money. So thank you all for having us and Zedrun here. You can reach out to me on Twitter at Roman Tirone, or shoot me an email at roman@vhslab.com. Thanks so much.
Thanks, Roman, for that. Once again, very thorough sort of run through for everything you guys are doing at Zed. So I'm sure people will be reaching out to you.
Thank you. Have a good one.
Thank you. Roman. That marks the end of our section on digital worlds. Now we're going to step into the financial sort of themed presentations here right away. We're going to have Ledger. I think we have Josh ready to go from Ledger Enterprise.
And I'm really excited because, our next guests both have black t-shirts with their logo on it. And so I feel like we're all a vibe today. So welcome to the studio, y'all. And why don't you take it away?
Great. Thanks so much, Alan and Katrina, the entire VaynerX, VaynerNFT team. Really appreciate you guys having us here for your first Web3 demo day. Thank you all that are on the screen listening in throughout the day. I've seen a lot of great presentations. And congratulations on being here, right? The first step in Web3 and the adoption is education. So being here today is the first step, and we really appreciate you all taking the time to educate yourselves on what the possibilities are. So Ledger Enterprise, we're really excited to be here today to talk to you about how we're helping secure Web3 and make it scalable for companies, right? So a lot of what we're going to talk about today is really around how Web3 has evolved. So I think many of us are listening in today or here today because we understand that Web3 is real, right? Web3 is here. And a lot of the companies that are speaking today are really driving that revolution that's going to have the mass adoption of these critical digital assets. But to really understand what Web3 represents, to understand how we got here, we need to take a step back and understand where it started. So going back to the 1970s with the precipice of the internet, it was really wires and protocols, right? It was technology that nobody really understood except for the smartest of people. There was a number of people out there that said it wouldn't succeed and just didn't have a place. But then we saw businesses starting to build websites and URLs on top of the internet and on top of those protocols. And this was really the genesis of Web 1, right? So on those websites, you could provide a menu, you could provide information on your company. We saw the growth of companies like Google and Yahoo with their search sites. But really, this was static information, right? It was read only. We would go to their websites and there was no real interaction. So in the early 2000s, we saw a shift. And with that shift, we moved away from the PC and the computer to more of the mobile phones. And with the mobile phones, we saw the adoption of different apps through companies like Apple. And we saw the growth of companies like LinkedIn, Facebook, YouTube, that all grew and created a new participatory market, right? The ability for the consumer to interact with the companies, the brands that they knew and loved. But with that interaction and with those new services that came about, we saw a very centralization of all the information and all the data on you as a consumer. And ultimately, I think many of us know the phrase that came out that if you're not buying a product, you are the product, right? So a lot of the information, a lot of the time we spent, a lot of the money we spent was not ours. It was owned by other companies and sold for their benefit. So when we look at the shift away from Web 2 into Web 3, what we're seeing is that unbundling again. We're going back to decentralization and permissionless. We're giving the value back to the creators of it, whether it's an individual consumer or whether it's the businesses that own their provenance, making sure that you have the true control over the value that you're creating, whether it's an NFT, whether it's a cryptocurrency, whether it's a piece of land in the metaverse, or whether it's the time you spend within a community. All of that is value to you, and all of that should be owned by you. So we continue to grow and expand within this market and see the changes that happen within Web 3. Now, as we talked about before, we're still very early on in Web 3 adoption and the utilization and use cases of what Web 3 might actually represent. A lot of what we're doing today and a lot of what we're talking about is really Web 3 services still interacting with Web 2 technology. So on this bleeding edge, on this early adopter format, for those of you that are here today, you are still early. And being early gives you the opportunity and gives you massive opportunities as a company to attract new markets. We see it with companies like Nike when they purchased and acquired Artifacts, a company that created NFTs and sneakers for the metaverse. We saw it with companies like Roland Garros, who created virtual sites via NFTs, or as many people have talked about today, Budweiser's success with their NFT collections, where they sold out within the first hour. So we're seeing these groups, we're seeing the engagement, and we're seeing a ton of different use cases that could represent what Web 3 will ultimately end up being. So from a company standpoint, being able to be early is extremely important in gathering and being able to track some of the value that represents. One little stat that I'll give you today that I picked up on, we had the NFT NYC events a couple weeks ago, and our CEO, Pascal Gauthier, spoke at it, and he gave a stat out that I found very interesting. And in 2021, there was $44 billion worth of transactions of NFTs, right? 95% of those transactions were on OpenSea. And here's where the stats get interesting. So almost 1/3 of those transactions on OpenSea were actually performed by a Ledger customer. And of those, 45% of the top 100 transactions by value were from a Ledger wallet. So what does that mean? It means, one, that your customers and your target audience are already out there spending lots of money, lots of their hard-earned money in the space, right? They want to be involved, and they're showing that with their dollars. But what does it also mean? It means that they understand the security and importance of working with a world-renowned company like Ledger to lead you into that journey. But with massive opportunity comes risk. So Web3, while creating that opportunity, also creates new risks and challenges that companies have and brands have to address. Many of these new challenges will be new and may still be unknown, but many of them from an organizational standpoint are things that we face every day, right? Whether it's governance, whether it's compliance,
whether it's integration and operations, there's new questions that we need to be asking ourselves as organizations to really make sure that we understand our positioning within the space and how we're doing the best to eliminate a lot of the risks that are new. So questions like, how do we improve our accountability and our transparency that's expected from our stakeholders, right? We're entering new markets and there's accountability around that. Can we customize the rules and governance that we have in place for our organizations to the unique aspects from the different groups and users that we have? And how do we ensure that we're interacting with only trusted addresses, right? We don't want to be sending information out. We don't want to be sending digital assets out because, as we know in the past, this is not a credit card. You can't go back and get your value back. Once the transaction goes out, it's out there. So we need to make sure that we're protecting it on the front end before anything happens. From a compliance standpoint, these are not fun things to address, but they're very important because how do we track our data and our transactions? How do we make sure that the auditors that we're working with, we're meeting the requirements that they have? And the technology that we're using is up to snuff with the different regulatory regimes and aspects that are coming into play. And from an integration and operations standpoint, how can we scale? How can we make it streamlined and how can we make it efficient with the different workflows that we're putting into place as an organization with the different third-party systems that we're interacting with as well? So at Ledger Enterprise, what we're really doing is looking to help address and answer those questions for the organizations and brands that we're working with. And at the core of everything that we're doing is really security. When we're coming into the Web3 space, by taking back the ownership of the value that we represent, by taking back that ownership, we now also have to take back the ownership of the security around that value. I'm sure I don't have to tell you about all the different hacks and issues that we've had within the space already today. It seems like we're seeing almost a new one every week. And many of these are organizations and individuals that have been in the space for a long time, right? It only takes a bad day or somebody, distracted by something, or somebody fat fingering an address to have a mistake happen that ultimately costs you lots of money or potentially your brand. So again, securing everything that we're doing at the front of it, and then continuing to build around the governance levels, this compliance, auditability that we talked about, and really the Web3 solutions that everybody's going to be interacting with. Because at the end of the day, your consumer doesn't care about the technology. They care about the interactions with the platforms and how easy that is for them. So whether you're looking at different DeFi services, staking, or the treasury management of the different cryptocurrencies that you, as an organization, have to manage in order to interact with Web3, or those NFTs that we know and love, we want to make sure that we're building the most secure and most seamless and easy to use platform to interact with those from an integration and automation standpoint, and then providing you with the best solutions, services, and support that you need as you continue to grow your knowledge within the space. So we're bringing simplicity to a complex environment, all in one platform. So what does that mean? Whether you're protecting the digital assets that you're already engaging with or purchasing from a governance and treasury management standpoint, or making sure that you're protecting your true ownership via self-custody, whether you're creating new value with NFT management or token issuance services, or interacting with everything that Web3 is going to represent. And all of that while having a true support from industry-leading expertise from services like Ledger is what we do with our platform and what we're doing with organizations to help them grow and scale with their digital experience in the Web3 community. So at the end of the day, why Ledger Enterprise? Well, Ledger's been around since 2014. Our enterprise solution has been around since 2018. And in that entire time, we've transacted hundreds of billions of dollars each year in transactions. We've secured billions of dollars in assets and value, and we've had $0 compromised. From a business standpoint, we offer insurance with our solution. We have a very, very talented tech team at the core of everything that we're doing around our development. We are the only company in the digital space that is building our own hardware, firmware, and software. Only company that's building all three of those within the space. We're SOC 2 Type 2 certified. We have all the proper certifications necessary for an organization, and we're recognized within the industry for the success that we've had and the desires that we have to continue to build and grow the ecosystem that is Web3. So at the end of the day, when we look at it and what we're doing, it's ledger security that's well known, but scaled for your organization. So with that, again, I want to thank the entire Vayner team, Alan, Katrina, everyone here today for participating with us. You can reach out to us and connect with us on the socials, LinkedIn, Twitter, via Ledger Enterprise Solutions. You can reach out to my counterpart, Frank, or myself, as we'd love to engage with you in conversation and share with you and show you a little bit more about all the awesome things that we're doing at Ledger Enterprise and how we can help your organization.
Thank you, Josh, and thanks, Frank. Big fan of everything Ledger's been doing, and definitely think that a lot of brands and enterprises out there that are listening certainly reach out to these guys and see where some of their services and products can help you start to get your footing in the Web3 space. Thank you.
Thanks.
All right. We are going to now bring onto the stage Aaron. Oh, there he is with BitPay, and let him take it away. Thank you.
Aaron, you're actually on mute. Sorry. Let's get you unmuted. If you look at your...
Yep, I see it. I gotcha.
Perfect.
Sorry about that. Sorry about
No
that.
problem.
Yeah.
Go ahead. Take it away.
Getting used to a new screen here. Thank you so much for having me. Great. So are you guys running the slides or am I running them?
I think we might be running them for you. Let's make sure. Are you ready to go forward?
Yeah. Okay, perfect. I just want to make sure you could run them. Great. Awesome. Well, great to meet everyone. Thanks so much for having me. I work for BitPay. We are kind of the original crypto payments pioneer, been around for 11 years now. So if anyone has seen the ups and downs of the crypto markets, it's BitPay. And we are a regulated money services business, meaning we're a licensed money transmitter. We spend a ton of energy around AML, KYC, OFAC checks, crypto source of funds analysis. A lot of people kind of consider BitPay to be like the PayPal of the crypto world because we've been around for so long and have so many thousands of implementations under our belt. So we do about $1 billion a year in blockchain payments today. And we are truly only crypto payments. So, this is not kind of a mix of credit cards and crypto. This is purely hundreds of millions of crypto customers who own crypto assets and are willing to spend them on NFTs, Web3, and purchase goods online, goods and services online. So we've been working for 11 years with hundreds of well-known brands that you've heard of, folks like Microsoft, AT&T, AppMex, Newegg, and now we've moved into working with many Web3 and NFT companies. So we can go to the next slide. So we support 13 different cryptocurrencies, and we have 11 years of data showing which cryptocurrencies are actually used for payments and what cryptos our customers wanting to use. So there's a ton of crypto projects out there. If you go out to CoinMarketCap, you can see hundreds of different cryptos, but the real question that matters is which cryptos are actually being used. And we found over the last 11 years, the data says that about 55 to 60% of the transactions are happening on Bitcoin. About 10% are happening on Ethereum. About 10 to 12% are happening on Litecoin. About 5 to 7% are happening on Dogecoin. About 2 to 3% are happening on SHIB. About 3% are happening on USDC stablecoins and other stablecoins. And we have kind of 11 years of data to back that up. So today, if you go out to amctheaters.com or newegg.com or appmex.com or dallasmavericks.com or many other well-known brands and look at their checkout, you'll see BitPay as a payment option. So we are essentially like I said, the PayPal of the crypto world. We consolidate 100 different crypto wallets and make it super fast, easy, safe, and secure for consumers to pay in crypto. We also have a mobile app and a non-custodial crypto wallet as well. We have about 3 million customers that use that non-custodial crypto wallet. So we could jump to the next slide. So again, we're working off a ton of data because we were the pioneer, and so we've actually seen the market evolve. And so what we've seen, and this is not just our data, Forrester, which is a very well-known third-party research firm, has validated this data as well, has found that customers who pay in crypto, and I'm not talking about, taking out their credit card and buying something with a credit card, but I'm talking purely on-chain crypto transactions. Customers who pay in crypto are spending twice as much. And so, merchants and Web3 brands and NFT brands are really starting to embrace crypto, largely because it appeals to hundreds of millions of millennials and Gen Z. Customers who pay in crypto are willing to spend more, 2x more. The fees are lower than credit cards. So typically we charge a 1% fee. We also give merchants the option of passing that 1% fee back to the customer. And so the fees are dramatically less than credit cards. And from a merchant friendliness perspective, we're bringing incremental customers, and we're also able to eliminate fraud and chargebacks. And I'll talk more about that. But yeah, so, for brands that are looking to find a way to be innovative, but in a very easy way, BitPay can be a great option to kind of, flip the switch, become innovative, appeal to Gen Z and millennial users that own crypto. And we actually are able to remove all the crypto volatility risk. And I'll talk more about that here in a second. So we can jump to the next slide. So the basic concept of adding a BitPay checkout button to your website or your Web3 project or your NFT is that we enable the consumer to pay in Bitcoin or Ethereum or Dogecoin or Litecoin or SHIB or stablecoin or other cryptocurrencies. But then we're essentially doing a real-time instant conversion of that crypto back into fiat and paying the brand, paying the merchant in fiat, so that the brand, the merchant, never has to touch the crypto, never has to take possession of it, doesn't have to hire any special accountants to deal with crypto capital gains, doesn't have to get corporate board approval to open a crypto wallet. So it allows a brand to be super crypto friendly without any crypto headaches or crypto fears, or without losing sleep about the price of crypto going down overnight. So with our solution, let's say it's $100 NFT, the customer is paying $100 in Bitcoin or Ethereum or Dogecoin. The merchant's receiving 99 USD or 99 Canadian dollars or 99 euros or 99 pounds sterling. So we charge that 1% fee, but we do allow the merchant to pass that 1% fee back to the consumer. Also, again, the fees are less than credit cards. The average ticket size is higher than credit cards. There's no fraud and no chargebacks. So what this basically means is that the brand, the merchant, is able to keep more of what they sell and not pay excessive fees to Visa, MasterCard, or others. Next slide. So we also have the ability to reverse the money flow. And so what we're seeing, the use case for reversing the money flow on crypto and essentially offering crypto payouts, where you can pay out crypto to anyone, anywhere in over 220 countries, is especially appealing in the Web3 world and the NFT world, because, if we're truly in a global world, then there can't be a bunch of borders, and there can't be huge FX fees and huge cross-border fees every time you're trying to send money. And so we recently launched with one of the top 10 NFT marketplaces who's using us for both crypto payment acceptance as well as crypto payouts. And the use case is really around saving them millions of dollars in fiat cross-border fees and millions of dollars in fiat FX fees, because with crypto, there are no cross-border fees or FX fees. So the basic concept is the brand, the merchant, is able to send us fiat. They never have to touch the crypto or take possession of it. The brand then also provides us the first name, the last name, the email address, and the amount of money that they want to send to any customer anywhere in the world in over 220 countries. and then we handle the rest. We handle the AML, the anti-money laundering. We handle the KYC. We handle the sending of the crypto. So it's a great way to be able to pay out contractors, vendors, affiliates, pay out rewards, pay out rebates, satisfy customer cash out requests, or even pay employees that live all over the world, particularly in countries where there's a lot of fiat volatility. This can be a great way. So we're working with a number of Web2 and Web3 companies who, for example, recently needed to start paying their employees in the Ukraine, and this was the only way that they could figure out a way to get those employees paid. Sometimes crypto can be really, really important when you're looking to make payments and fiat payments aren't working for you. We could jump to the next slide. So one of the projects that we were involved in with NFT Pro and the Web3 Pro folks was the Lamborghini, the initial Lamborghini NFT sale. So we were super excited to be involved in that. That's one of the many brands that we're working with. But yeah, super excited. You can read a quote here from the folks at NFT Pro and Lamborghini. That was a great project, and I think they were one of the first major car brands to really have a successful NFT launch, and we were super excited to partner with them and NFT Pro and Web3 Pro on that. So we could jump to the next slide. One other advantage that we have, having been around for 11 years and having a tremendous social presence and being very followed by crypto press outlets who tend to follow BitPay very closely, is we're also able to help our clients get press from all of the crypto world. So because there's really lots of little armies out there. There's the Bitcoin army and the Ethereum army and the Dogecoin army and the SHIB army and the USDC army. And we're really able to help merchants come up with strategies to promote these projects and get them in front of all the right people, both in the press world and elsewhere. So hopefully this video will play, but I just want to share a short, I think it's about 45-second video of a recent implementation that we did with Panini America, enabling them to both accept crypto as well as send crypto payouts all over the world. Is that video playing?
I'm not sure the video is going to be able to play. Unfortunately, I think the slide function won't allow it.
That's okay. So I'll just talk to it. So super excited to partner with Panini America. They are one of the 10th largest NFT marketplaces. They have exclusive relationships with the NBA, the NFL, World Cup, and they've been in the collectible space for over 50 years. They've had some of their trading cards over the years sell for millions of dollars, and they've done a really nice job of transitioning into the world of NFTs and Web3 and actually generating a considerable amount of revenue. And so, we had conversations with Panini America about really creating their own little marketplace, creating their ecosystem where crypto can be a key part of the marketplace. So customers are able to fund their account with crypto, with any of the 13 cryptocurrencies that we support. We're able to pay Panini America in US dollars, so they don't have to worry about any crypto volatility risk. And then we're also able to have their customers buy and sell NFTs using crypto, and then withdraw funds using crypto payouts. And so this is available in 220 countries. It was just launched about a week ago, and we're starting to see some great transaction volumes from it. A kind of a good segue from the last presentation. I saw some folks mention some of the brands that have been launching crypto payments. By and large, I'd say probably 80% of the time when you see a big brand launching crypto payments, they're usually doing it with BitPay. So there's been a lot of great press on merchants that we're working with, and we're super excited to work with a ton of luxury brands as well as retailers and just well-known brands in general. And so, some of the big differentiators on BitPay and part of the reason we're earning so many brands business is we're compatible with more crypto wallets than anyone else. So that's a huge differentiator. We're able to bring over 200 million crypto enthusiasts to the table. So we're compatible with wallets like Coinbase, Blockchain.com, MetaMask, FTX, Gemini, Kraken, Cash App, Bitstamp, Edge, Trust, and we're also compatible with Ledger, who is the last presentation that just went before us. Basically the concept is, a merchant could decide to go and do individual integrations into 20 or 30 or 40 different crypto wallets, or they can just come to BitPay and get 100 wallets all at once. And so, most merchants obviously and most brands have limited development resources. So it's a lot easier for them to do one integration with BitPay than do 20 or 30 integrations into 20 or 30 different crypto wallets. So with BitPay, you're getting 13 cryptocurrencies, 220 countries, 100 different crypto wallets, and over 200 million crypto enthusiasts who spend 2x compared to what credit cards spend. So just kind of wrapping up here, the last couple slides. NFTs are particularly crypto friendly, and customers now expect merchants that sell NFTs to offer crypto. Another side of selling NFTs is managing risk. So we can also help with anti-money laundering, KYC, and the fact that there's no chargebacks and no fraud with crypto payments through BitPay means that you actually are going to keep the sales that you've made. Whereas with credit cards, there's always a risk of a customer calling up their credit card company and having remorse and disputing the charge. But with crypto, there is no way for the customer to dispute the charge. So many NFT and Web3 merchants are trying to push crypto over credit card solutions because of the lower fees, the higher spending customers, and the fact that there's no chargebacks. So in terms of how fast and how easy a crypto transaction through BitPay is, this just gives you a quick transaction flow. So I mentioned we're compatible with 100 different wallets like Coinbase and Blockchain.com and MetaMask and Ledger. So first you choose your wallet, then you choose your cryptocurrency. Then we provide a 15-minute locked-in quote. And as long as the customer completes the transaction within 15 minutes, the merchant gets paid, and we're able to remove all the crypto volatility risk by paying in US dollars. And then last couple of slides super quickly are just some case study slides. So we've seen Newegg. They're seeing over $20 million a year in crypto sales, zero fraud, zero chargebacks. And I think the last slide is from AppMax, also seeing over $20 million a year in crypto sales, zero fraud, zero chargebacks, particularly important for them because they're in a very tight margin business and they're seeing huge customer incrementality by offering crypto payments.
Awesome. Thank you, Aaron. I really feel like BitPay really hits the use case of needing to be able to, the transaction and settling part of it for enterprises is very critical. So I can definitely see that's where you guys will really help the people coming into the space, the brands. And
yeah, definitely agree. I mean, when we talk to 100 CFOs, probably 97% of them will tell us they would prefer not to touch crypto at this stage.
Yeah.
And so they love the idea of being able to accept crypto without the crypto risk. And so that's really a niche that we've been able to carve out for ourselves.
Awesome. Well, thank you again for your time. We're going to move on to token proof. I'm going to add Fonz here to the stage. If you've been in the space for some time where you went to NFT NYC, token proof was all over the place. So take it away.
GM, how are you guys?
Hey, good.
GM, thanks for being here, Fonz. I think I just want to give you a big shout out. I tweeted after NFT NYC that I think token proof was like the big winner of the entire week. And so congratulations on a very successful week for token proof, but I'll let you tell us a little bit more about it.
Thank you so much. So let me pull up my screen here. Give me 1 second. All right, can you see my screen now?
Yes. Oh, yes,
All
we
right.
can.
Perfect. So thanks for having me here. I'm Fons. I'm the founder and CEO at TokenProof. And TokenProof is a safe token gating solution that enables users to prove ownership of their NFTs and crypto tokens without carrying or connecting their wallet, both online and in the real world. And you can think of TokenProof as having two goals. One is safety, and the other one is utility. Soon after I came into the space, I realized that we were all connecting our wallets to all of these services that we're interacting with. And this means that every time that we connect our wallet, we're constantly exposing our crypto tokens and NFTs without any sort of protection. And if you believe in the thesis that the world will continue embracing tokenization, the opportunities for connecting your wallet will only increase, and so will the risk. And TokenProof enables users to go through all these token gates without connecting their wallet and without exposing those tokens unnecessarily, but still be able to use those tokens, right? And the utility aspect comes in the way that we're connecting NFTs with the real world. And I'll show you that in just a second. But I think that in order to understand where TokenProof is, we need to understand where it came from. And right when the pandemic started, I co-founded a business that was focused on developing technology for vaccine credentials, better known as vaccine passports. And I think we all know the story of how that played out and the politics around it. But the idea was that we would help restart the world's economies faster when the vaccine came out by allowing an individual to prove their vaccination status in a tamper-proof way using their phone. And that way we would be able to get back into concerts and stadiums and airplanes. But unfortunately, going to market was very difficult in the environment that we were in. And so we decided to shut down that venture. And when we shut down that venture, I came into the NFT space and I was amazed by the community and everything that was going on. And I decided that maybe we could pivot the technology, and instead of doing vaccine verification, we could do NFT verification. And so this is actually a pivot from the previous business. And what we're doing is we're allowing an individual to prove that they own certain tokens by use of the TokenProof mobile app, both online and in the real world. And one of the main things that, one of the main purposes that we have is connecting the real world and unlocking the real utility of NFTs, like we did at NFT NYC. So at NFT NYC, we token gated around 80 events for our partners. And so this is what the TokenProof mobile app looks like. And so when somebody registers their wallet with TokenProof, we generate something called a verifiable credential within the TokenProof mobile app. And we have this fancy animated 2D barcode that you can flash in the real world to get access into events, retail, benefits, many other things. And it's eventually going to work online as well, so that you can get a role on Discord or maybe access an exclusive merch drop using the TokenProof mobile app without ever exposing your tokens. And a lot of people wonder why that QR code needs to be animated. And it's a bit of a fraud prevention mechanism so that you can't take a screenshot of it or even a video of it and use it. And because we were doing everything in the real world, and the first vertical that we went to was events and crypto native events, we realized that we needed to create a ticketing solution for all of these events. And so within the TokenProof app, you see a wallet section, but you also see a tickets section. I'll show you the ticket section here. And so this is a sample of what the Ape Fest ticket looked like. We were very fortunate to partner with Yuga Labs and ticket Ape Fest this year, and many other events at NFT NYC. But essentially, users were able to come to a ticketing site. This is one that we did for women and weapons, great partners. And so the user would come into this website and they would connect their wallet once, and they'd be able to register with TokenProof and then claim a ticket to this event that happened in New York City. And at that point, the ticket would show up in their TokenProof mobile app after going through this initial token gate, right? And the idea is that the user only needs to connect their wallet once when they register with TokenProof, and then they can make use of these ticketing sites and go through the different token gates using our technology and the mobile app. I'm going to show you some pictures of NFT NYC. And so these are users going into all of these events, presenting their token-proof QR code and getting scanned at the gate. And the response that we got from the public was just absolutely amazing. And one thing I'll say is that events are going to continue to be very, very important for us in the future, but we also have a big goal and a vision of connecting retail with NFTs. And what does that really mean? And I always give the example of what happens when Sephora wants to give a discount to holders of women and weapons. Well, because we know what people are holding in their wallets, because they registered them with token proof, and because the blockchain is public, we can push that promotion out to the user through a push notification or a discovery section in the app. And we can bring awareness of that promotion to the user. And we can say, hey, Sarah, if you walk into a Sephora in the next 5 days, you can get 25% off. And we can do the token verification at the brick and mortar location by integrating with point of sale systems. So that's a little bit of our vision and where we're wanting to go in the near future. I'll show you a video that's basically a recap of everything that happened during NFT NYC. And I think we killed the audio because sometimes it's problematic, but you can see the wonderful events and partners that we had couple of weeks ago, and you can see people getting scanned in using their token proof credentials, enjoying the events that they were joining. And like I said, token proof has many uses and the potential for use cases at concerts, festivals, sports. Obviously, we will have an online portion shortly where you'll be able to sign in through different services, apps, websites, token-gated content without ever needing to interact directly with your tokens and without having to unnecessarily put them at risk. And I think this is the big future of NFTs, because everybody talks about the utility of NFTs, but utility will not be possible until risk is minimized. And that's what we're trying to do. We also have a huge integration with the POAP, who's a great partner of ours. And during every event, or a lot of events during NFT NYC, when somebody got checked in to these events, we automatically airdropped a POAP to the attendee. So we distributed thousands and thousands of POAPs. And I think in the future, POAPs can be leveraged for loyalty purposes. So imagine that a sports team or an artist embraces POAPs and implements them into their live shows. And maybe if I go to 5 shows of my favorite band and I get 5 POAPs, then I can get a benefit verified by token proof in the future in order to get something like maybe a free drink or free merch or access to an exclusive lounge. So these are some of the powerful things that we can do through an integration with this great partner, which is POAP. And just want to give a shout out to all of our amazing partners. And it's just mind-blowing to me that we were able to build relationships with all of these partners. And considering that the pivot of this business started in January of this year. So thanks to everybody that supports us and that believes in our vision.
Thanks to you, Fonz. You know, I feel like after NFT NYC, my takeaway was that the metaverse is here now, right? Like the metaverse is not just like virtual worlds or like putting on these things, but it's like using your NFTs to go to a token gated event like Ape Fest or with Women and Weapons, right? So I feel like we're already in the metaverse, just not in the ways that we've been sort of sold, but you know, the story is never the way that people sort of project, right? So I definitely feel like you're right. What you've done is right on the cusp of a lot of that. So thank you. Keep building what you're building. And we will now bring up Fireblocks. I believe we have Sergio with Fireblocks, and we'll get to it.
Hey, thanks, Ian. Thank you to the Vayner family for having us here today. I'm excited to be here. I'm Sergio Silva, also known as Sergito in the NFT space. I'm going to talk to you about how Fireblocks is helping businesses of all sizes support digital assets in an easy and safe way. As a bit of background, I started in NFTs in February of last year. I was working in Wall Street and just fell down the rabbit hole pretty hard into this amazing world of Web3 and crypto, and decided to join Fireblocks, where I've been for a little over a year. I'm a sales director, but I'm also helping the firm steer our Web3 strategy. Now, Fireblocks has been, here we go. Fireblocks was founded actually in the depths of the last crypto winter in 2018. Our product went to market in 2019. So we understand what it is to build in turbulent times, turbulent markets like the one we're experiencing today. We learned a lot from those times, and since then we've raised over $1 billion of funding. We have some great investors that we're very grateful for. We now have 1,400 institutional clients all around the world. We've transferred over $3 trillion of digital assets over the last 3 years, and we have over 500 employees. So we're just very, very, very happy and very excited about what we've been able to build, and excited about helping you build your Web3 project. We're here because we are all interested in Web3. We know about the opportunity. We understand that it's a new business model. So just to recap some of the things that we see as what makes that business model, obviously a new internet native currency, the ability to own your own assets, both as a community or just as an individual or a company. The ability to access financial services without intermediaries. At the same time, new incentive structures, tokenomics, being able to reward your communities. Obviously, digital assets underpin this all. We are very familiar with PFPs and art, but there's so many other things coming down the pipeline, and whatever is going to be built, maybe by some in the audience today, in 5 years, 10 years, 20 years. And self-custody. And one of the things we've seen over the last few months is obviously companies, clients, retail, everybody thinking about embracing that ethos of blockchain and crypto, which is the ability to secure your own assets and make sure you're not depending on anybody, no centralized ownership or anything like that. And we're here to help you with that. What are the challenges of entering Web3 from our perspective? Well, first of all, you need to make sure you have secure infrastructure. We've all heard about, a lot of the issues, not just with assets being used the wrong way, but obviously attacks, phishing, hacks. So you got to make sure you're protected, not just external, but also internal threats. At the same time, that infrastructure has to scale. You're building for the next 20, 25, 50 years. Want to make sure that what you're putting down today in the ground, the seeds that you're planting are going to be able to grow in a beautiful field that's going to be there in, decades. You got to have the right tools. You got to make sure that you're building thinking about the ecosystem and how it expands. And you got to have access. You got to make sure that obviously the ethos of Web3 is being able to bring access to people and things all over the world, as long as you have an internet connection. And so from these challenges, and we looked at them, we said, okay, what can we build to make sure that we're helping businesses come to Web3, do it easily, but also remain very secure? And so we introduced the world's first Web3 engine. We introduced it a few months ago. It's composed of different tools. I'll speak to you about a couple of the ones that we have here. The Web3 engine, what it allows is to build on a trusted platform like Fireblocks. We've been around, as I mentioned, for 4 years, transferred literally trillions of assets since. You can create wallets in a fast and inexpensive way at scale. We have, I think, 45 million wallets on Fireblocks today. We can also help you automate all your workflows. We have a very robust set of APIs and SDKs that you can lever up for your business. You're minting NFTs, transferring assets. We offer the widest Web3 connectivity. You can connect your Fireblocks vaults and wallets to any dApp for the EVM chains that we currently support. And we support 35 blockchains. We're also working on adding smart contract integrations for some of the other L1s that are up and coming. And it's scalable. It's a tool that you can think forward 5 years. You're building today with a platform that is being used by some of the biggest financial institutions, biggest crypto native institutions in the world. And you can have access to it as an organization, and we'll grow with you as you scale. At the same time, it's secure. We have ways in which you can program different authorization workflows for your assets. You can make sure they have compliance, controls. We have KYT partners that you can integrate. So it really is a big solution in a box. Being a little more specific about our NFT suite, this is a product that allows you to manage your NFT token lifecycle from minting all the way to the end, whether that be, those assets going to a non-custodial wallet that then, a client uses with token proof. I found it's a great presentation to enter one of your events or get a discount at a checkout. Even if you're not thinking as a business of touching cryptocurrency, right? If you're not thinking about taking Ether or Bitcoin, but you're thinking of creating digital assets, well, just like in the real world, where's that inventory going to be hosted? You want to make sure that it's sitting in a secure location, and that's something that we can provide, and we're helping a lot of businesses already do that. So you're securing your assets in world-leading enterprise-grade wallets, while at the same time able to securely scale. And yeah, it's been a really, really cool ride. I'm just trying to read the comments right now, and thank you all for the support. You guys are making me blush. We have a GameFi suite that if you're a gaming company, you can build and automate your gaming economy. You can provision managed user wallets. So we get a lot of the feedback. We hear you. I'm in the space. We're in the space. A lot of gamers don't want to deal with crypto, don't want to deal with wallets, but you want to future-proof yourself. So you can create those wallets behind the scene, manage them all by APIs, and make sure that your gamers are only experiencing what they want to experience. But at the same time, those that maybe want to take their assets to their MetaMask or whatever non-custodial wallet can do so. We can help you build that. If you're going to be having different kinds of currency flowing through your system, again, similar to the inventory, you want to make sure that's secure. You can use the Fireblocks policy engine to program all the authorization workflows for all your digital assets. For your payroll, you can set different policies according to a bunch of different parameters, everything from the source of the funds, the destination of the funds, the blockchain that the funds are moving around. And so, give us a call. We'll be happy to walk you through all of our offerings. Our businesses, our clients are small crypto native businesses, all the way to trillion-dollar banks around the world. And just more broadly speaking, maybe you're not thinking of NFTs yet. Maybe you just want to dip your toes in the water. We've seen what's happened with some of the centralized custodial services. You want to make sure you embrace that ethos of blockchain and really start understanding the power of self-custody. So you're able to do that with Fireblocks. And as I was mentioning, with our policy engine, you can really fireproof your policies, your compliance. You can really set a lot of granularity into the authorization workflows as well, and not have to be tied down to a computer. You don't need to be tied down to hardware. You don't need to be tied down to anything. You can have different approval levels on the go, something that we can definitely discuss on a live demo. Finally, we have the broadest asset support out there. We currently support any ERC20 token on the EVM chains that we have. We have 39 protocols now enabled. I'm actually very surprised because we had 35 a couple of weeks ago. So we're continuing to take feedback from clients, prospects coming up and say, hey, I am building an Avalanche. What are you doing in Avalanche? We're able to support all that. So thank you all for having me here today. We'd love to talk to you more about how to build your Web3 project on Fireblocks. You can connect with me via Twitter or Telegram. I'm at Sergito, or just send me an email. I'll connect you with somebody from our BDR or sales team, Sergio@fireblocks.com.
All right. Thanks for that, Sergito. Thanks for giving us that quick rundown on everything Fireblocks is doing. Always been a big fan of the custodial capabilities that you all have.
Thank you.
All right. We are now going to move on to pre-mint. We have Brendan here from that team, and we will let you take it away.
Awesome. Thank you so much. Hey everyone, my name is Brendan Mulligan. I am the founder of Pre-mint, and today I want to talk about sort of mostly what about our industry makes Pre-mint need to exist, what it does, and what value we add. So if you're familiar with access lists, Pre-mint is generally the canonical solution for Web3 and building an access list for an NFT drop. But for those who aren't familiar, let me talk to you about what access lists are and why they're important. Popular NFT drops have a supply and demand problem. Sort of like concert tickets. There are usually way more people who want to buy the NFT than there are NFTs available. And so what that means is money can be made if you buy a popular new NFT and then immediately sell it. And what's unique about NFTs and Web3 is that, like, if you do this programmatically, you can make a ton of money, even if you're not selling it for a lot more. you can make a ton of money just selling it for a little bit more. And so, as we know, when there's money to be made, people will be very clever to find ways to cheat. Okay, so that's where we come in. We're trying to help with this problem. The way that they're cheating in this case is people will create bots, computer scripts, that will try to buy the NFTs faster than humans can. So think about it this way, like if you want to buy something from Amazon, you go to Amazon.com, you go to the product page, you hit the buy button, you check out, like you use your mouse and you use your hand and you check out. The bots or the scripts that people are writing for these NFT drops are just computer code that interacts directly with essentially the back-end system that processes the orders. And so there's no way humans will ever be faster than these scripts, and then bots take advantage of that. So that's problem number one, is that you literally just can't hit the button as fast as the bots can get in. The second issue is, for anyone not familiar, and this audience, I'm just trying to go to the super basics just in case. When you make a blockchain transaction, you have to pay both for whatever you're buying, and then you have to pay a transaction fee. The transaction fee is determined by how many other people are trying to buy the same thing and what else is happening on the network at the same time. And so if there's 5 things available and 100 people want to buy it, the 5 winners are going to be the people who are willing to pay the highest transaction fees. So what happens in these NFT drops is the bots can, in addition to being faster, the bots can actually look at what the transaction fees are and add like a microcent to it, just a little bit more, because you just have to be the top. So you've got all these bots competing with each other, all bidding a little bit more than the last one, and that raises the transaction fees a ton. And the transaction fees on Ethereum are called gas, and so this is what's referred to as a gas war. Now, why this is a big, big problem is when you put in an order to buy an NFT and you pay your transaction fee, if your order isn't processed because you didn't have the highest transaction fee, you still lose the money of your transaction fee. And so this has caused like tens of millions of dollars to be totally wasted on these popular NFT drops. I think it has gotten up to the orders of magnitude more than that also. And so it's a horrible experience for collectors because they lose a lot of money and they don't get the NFT. And in the end of the day, the bots and the scripts are the ones who are getting to buy these things. Everyone else has to go over to OpenSea or whoever else and buy them for a lot more. Pre-mint fixes this. This isn't a gray area. This is like, we just full-blown fix this problem. Projects will use pre-mint to pre-register customers. So VFriend Series 2 used pre-mint for their public mint a few months ago. And the way this works is the projects will require certain things to be able to register for the project. So in this screenshot, basically this is a project called Potatoes. They're offering their project to VFriends owners. And so they're saying you have to have at least 0.06 ETH in your wallet to be able to register for this. You have to own either a VFriends or VFriend Series 2 token. And then you have to follow a couple accounts and join a Discord. And so in order to even get on the list, you have to do those requirements, which is really nice because you're basically whittling down everyone in the world to be able, just for people who can satisfy these requirements. After they do that, so they might get like 20,000 signups from that. Then if they only have 10,000 NFTs or 7,000 NFTs, they run a raffle and pick randomly from those 20,000. And so that is what turns into what's called an allow list. You might have heard the term access list. Some people use the term whitelist, although that's being sort of nicely phased out. And so you end up with a wallet list of approved purchasers, essentially. And then on mint day, the only wallets that can interact with the contract or go to the mint site and actually click the buy button have to be on that list. So you can have bots and people writing scripts all over the world, but they can't actually access the buy button essentially unless they're on that list. This eliminates bots. Like they just can't do what they were doing. And because there aren't bots, like the example I just said, that there are about 10,000 people who could buy that thing. There's only 10,000 wallets in the world who can go and click the button. And because they know they can buy it probably over a 3-hour period, they're not all trying at the same time. And so this really eliminates gas wars also. The other way, and as a reminder, I'm going to try to wrap up a couple of minutes early and I'm happy to answer any questions. But the other way people are using pre-mint is in collaboration. So for that example I used before, this is a project called Potatoes that wants to offer VFriends and VFriends 2 holders some spots on their list. It's a pretty coveted list. And so they said, hey, we'll keep 100 spots for you. And pre-mint actually lets you do this in mass. Like you can basically go through and you can say, all right, out of my list, I'm going to offer 100 spots to this community, 100 spots to this community, 100 spots to this community. And it's really nice as the community feels like they get a lot of value, more value for owning whatever the token is they own. And the project gets basically free marketing and advertising to these top tier communities. And so you can go in, and then when you run your raffle, it sort of does all the work for you to pick the winners from the different communities. Just some quick stats. This is mostly, we launched last year, but most of the activity has been this year. We've had about over 11,000 projects launch, and these are real projects that have like significant entries. We probably had 50,000 people launch projects, but the ones that are sort of meaningful, probably in the 12,000 range, had 17 million registrations to these lists, and about 2.5 million collectors come into the platform. And this is July 14th. This is just basically this part of the year. So that's pre-mint, sort of an infrastructure layer for pre-minting functionality in Web3. So I'm more than happy to answer any questions. I see a bunch in the comments, but if you want to kind of pick the best ones.
Sure. Well, I do have a question I wanted to ask. Have you had any experience working with brands so far, as like using pre-mint? I think there could be a lot of potential for use cases through brands who are trying to, put out NFTs.
Yeah, I mean, we've, I guess, okay. Trying to think. Usually whenever anyone asks me a question like that, my mind goes blank. So we basically worked with like top tier artists, so Xcopy and Cool Cats and a bunch of those communities. We've a bunch of the utility tokens like Proof. That's a sort of a Web3 brand right now. Moonbirds was one of their projects. We helped Gucci with their launch. So they ran their entire sort of allow list process through pre-mint. So we've done a ton of brands. We also have like musicians and celebrities. Sylvester Stallone, Sia just did one. So tons of.
Yeah. Well, thank you for explaining pre-mint to everyone. I think I'm a user. I'm a owner of the Creator Pass myself. I think it's fantastic, and I think for potential, for Vayner clients or potential clients, is definitely that utility provides you a lot of different ways to like onboard and manage your community. So thank you, Brandon, for coming on and telling us all about pre-mint.
A couple people asked about the creator key. Basically, the creator key is the way to upgrade the account to be able to launch a project, and you can just go to premint.xyz to get that. So thank you everyone for having me. And,
all right, thanks, Brandon.
Any questions?
Awesome. We will now have Rodri with Crossmint to come on and tell us all about them.
Hi, Rodri. Great to see you again.
Hi, everyone. Likewise.
Let's grab your slides.
Awesome. Can you guys see my screen?
Yes, we got it. All right, take it away.
All right, awesome. So we're Crossmint. I'm Rodri Fernandez, one of the two founders. Our mission is to build infrastructure to bring NFTs mainstream. We offer the leading fiat on-ramp credit card checkout for NFTs and a broader suite of tools and APIs. We're trusted by over 2,000 enterprises and creators, including Magic Eden, Sylvester Stallone. We partner on that one with the guys on pre-mint. Kevin Hart, and a few marketplaces and enterprises across chains. We're live in Ethereum, in Solana, in Polygon, and in Avalanche. We all know, think common thesis here, NFTs are about to disrupt entire industry, starting by the monkey picture industry, all the way into gaming, ticketing, and a few others. Yet 99.9% of people still never had an NFT. And the main reason is that buying them is extremely complicated, but also creating them. If you're an enterprise or a brand looking to do NFTs, first you have to hire developers. There's not that many, and they're pretty expensive, and usually takes weeks or even months to go to market, and a lot of complexity involved. We've experienced this ourselves. We built NFT projects end-to-end with over $2.5 million in sales and pretty large communities. Yet most of our friends and family didn't know how to buy, and we had to build a lot of the infrastructure on our own from the beginning. So we decided to solve that problem. We created the most seamless onboarding into NFTs. We enable people to buy your NFTs in just 1 minute, using their credit card in their email, even if they don't have wallets. We create wallets for people. So for NFT sellers, enterprises, creators, brands, we offer a 10-minute integration for free that increases sales around 35%. Let me show you, apologies for swapping the screen, but let me show you a very quick demo so that you get a sense of how it works. The UI you're about to see is 5 months old. It's a little bit better now, but this is the video that I have handy now. What you see here is a minting website of one of our clients. This could be a marketplace, brand's own website. What we give them are 5 lines of code that you can put in there for this button that says buy with credit card to show up. So buyers will have the option to buy either with crypto as usual or with credit card. And setting this up takes like 5 minutes, 10 minutes. It's self-service. You can do it on your own from our website. So buyer comes here. They click on buy with credit card. They sign up with their email account. They put their credit card information, and that's it. They bought the NFT. Just 30 seconds to a minute. No KYC. No need to store secret keys or anything. We create a wallet for them, unless they have one already, in which case they can mint straight there. And then they can access that wallet at any time from our website. Let me actually show it live so that you see how it looks. We're launching a new one in a couple of weeks, also a new website. It's a bit outdated. Sorry for that. So what you see here, it's a cross-mint wallet that is created for the user, accessible via email. It's multi-chain. It stores NFTs from any of the chains that I mentioned earlier. So Ethereum, Solana, Polygon, Avalanche, and a few others are coming as well. And this is as functional as a MetaMask or Phantom, but with the user experience of a Web2 application. So much easier for normal people who are not into NFTs to interact with. NFTs can be exported to the user's own wallet if they already have one for free. We cover the gas fees. We also have token gating functionality for in real life events. It's compatible with Wallet Connect and Wallet Adapter, so you can connect it on websites all over. And we're launching a new version of the wallet in a couple of weeks that will look even better. We also have a white label version of the wallet that we offer through headless APIs, so that if a brand wants to have their own wallet on their own website, so think of things like NBA Top Shop type of clients, they will provide them all the infrastructure to do so. Going back to the deck. Yeah, so 10 minutes to set up, free, increases sales about 35%. But the credit card on-ramp is our flagship product, but we have a bunch of other tools that are already live. So in general, we feel that most of our clients have pretty similar needs, so we're expanding to try to help them all over the spectrum. So we start by NFT creation, so we have minting APIs. So instead of having to hire your own developers and spend those weeks and months getting all this stuff together, we give you a line of code that you can deploy it and instantly mint your own NFTs, reducing the time to just like 5 minutes. We also have airdrop APIs, so we enable you to send NFTs in bulk to lists of email addresses or wallets. So imagine you're a brand, you have 10,000 people, you want to reward with an NFT. You just call our API and you can instantly send them the NFT to their email address, and then that person in just 5 seconds, they can click on a redeem link, and we create a wallet for them where the NFTs will show up, and then they can export it to their own wallet if they have one. We also have access lists, pretty similar to Premint, but it's more targeted to like normies or like normal people that may not be as native to Web3. So we enable email signups and also prepay. So in the moment where you register for the access list, you can pay there, and then you don't have to wait until mint date and maybe be awake at like 3 a.m. or like interrupt social plans to mint. You on mint date, you just get it airdropped to your wallet. We also offer cross-chain payments, so we enable people to buy your NFT paying with a cryptocurrency of a different chain. So for example, you can buy Solana NFTs paying with MetaMask and Ethereum, I think for the first time in history. And then we also have the white label wallets. So if you're an enterprise and you want to have your own, we give you an API and you can have it on your site, or you can also use our template with your own branding. We're a team of 30 people coming from Google. My co-founder was the third product manager at WhatsApp, helped take the app to the next billion users, which is what we're trying to do here with NFTs. Amazon, Instagram, and a few others, and we're backed by early investors and builders of OpenSea, Coinbase, Plaid, PayPal, Revolut, and other great fintech and developer tooling companies. This is us. You can contact us at sales@crossmit.io or follow us on Twitter. And yeah, here, if you guys have any questions.
Alan, you're on mute.
Sorry about that. Thanks for that rundown, Rodri. That was very thorough. So I really liked what you presented there.
Yeah, I'm excited, Rodri, for all the advances that CrossMit has made over the last couple of months. Y'all have been putting in a lot of work, so congratulations.
Definitely.
Thanks.
Definitely. Thank you. So we are going to move on to, I believe, Mojito, and we have Camilla here to talk about their platform.
Welcome. Hey guys, can you hear me?
Yes, and you got your presentation up. You're ready to go.
Amazing. It's a little late where I am, so I'll try to bring my usual enthusiasm.
Okay.
You got this.
Thanks, guys. Thanks for having me. So I know after a full day of demos, everybody on this call is probably an expert now, which is great because then we can dive deep. But I'm Camilla, and we are Mojito. We are the world's premier NFT platform. We've successfully launched and guided, I'll get into some of the case studies in a bit, major global brands from sports teams to creators, any sort of culture maker into the world of Web3 by creating their wholly owned platform for their ongoing management of NFTs, marketplaces, and then all the things that come after, like community and engagement. We've driven over 100 million in NFT sales in the last year, and really excited to, as we all as an industry think collectively about how do big brands enter, what is the next phase of maturity for NFTs, help build that. I'm going to not run through everyone on our team, but I'm a big believer that the people behind the teams are very important. Our CEO, Rocky Miller, comes from a life of career product development at Goldman Sachs, Morgan Stanley, recently DriveWealth in the startup world. Matthew Isles, our COO and co-founder, is one of the co-founders of Serotonin, the Web3 marketing firm, and also a product builder in Web3 since 2016 with Civil, the blockchain for journalism app, and Consensus. Ian McMillan, our chief growth officer, comes from nearly a decade at Nike, bringing that traditional brand marketing skill set to Web3. And then our president and co-founder, Amanda Cassett, was the former chief marketing officer of Consensus and really did a lot of the early brand building for bringing Ethereum to market. I, Camilla, have been working in crypto full-time for about 5 years, was also spent most of my career at Consensus and then at Serotonin. And prior to my Web3 life, spent a lot of time at the hedge fund Bridgewater Associates before making the transition over to Web3. So back to Mojito, a little bit of bragging before we get into our tech. We like to think we partner and have partnered with the best in every industry. We've built out all of Sotheby's tech and brought Sotheby's into Web3 over the last year. We've brought to life Liverpool Football Club's fan collectible program, the Milwaukee Bucks VIP membership free giveaway NFT, and then working with sort of more Gen Z brands like Lyrical Lemonade and their amazing community for their NFT project. We've seen a lot of things over the last year. We all have collectively in the NFT space. We like to think we create real value, and especially in helping mature what NFTs can be outside of just purely speculative assets. And so Sotheby's Metaverse generated over 100 million of sales over the last year. Liverpool over 1.5 sales. The Milwaukee Bucks did an amazing free giveaway to really reward their most loyal fans with sort of a tradable NFT for on-prem benefits in Deer District. And then for Lyrical Lemonade, had amazing conversion for their NFT platform as well. Our customers have nice things to say, excuse the cursing. We love working with them and become really embedded with them over time. And our work has gotten recognition over the last year, thanks to Time Magazine's recognition, Forbes Blockchain 50 Most Innovative Companies, and most recently, some sort of Web3 native recognition for our work. So what do we do? What have we done? What are we building with all of these great brands that gets all of this great recognition for our late hours and hard work? We really see brands' entrance into Web3 as sort of multifaceted. There's certainly the commerce element, which is your primary marketplace, your storefront, if you will. Where does the commerce happen? Where are the buying of these NFT digital asset goods? Including secondary marketplaces, which I think we're going to see a lot of as brands start to own their own secondary marketplaces. The place where you go just for that asset on secondaries, you can offer better fees, better access, better transparency. And then a lot of it is almost a point in time thing of once your NFTs are in the market and in the hands of your most loyal fans, consumers, what comes next? Community and engagement. And we've heard from some amazing ecosystem partners that we're working with as well. But really building out our Mojito Mint Manager, which is kind of your internal dashboard once your NFTs are launched into where they are and how do you create new and dynamic experiences. So for the Commerce Suite, to dive a little bit deeper, our platform and our APIs is to create your power and create your own storefront. We really believe that the future of Web3 is and this next wave of like global adoption of this Web3 decentralized tech is brands owning their own presence in this space. So we partner with you to build sort of your own marketplace, your own commerce center, coming from the crypto native world and then realizing that when big brands enter, the buyers at the moment are quite Web3 native and they want to pay in crypto and they want to connect their MetaMask wallet. The global millions of fans that big brands bring with them into the space, we really need to offer a better experience for the new users of our technology. And so we also spent a lot of time building, what does that user journey look like for new crypto users? So we certainly offer the, connect wallet, pay in ETH, use your MetaMask, but also if it's your first NFT, we, with Mojito's tech, set up a semi-custodial wallet for you that you can then take the wallet on chain with your first NFT inside of it, or transfer the NFT into a MetaMask or other wallet if you want. And you can pay in fiat, you can pay in credit card. We partner with a bunch of ecosystem partners like Circle and Coinbase Commerce to enable some of that finance. So that's sort of building that solution that works with both audiences that we're navigating right now is really important. We also power your secondary marketplace. As I mentioned, I think, again, if it's the place you go for initial commerce, why wouldn't it be the place you go also for any secondary commerce? Which is, there's always going to be OpenSea as these NFT-based assets are transferable and composable, which is part of the value unlock. But to have a secondary marketplace, designed in your own way to really give your users and fans that experience to continue to do commerce on your own home. And so then what comes next once you have this amazing blockchain-based almost CRM of fans as these tokens move across the ecosystem and are co-owned by you and your fans, is how can you continue to reward your most loyal fans and provide value into that digital community? So it's not just a product launch, it's very much setting up a digital community and a digital program. So we work with, again, some partners I think you've heard from today to do what we call token gated URL access. So, would love to see more. And we're starting to see some sites where you go back with that NFT in your wallet, log in with Wallet Connect, and then get actual utility and value, exclusive retail store only available to NFT buyers, exclusive content, footage, never before seen, only to your NFT community. Obviously, Discord channels have become kind of table stakes at this point, and really building through what does utility look like beyond just sort of a meme on a roadmap to promote marketing value, but how can you actually provide value to your fans? And then, of course, token-gated IRL access. You heard from Token Proof and others that are doing this to really enable in-person experiences, similar to what we built with the Milwaukee Bucks and for Lyrical Lemonade's in-person concert that they held recently, of how can you use your NFT also as a ticket, as a pass, VIP concerts and openings, and really bring it into the physical world. Our engagement suite, again, sort of part of community, but also a bit separate of, how do you offer free claimables to your community? How do you offer earnables where they can be rewarded for certain activities, either on-chain or off-chain? How do you have either pushed airdrops into the wallets of your NFT holders, or upgradable NFTs, updating the metadata? How do you work with the allow list, not just for your communities, but once you have Web3 communities, partnerships become really interesting when you partner with a different community and you can reward your own users in allow list type ways. And so to get in a little bit, we're more than just a tech platform. As much as we are a product first and a SaaS company, our ecosystem is, this is still experimental tech. And a lot of the big brands entering in still need a lot of sort of guidance from, how to do it, what's the price, what's the strategy. So we're also your strategic advisors. A lot of us are power users in this space. I'm a member of Pleaser DAO and help set up Ukraine DAO, and a lot of us are really active participants in this ecosystem. So really help guide what does the go-to-market strategy look like, provide the end-to-end product management, certainly the developer enablement, help either your front-end team get onboarded into our tech, or we have a roster of amazing front-end developers we work with as well, and really help and handhold you through concept development. And also, again, our shared goal is long-term adoption here is we see any NFT launch as not like a traditional product launch, but really brands considering their future, long-term future in this ecosystem. And so really working with you to build out that long-term future. I probably won't have enough time to get into detail about some of the case studies we bring to market because I have about 3 minutes left. But just quickly, in setting up the Sotheby's metaverse, the auction houses were some of the most innovative brands to enter this space and really embrace this tech wholeheartedly. And we really built out a more dynamic marketplace with Sotheby's, to curate, have sellers come and curate, have Sotheby's curate, and really drive those sales, especially with that dual form of payment checkout, whether it's new buyers, first NFT, paying with credit card, or existing buyers paying in an on-chain way that they know. Lyrical Lemonade, I saw someone mention in the comments, is an awesome community built around music, but it's become so much more. And building an experience for them for a token-gated merchandise shop, and some activations around in-person events as well. The Milwaukee Bucks, sadly, weren't victorious this year in the playoffs, but close. Did something really interesting with a free giveaway, almost an earnable to their most loyal fans. So they did a traditional Web2, Twitter, radio sweepstakes giveaway for these NFTs where you could get a claim code to then come to the site, enter your claim code, mint this VIP pass, and then get benefits in person in Milwaukee at Deer District to experience the game in a whole new way and experience the playoffs in a whole new way. And so I love the idea of, providing value first to your fans, and then continuing to explore what that looks like over time. Liverpool Football Club helped launch their Heroes Club. Thousands of members now owning their either favorite player collectible that sort of functions both as a collectible in and of itself in its purest form, but also your ticket and access into their fan club with giveaways, discounts, a whole new fan community. We've seen a lot of that happen in the crypto native projects like Punks and others where the community element is everything. That makes so much sense for global sports. And Liverpool has really enjoyed sort of building and thinking about the long-term plan there for what that looks like. And as I mentioned, for some of the partners, we're working with big brands that have to be really serious and enterprise grade about how they build this tech, dealing with everything from, metadata storage to tax implications to making sure they have the best, most robust payment solutions. And that's it. And that's my time. Thank you so much. I'm 10 seconds over.
You're fine.
My email is camilla@mojito.xyz if you want to reach out. If anyone will be in Paris for HCC next week, please GM me on Twitter. Come find me. And thank you, Vayner, for hosting me today.
Thank you, Camilla, for telling us all about Mojito. All right. We are at...
Thanks, Camilla.
We are at our last person for today, and we have Neil with Reddit, and we are going to let him hop right into it.
Cool. Does that mean I'm in? Oh, there we are. I'll jump in then. I don't know. It's been a long day for many of you that have been staying on this, but it's been really, really cool. thanks for having me. But I'm Neil with Reddit, and just wanted to talk to you a little bit about our view a little bit and what we're doing. And hopefully many of you know Reddit or use Reddit. I'm not going to ask or look for a poll, but just assume. So there we go. Reddit and Web3. Reddit is a community of communities, and our mission is to provide or bring community and belonging to everybody in the world. And in many ways, we're seeing the evolution of the internet go back to its roots of open source, community-led, and decentralized, and many things that Reddit has built and fostered from the very beginning. Right? So when we talk about Web3, as you all have been talking about all day today, and I think it's always interesting from my perspective. I've been at Reddit for a little over 7 years now, and we've been talking about community for a very long time. We've been talking about the power of self-governance, moderation, right? The power and value of owning your own identity, whether that's an anonymous or pseudonym or your real world name, whatever you'd like, and the privacy piece behind that. All of these things are core to Reddit, and they also represent the opportunity that I think a lot of us are excited about with Web3. So decentralized or just communities in general. Another word that we hear a lot, it's been very, very core to what Reddit is from the very beginning. We collaborate closely with our moderators who make our communities possible, and the power of these communities of having upvotes and downvotes, being able to decide what content they find the most value in, that adds the most contribution, gets rewarded. Self-governance through the same things of power of upvotes, downvotes, and different rules and policies, not just on the site, but in certain communities to keep everything focused and on topic. And we believe privacy is a right. We always have, and something that really differentiates Reddit is you can be your full self and decide how to present yourself or represent yourself and who you are. And we'll dig into that a little bit more. And then really it's about the contribution. Right? It doesn't matter who you are on Reddit, in many ways in Web3, it's about what you can contribute. So on Reddit, you can have a large following on other platforms. Could be a celebrity or a known figure, but if you're not contributing something to the community that they're going to find valuable, your content really does not spread the same. So I will speed through a few of these next ones because I realize I'm going to be long. Building for Web3. And as we look at the evolution of the internet, we will stay true to our roots, like everything we do, about being self-sustaining and open and focusing on empowerment. So I want to walk you through a couple things here. So going back to identity, before I go to what's on the slide, a couple years ago, we released Avatar Builder, where you can create your own avatar for Reddit. You can decide how you want to represent yourself or be portrayed. You can even stylize that with different things, with hair and fashion and different customizable things. And we decided to take that to the next level. And last week we announced collectible avatars as our first entry into, this is all backed by blockchain. We collaborated with artists and creators from Reddit in certain communities, examples like r/comics and r/Adobe Illustrator, allowing these creators and artists to design their own custom avatars for Reddit. We released these to the platform for any user to purchase at a flat set fee. We decided no auction, and to purchase with fiat, making it really easy for users to participate. A lot of the demos that we've seen today are really cracking the code to take what needs to happen in Web3 to the masses. We also want to empower the communities, and what we've done and our users, giving them a cut of the initial sale of these avatars and any resale, giving them a component of that. Something else we've done with community points at beta, with a small handful of communities, rewarding users for their contributions, again, through community tokens, another one that's backed by blockchain, because this really is about contribution. So rewarding communities, rewarding them for what they're bringing to the platform and the contribution from their posts and everything else, even mods, and allowing them to showcase their contribution through certain ways to represent themselves, certain flair, highlighted comments, things like that. Unlocking special features like displaying the points and the reputation that they've earned within that community, allowing multimedia within comments, just additional ways to express themselves, but also enrich the experience. and encourage content and conversation. Really enabling, we're really focused on enabling our communities and our moderators with more tools, more capabilities for them to do what they do so well, is to manage their communities and keep these conversations and keep the health of the conversations where they want it to be. So in order to incentivize them for their contribution and award them, using community points is a really interesting opportunity. And to get input, example being polls and some other things, but a poll where those that have community points have more weight in the decisions, and that could be used to actually decide on different things that are going on in the community over the moderation. So something that we are continuing to explore. Next one, and only one more because I know I got 2 minutes. This group here, I assume, knows a lot more than others, and you're out there educating everybody on the move to Web3 and all of the capabilities. But what we did is we partnered with our friends at Vayner. Thanks for having me over here again, to come up with a playbook, something that's a lot more simple and clear and clean. And shout out to Chris from our marketing team that he's on, to come up with something that is really as concrete and realistic, factual as possible, and not overly complex. And it's been really well received. So the ABCs of NFTs, to help brands and agencies start to think about how they're going to navigate the space. So if you haven't seen it, I would recommend you do. And it is right here on a slide, or maybe we're going to send something out there after. But really, that's what we're doing, is staying true to the roots of Reddit and just really focusing on the empowerment of our users and our communities and the health of conversation to bring community and belonging to the world. And through some of the new capabilities that potentially blockchain brings, we're exploring them as long as the mutual benefit is there for our platform. So that's all I had as an update from the Reddit side.
Amazing. Thank you so much, Neil. Great presentation. Thanks for sharing that QR code at the end. Really excited about that asset we made together.
I just wanted to say a huge thank you to everyone for tuning in. I know it's been over 8 hours. Probably Katrina and Alan are exhausted, and some stands have been with us the whole time. So huge thank you. I know everybody is busy. Time is precious, and I'm incredibly grateful to our Web3 partners for making the time to present, our brand partners for making the time to tune in, our NFT community for making the time to join us. It means so, so much to us. And if there's any way that Vayner can help make some of these connections for you, make introductions, we want to do that. We want to be a resource and a force for good in Web3. So feel free to hit any of us up if we can help bring some folks together. And please join me in saying a huge thank you to Alan and Katrina as well. And we'll bring in Sebastian to close us off.
Yes, big shout out to my co-host, Alan Hena. Great work today. Amazing to hear from all of these incredible partners. The way folks are building in this space is so incredibly encouraging. Again, I think I mentioned this earlier today, but even though we might be in a bear market, the work continues to go on day in and day out, and we saw so much of that excellence today.
Yeah, I want to give a big thanks to Katrina, who not just what you've seen here on screen today, just everything behind the scenes that she's been doing also with Glow and Leslie. It was just a huge effort. So this is honestly probably couldn't have gone any better. So thank you for everyone that hung around and watched everything here. I actually learned a lot with all the different partners and vendors, whether it's for creative, marketplace, platform, digital worlds, financial. So we just covered everything in the Web3 space. I think it's just, there's just a lot going on regardless of what are going on in the market. So with that, I think we're going to pass it over to Sebastian, who will close us out.
All right, Seb, welcome. And let's say thank you again to Glow and Leslie. You saw Alan and I all day, but what you didn't see behind the scenes is Glow and Leslie are welcoming speakers in, taking speakers off, putting slides up, monitoring comments, all those great things. So big shout to that team. And Seb, why don't you wrap it for us?
Yes. Hi, everyone. My name is Sebastian Odo. I'm the Senior Vice President of Client Partnerships at VaynerNFT. And I'm so grateful for all of you coming out today to watch the first ever Web3 Demo Day. In the spirit of Web3, we've been collaborating with so many artists, creators, tech partners, and pioneers in the space. And we're so appreciative for each and every one of them to coming out today to share what they've been working on. I want to get a moment to thank our amazing clients and friends that listened in. We appreciate your curiosity and passion for learning. But last but not least, I want to thank Gary and Avery for always emphasizing the importance of supporting others through education and kindness. And thank you to Katrina, Alan, Glow, Leslie, and the rest of the VaynerNFT team. We plan on sharing this live stream. So please DM us if you have any questions. And we can't wait till the next one next year. So thank you all.
And that's a wrap on Vayner's first Web3 Demo Day. Thanks, everyone.
Bye.